Section 18 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Gaul under the Merovingian Franks, Narrative of Events, Part 2, by Christian Pfister. The Merovingians regarded the kingdom as a family inheritance, the sons dividing their father's dominions into portions as nearly equal as possible. This was now done by the sons of Clovis, Theodoric, Thierry, Clodomir, Childebert, and Clotaire. Each of them took a share of their father's original kingdom to the north of the Loire, and another share from among his more recent conquests to the south of that river. As their capitals, they chose respectively Reims, Orléans, Paris, and Soissons. Each of the four brothers, urged by covetousness, sought to increase his portion at the expense of his neighbor, and they carried on a contest of intrigue and chicanery. On the death of Clodomir in 524, Childebert and Clotaire murdered his children in order to divide his kingdom between themselves. Two other families were also doomed to extinction. Theodoric died in 534, leaving a very able son, Theodebert, the most remarkable among the kings of that period, but he died in 548, and his young son, Theobald, fell a victim to precocious debauchery in 555. Childebert died in 558, and of all the descendants of Clovis, there now remained only Clotaire I. He fell heir to the whole of the Merovingian dominions, and his power was apparently very great. His son, Caramus, rebelled against him and fled to Childebert, Count of Brittany, but the father mustered his forces and defeated him, like another Absalom, says Gregory of Tours. Clotaire had him shut up in a hut with his wife and children, and caused it to be set on fire. Afterwards, however, he was overwhelmed with remorse. In vain he sought peace for his soul at the tomb of St. Martin of Tours. Struck down by disease, he died at his palace at Compiègne, his last words being, "What think ye of the King of Heaven, who thus overthrows the kings of earth?" His surviving sons buried him with great pomp in the Basilica of St. Médard at Soissons, 561. In spite of the fact that during the greater part of this period the kingdom was divided into four parts, it was still regarded as a unity. There was only one Frankish kingdom, Regnum Francorum. The sons of Clovis had a common task to accomplish in the carrying on of their father's work and the completion of the conquest of Gaul. In this they did not fail. Clovis's expedition against the Burgundians in 500 had miscarried. His sons subjugated that kingdom. Sigismund, the son of Gondobad, had been converted to the Orthodox faith. He restored the great monastery of Agaunum in the Valais, on the spot where St. Maurice and his comrades of the Theban legion were slain. He reformed the church at the Great Council of Evian in 517, where very severe measures were adopted against the Arian heresy. But it was now too late. Sigismund failed to win over the Orthodox, and he provoked a lively discontent among the Burgundian warriors. The sons of Clovis were not slow to profit by this. Clodomir, Childebert, and Clotaire invaded Burgundy in 523, defeated Sigismund in a pitched battle, and took him prisoner. He was handed over, with his wife and children, to Clodomir, who had them thrown into a well at St. Prévier-le-Garonne near Orléans. And while the Franks were invading the kingdom of Burgundy from the north, the Theodoric kings of the Ostrogoths, resenting Sigismund's zeal against Arianism, had sent troops from Provence and captured several strong places to the north of Durance: Avignon, Cavaillon, Carpentras, Orange, and Vaison. Burgundy, however, regained some strength under the rule of a brother of Sigismund, named Gondomar, who defeated and slew Clodomir on 25th June 524 at Verazon, near Vienne. He endeavored to re-establish some order in his dominions at the Assembly of Ambioror, and his kingdom was thus enabled to prolong its existence until the year 534. At that date, Childebert, Clotaire, and Theudebert seized Burgundy and divided it between them, each one taking a portion of the country and adding it to his dominions. The kingdom of the Burgundians had existed for nearly a century, not without a certain brilliance. A great legislative work had been accomplished, and among them we find a historian in Marius of Aventicum and a poet in Avitus, whose Milton was to recall in his Paradise Lost. For long, Burgundy formed a separate division of the Frankish kingdom, and perhaps even today it is possible to recognize among the dwellers on the banks of the Saône and the Rhone certain moral and physical characteristics of the ancient Burgundians, 7.5 feet in height, hard workers but loving pleasure and good wine, and fond of letting their tongues run freely and without reserve. The sons of Clovis also annexed Provence and the cities to the north of the Durance, which the Ostrogoths had occupied. Visigoths, who was defending himself with difficulty against the Byzantines, offered them these territories as the price of their neutrality, if they would refrain from siding with Justinian. The Frankish kings divided up Provence, 536, as they had divided up Burgundy. They were now masters of the ancient Venetian colony of Marseille, with the whole coastline. At Arles, the old Roman capital of Gaul, they presided over the games in the amphitheater. Along with Provence, Visigoths transferred to the Franks the Saracens over the Alamans, who in 506 had taken refuge in Rhaetia. From this time forward, the Franks were masters of the whole of ancient Gaul, with the exception of Septimania, which continued to be held by the Visigoths. Time after time did the sons of Clovis attempt to wrest the country from them, but all their expeditions failed for one reason or another. Septimania continued to be reunited to Spain and shared the fortunes of that country, passing along with it under the domination of the Arabs. It was not until the reign of Pepin that this fair region was incorporated with France. But if the kingdom of the Franks had on the whole been greatly extended, in one quarter the limits of their dominion had been curtailed. In the course of the 6th century, some of the Celts, driven out of Great Britain by the Anglo-Saxon invasions, themselves invaded the Armorican Peninsula, which, like the rest of Gaul, had been completely Romanized. They embarked with loud lamentations, and as the winds swelled their sails, they cried with the psalmist, "Lord, thou hast delivered us like sheep to the slaughter, and hast scattered us among the nations." Arriving in small separate companies, they gained a foothold at the western extremity of the peninsula, gradually establishing themselves among the original population. Before long, they ousted it, pushing it further towards the east. The aspect of the Armorican Peninsula underwent a rapid change. It lost its earlier name and became known as Brittany, after its new inhabitants. In the western districts, the Romanic language disappeared entirely, and Celtic took its place, and special saints with unfamiliar names were there held in honor. Saint Bruce, Saint Tatwell, Saint Malo, Saint Judicel. The Britons were divided into 3 groups, of which each one had its own chief. Roundabout bands was the Bro Warrock, so called from the name of one of the chiefs. The group of Cornavy, coming from Cornwall, established itself in the east. To the north, from Brest Harbor to the river Corston, extended the Dominae, the inhabitants of which were natives of Devon. No doubt, these various chiefs recognized in theory the suzerainty of the Frankish kings, but they were not appointed by the latter, and were in fact independent. The western extremity of France, the ancient Armorica, was thus separate from the rest of the country, and similarly, between the Gironde and the Pyrenees, the Basques, who belonged to a distinct race and spoke a peculiar dialect, maintained their independence under the rule of their dukes. Such was the state of the Frankish kingdom proper, but under the sons of Clovis, Frankish influence extended even over the neighboring countries. They came in contact with various Germanic peoples and imposed their suzerainty on some of them. Clovis himself had subjugated the Allemans. Theobald, his great-grandson, entered into relations with the Bavarians beyond the Lech. Theodoric, Thierry, and Clotaire made war on the Thuringians and destroyed their independence 531. It was from Thuringia that Clotaire took his wife, Radegund, who left him in order to found the famous convent of St. Croix at Poitiers. Clotaire even made war upon the Saracens, who inhabited the great plain of northern Germany, and imposed upon them a yearly tribute of 500 cows. Spain and Italy, too, witnessed the warlike exploits of these Frankish princes. From an expedition against Saragossa in 542, Childebert brought back the tunic of St. Vincent, and in honor of this relic he founded at the gates of Paris the monastery of St. Vincent, later known as St. Germain-des-Prés. Theodebert made several incursions into Italy, sometimes posing as a friend of the Ostrogoths, at others as a friend of the Byzantines. He plundered some of the wealthy cities and amassed large spoils. He even made himself master for a time of Liguria, Aemilia, and Venetia, and had coins minted at Bologna. Indignant because the emperor added to his titles that of Franciscus, he even thought of penetrating by way of the valley of the Danube into Thrace, and of appearing in arms before Constantinople. He addressed to Justinian a haughty letter, which had come down to us. So far these sons of Clovis still bear themselves like kings. They had achieved the conquest of Gaul up to the frontiers assigned by nature to that country. They had also turned their arms against Germany, the country of their origin, and had opened up in that direction the pathway of civilization. Like the ancient Gauls whom they supplanted, they had descended upon Italy, where their incursions created widespread consternation. To all this, the epic of the grandsons of Clovis presents a striking contrast. The vigorous expansion of the Franks was checked. They failed to wrest Septimania from the Visigoths and make Gaul a united whole. No doubt they made several expeditions against the Lombards of Italy, but these were merely plundering raids. They were no further conquest. The Merovingians began to turn their warlike ardor against each other. There follows a miserable period of civil war. Of the four sons of Clotaire I, Claribert, Guntram, Sigibert, and Chilperic, who divided their father's kingdom in 561. Claribert, the king of Paris, early disappeared from the scene, dying in 567. Sigibert, king of Metz, and Chilperic, king of Soissons, were bitterly jealous of one another, each constantly endeavoring to filch some fragment of the other's territory. Between these two, Guntram, king of Orleans and Burgundy, adopted a waiting attitude in order to maintain the balance of power, and giving his aid at the opportune moment to the weaker side to prevent it from being crushed. The rivalry of the two brothers was intensified by that of their wives, which gives to these struggles a peculiarly ruthless character. Sigibert, whose morals were more respectable than those of his brothers, had sent an embassy to Toledo to the king of the Visigoths, Athanagild, to ask the hand of his daughter Brunhild. In marriage. Brunhild renounced Arianism, professed the Trinitarian faith, and brought to her husband a very large dowry. The marriage was celebrated at Metz with great magnificence. The young poet Fortunatus also, who had just left his home at Treviso, indited an epithelium in grandiloquent lines into which he dragged all the divinities of Olympus. The new queen was perhaps the only person present who understood these eulogies, but she had been brilliantly educated and spoke Latin excellently. At the half-barbarous court of Sigibert, she made a profound impression. The news of this marriage fired Chilperic with envy. He had espoused a somewhat significant woman named Audivera, and had afterwards repudiated her in order to live in low debauchery with a serving woman named Fredegund. But after the marriage of Sigebert, he asked of Ethanagild the hand of the latter's eldest daughter, Galsvintha. The king of the Visigoths did not dare to refuse. Galsvintha came to Soissons, and at first her husband loved her much, because she had brought great treasures. Before long, however, he went back to his mistress, and one morning Galsvintha was found strangled in her bed. Very shortly afterwards, the king married Fredegund, and ordered the execution of his first wife, Audivera. In this way arose a bitter quarrel between Fredegund and Brunhild, the latter burning to avenge her sister, and it may well be conceived that a peculiarly vindictive and relentless character was thus imparted to the civil war. Almost at the beginning of the struggle, Sigebert made his death. He had defeated Chilperic, had conquered the greater part of his kingdom, and compelled him to shut himself up in Tournai. He was about to be raised on the shield of proclaimed king at Vitry, not far from Arras, when two slaves sent by Fredegund struck him down with poisoned daggers. Scramma Saxi, 575. The actors left upon the scene from that time forward were Chilperic, who was now to get back his kingdom, and Brunhild, who, after being held prisoner for a time, succeeded after the most romantic adventures in escaping from Rouen, and reaching Austrasia, where her son Childebert II, still a child, had been proclaimed king. Chilperic is the very type of a Merovingian despot. He had two dominant passions, ambition and greed of gold. He desired to extend his kingdom. He wished to accumulate treasure. He ground down his people with taxes and caused a new assessment to be made. Many of his subjects refused to submit to this increase of taxation, preferring to leave the country and seek an easier life elsewhere. In his capacity as judge, he imposed especially heavy fines upon the rich, as a means of confiscating their property. He was envious of the great possessions of the church, complaining that our treasury is empty. All our wealth is passed over to the churches. The bishops alone reign. Our power is gone. It has been transferred to the bishops of the cities. He therefore pronounced void all wills made in favor of the churches. He even revoked the gifts which his father had left to them. He sold the bishoprics to the highest bidder, and in his reign very few of the clergy attained to the episcopate. Rich laymen purchased the priestly office and passed in one day through the various grades of orders. He was at once avaricious and debauched, gourmand and cruel. He delighted in low amours, and he made a god of his belly. At the foot of his edicts, he describes this formula: whosoever sets at naught our order shall have his eyes put out. But with all this, he was a man of original ideas. He desired that, contrary to the strict provisions of the Salic law, women should in certain cases be allowed to inherit land. He was no less ready to attack religious dogma than ancient custom. He did not believe that it is necessary to distinguish three persons in God. He scoffed at the anthropomorphic designations, the Father and the Son, as applied to the deity. He issued an edict forbidding the Trinity to be named in prayer. The name God was alone to be used. Orthography, as well as dogma, must bow to his decree. He added to the alphabet 4 letters, borrowed from the Greek, to represent the long O, the voiceless TH, the AE, and the W. It was not the Germanic signs which he wished to represent more exactly. Chilperic despised the Germanic tongue, and his reform was intended to apply to the Latin. He directed that children were to be taught by the new methods. In ancient manuscripts, the writing was to be erased and reinserted with the additional letters. This barbarian king was a devoted admirer of the Roman civilization. He composed poems in the manner of Sedulius, and wrote hymns which he also set to music. His skepticism regarding the Trinity did not prevent him from being superstitious. He believed in portents, in relics, and sorcerers, he fancied himself able to outwit the deity. Having sworn, for instance, not to enter Paris without the consent of his brothers, he broke the compact, but to avert misfortune he had a number of the bones of various saints carried in front of his troops. He was a fantastical and violent man, of a strange and complex character, and it is no very flagrant calumny when Gregory of Tours calls him the Nero and the Herod of his time. From all these characteristics, it can well be imagined that the struggle which he carried on against Brunhild and her son was fierce and merciless. He wrested from them a number of towns, among them Poitiers and Tours, and it was thus that Gregory became, to his intense disgust, the subject of this debauched monarch, with whom he was constantly at odds. It may well be supposed that Chilperic had stirred up much wrath and many enmities, and it is not surprising that he died by violence. One day as he was returning from Chellis, where he had been hunting, a man came close to him and stabbed him twice with the dagger. 584. Who his assassin actually was, remained unknown. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Gaul under the Merovingian Franks. Narrative of Events Part 3 by Christian Pfister. While Chilperic succeeded in imposing his authority upon the Western Franks in the territories which formed the most recent Frankish conquests, known a little later as Neustria, from the word Neust, the newest, Brunhild made strenuous efforts to preserve intact all the prerogatives of the royal power in the eastern region, Austrasia. Exceedingly ambitious, eager to secure her authority by every possible means, it was she who, in the name of her son, Childebert II, 575 to 596, actually held the reign of power. The great men of the kingdom threw themselves into an embittered struggle against her. Supported by Chilperic and Neustria, they refused to give obedience to a woman and a foreigner. Ursio, Bertafide, Guntamboso, and Duke Rothgen placed themselves at their head and attacked the adherents of the royal house, chief among whom was Lupus of Champagne. Brunhild tried in vain to separate the combatants. The rebels answered brutally, "Woman, get you gone. Let it suffice you to have ruled during your husband's lifetime. Now it is your son who reigns, and it is not under your protection, but under ours that the kingdom is placed. Get you hence, or we shall trample you under the hoofs of our horses." By vigorous action, however, the queen succeeded in re-establishing order. She formed an alliance with Guntram, king of Burgundy, who at Pompierre adopted his nephew Childebert and recognized him as his heir, 577. The pact was renewed 10 years later at Andelot, 28th November 587. Brunhild got rid of the most turbulent of her nobles by the aid of the assassin's knife, and she suppressed the revolt of Gundobald, a bastard son of Clotaire I, whom the nobles had brought back from Constantinople to set up in opposition to Guntram and Childebert. Besieged in the little town of Comminges, situated in the valley of the Pyrenees, Gundobald was forced to surrender, and a Frankish count dashed out his brains with a great stone, 585. Finally, Brunhild besieged Ursio and Bertafried in a strong castle in Werve. The former perished in the flames of the burning castle. The latter took refuge at Verdun in the chapel of the Bishop Argericus. But the soldiers tore up the roofing and killed him with the tiles, 587. Thus, thanks to the inflexible determination of Brunhild, the Austrasian aristocracy was vanquished. The queen also succeeded in baffling all the plots devised against her and Kildebert II by Fredegund, who since 584 had governed Neustria in the name of her infant son, Clotaire II. She succeeded so well that when Guntram died on 28 March 593, Kildebert was able to enter upon his heritage without the slightest opposition, and when Kildebert in turn was carried off by disease while still young, Brunhild's authority was uncontested. Kildebert's two sons, Theodebert and Theodoric, divided his kingdom between them, the former taking Austrasia and the latter Burgundy. In reality, their grandmother Brunhild continued to rule in their name. Her authority extended over both Austrasia and Burgundy, and she imposed the same measures upon both countries. The aristocracy, lay and ecclesiastical, were obliged to conform to her laws. Regarding the royal authority as a trust on behalf of her grandsons, she was determined on leaving it to them intact. She had the satisfaction of seeing her rival, Fredegund, die in 597, and her grandsons on several occasions defeated Clotaire II, who lost the greater part of his territories. But the great nobles of Austrasia rose in wrath against her, and Theobald himself repudiated her tutelage. The incensed Brunhild withdrew to Burgundy, where she continued to rule. There she broke down all resistance, had the patrician Agila put to death, exiled Didier, Bishop of Vienne, nominated her followers to every post of emolument, and levied the taxes with utmost vigor. But she knew that the Burgundian rebels were encouraged by those of Austrasia. It was in Austrasia that she must strike the decisive blow, and in her thirst for power she did not hesitate to set Theodoric against Theodebert, and so to provoke a fratricidal struggle. The king of Austrasia was defeated on the banks of the Moselle, in the neighborhood of Toul, taken to Sulpic, and there put to death. Brunhild was now triumphant, but just in the moment of her triumph, her grandson Theodoric died, 613, in his palace at Metz at the age of 27. Breaking with the Merovingian tradition of dividing the kingdom, Brunhild caused the eldest son to be declared sole king, in the hope of reigning in his name. But all the living forces of Austrasia banded themselves together to oppose her ambition. Arnulf, Bishop of Metz, and Pepin, the two founders of the Carolingian family, appealed to Clotaire II, the son of Fredegund. Brunhild made a magnificent effort to stand up against the storm, but she found herself deserted on all hands, and was taken prisoner on the shores of the lake of Neuchâtel. Her great-grandsons were killed, or at any rate disappeared from history. Brunhild herself was tortured for 3 days, set upon a camel as a mark of derision, and then tied by her hair, one arm and one foot, to the tail of a vicious horse, which was then lashed to fury. Brunhild is undoubtedly the most forceful figure of this period, and it would be gross injustice to put her on the same footing with Fredegund. It is true she was exceedingly ambitious and eager for power, but she attempted by means of this power to carry out a policy. She upheld with unrivaled energy the rights of the king against the aristocracy. She treated the church with firmness but with respect, made gifts to the bishoprics, and built a number of abbeys. She entered into relations with Pope Gregory the Great, 590 to 604, who addressed to her a large number of letters, sent her relics, and requested her to take under her protection the estates of the Church of Rome, which lay in Gaul. He urged her to reform the Frankish Church, to call councils and to protect Augustine and his companions, who were going across the Channel to carry the gospel to the pagan Anglo-Saxons. But while maintaining these relations, Brunhild knew how to control the Frankish Church, as she did the lay aristocracy. She disposed of the episcopal sees at her pleasure and expelled from his monastery of Luxor the abbot Columbanus, who had refused to obey her orders. In short, in all her conduct, Brunhild displayed the qualities of a great statesman. After Brunhild's death, Clotaire II found himself, as Clovis had done before him, sole master of the whole of Gaul. But how different are the two periods. Clovis had been strong in his recent victories due to his own courage and political ability. Clotaire II owed his success not to himself, but to the treason of the Austrasian and Burgundian nobles, whom he was consequently obliged to conciliate. In his constitution of 18th October 614, as well as in the Principio, of which the date is unknown, he had to make large concessions to the aristocracy. He proclaimed under certain restrictions freedom of episcopal elections, extended the competence of the ecclesiastical courts, and promised to respect wills made by private persons in favor of the church. He suppressed unjust taxes and pledged himself to choose the counts from the districts they were to administer, which was equivalent to making over this important office to the landed aristocracy. Moreover, Clotaire was forced to accord a measure of independence to Austrasia and Burgundy. Each of these countries had its own mayor of the palace, who was as much the representative of the interests of the local nobles as of those of the king. In 623, he was even obliged to give the Austrasians a king and his young son, Dagobert. In the latter's name, Arnulf, Bishop of Metz, and Pepin, the mayor of the palace, exercised the actual authority. Thus, ancient Gaul became once more distinctly divided into three kingdoms: Neustria, Burgundy, and Austrasia, having each a distinct character and a separate administration. Already within these kingdoms, the local officials, strong in the possession of vast estates, were endeavoring to usurp the royal prerogatives. Already these three kingdoms were being parceled out into seigneuries. Clotaire II's son, Dagobert, 629 to 639, however, was still a king in something more than name. Although he had a brother, Carabert, he succeeded in reigning alone over the whole Frankish kingdom. He even subjected it to the authority of a single mayor of the palace, by name Ager. He made royal progresses through Austrasia, through Neustria, and through Burgundy, sitting in judgment each day, and doing strict justice without respect to persons. In Aquitaine he left to his brother Carabert the administration of the counties of Toulouse, Cahors, Agen, Périgueux, and Santos, thus making him a kind of warden of the marches of the Basque frontier. But on the death of Carabert in 632, he took over the government of this district also, and up to about 670, Aquitaine remained under the rule of the Frankish kings. After that date, it broke away and the local nobles founded independent dynasties. Dagobert caused many estates which had been usurped by the seigneurs and the church to be restored to the royal domain. He kept up a luxurious court which gave, it must be said, anything but a good example in regard to morals. He was a patron of the arts and took great delight in the rich examples of goldsmiths' work produced by his treasurer, Eligius Eloy, whom he afterwards appointed Bishop of Noyon. Many abbeys were founded in his reign. There was a revival of missionary activity, too, and St. Amatus preached the gospel to the Basques in the south and to the inhabitants of Flanders and Hainault in the north. Throughout the whole of the kingdom, the royal authority was paramount. The Duke of the Basques came to court to swear allegiance, and Judical, chief of the Domine, was seen at the royal residence at Clichy. Dagobert intervened not unsuccessfully in the affairs of the Visigoths in Spain, and in those of the Lombards in Italy. He had also relations with the Empire of Constantinople, taking an oath of perpetual peace with Heraclius in 631, and the two rulers took concerted action against the Bulgarian and Slavonic tribes, who raided by turns the Byzantine Empire and the regions of Germany which were under the suzerainty of the Franks. Towards the close of his life in 634, Dagobert was obliged to give to the Austrasians a king of their own in the person of his eldest son Sigobert. Sigus, son of Arnulf and of a daughter of Pepin, was appointed mayor of the palace and governed in the name of this child in conjunction with Cunibert, Bishop of Cologne. In spite of this, when Dagobert died, 19th January 639, in his villa at Epinay, men held him to have been a very great prince, and his fame was to grow till greater owing to the contrast between his reign and the period which followed it. This new period, which extends from 639 to 751, is marked by the lamentable decadence of the Merovingian race. It is with justice that the sovereigns who then reigned are known as the Rothwellians. It was a dynasty of children. They died at the age of 23, 24, 25, worn out by precocious debauchery. They were fathers at 16, 15, and even at 14 years, and their children were miserable weaklings. As kings, they had only the semblance of power. They remained shut up in their villa, surrounded by great luxury. Only at long intervals did they go forth, in chariots drawn by oxen. The real authority was thenceforth exercised by the mayor of the palace, or by the different mayors who were at the head of the three kingdoms, Neustria, Burgundy, and Austrasia, whose separateness became more clearly marked. The mayors made and unmade the kings, as interest or caprice prompted. Sometimes they exiled them, only to recall them later. Apocryphal Merovingians were often produced, who had no connection with the sacred race. It is useless to make any further reference to these sovereigns, who were nothing but shadows and whose names serve only to date charters. The historian must direct his attention exclusively to the mayors of the palace. Among these mayors, the most distinguished were those of Austrasia. They were to make the office hereditary in their family and to found a powerful dynasty, which was destined gradually to supplant the Merovingians. The two founders of that dynasty were, as has already been said, Arnulf, Bishop of Metz, and Pepin, who had been mayor of the palace to the youthful Dagobert, when the latter was king of Austrasia only. Both were men of distinguished piety. Arnulf ruled the city of Metz wisely and effected important reforms in the church. Pepin destined his daughters for the cloister. One of them, Gertrude, founded the Abbey of Neville in the district now known as Brabant. In this neighborhood is situated the estate of Landen, whence the designation of Landen, by which Pepin is distinguished in later documents. Arnulf's son, Ansigus, who was mayor of the palace to the young Sigibert, married a daughter of Pepin, whom the chronicles later called Bega. Of this marriage was born the second Pepin, known to historians as Pepin of Heristal. At first, however, it seemed probable that the chief representative of the family would be Pepi of Landen's own son, Grimoald. For 13 years, from 643 to 656, he held the office of mayor of the palace in Austrasia, while Sigibert continued to bear the title of king. On the death of that prince, Grimoald considered himself strong enough to attempt a revolution. Yet the locks of Dagobert, the young son of Sigibert Shorn, sent him to an Irish monastery and had his own son proclaimed king of Austrasia. But the times were not yet ripe for a change of this kind. The Austrasian nobles refused to obey a youth who was not of the royal blood. They rose in revolt and gave up the mayor of the palace to the king of Neustria, Clovis II, who had him put to death. After this tragic event, the families of Arnulf and Pepin remained in the background for about 25 years. The stage of politics was occupied by two men named Ebroin and Leger, who engaged in a desperate rivalry. Ebroin, mayor of the palace in Neustria, was intent on maintaining, for his own advantage, the unity of the Frankish kingdom and exercising a commanding influence in Austrasia and Burgundy, as well as in Neustria. His schemes failed first in Austrasia, where he had to acknowledge a king and a mayor of the palace, Wulfoald by name. In Burgundy, Lienhart, Bishop of Fontaine, placed himself at the head of the nobles. He was at first successful and shut up his rival in the monastery of Luxeuil. 670. The principle was accepted that each country was to keep its own laws and customs. that no official was to be sent from one country to another, that no one should aspire to absolute power, and that the post of mayor of the palace should be held by each of the great men in turn. But everyone was to take a signal vengeance. Escaping from Luxhill, he besieged Lienhart in Anton, and captured the town and the bishop with it. After the lapse of a considerable time, he caused the prelate to be put to death. The church revered Lienhart as a saint, and many monasteries were dedicated to him. Eberwin remained master of Burgundy and Neustria until at length in 681 he fell by the dagger of an assassin. But in the later portion of his life, Eberwin had encountered an obstinate resistance in Austrasia, and now the second Pepin appears upon the scene. In Austrasia, his authority was almost absolute, and after the death of Eberwin, he kept himself fully informed regarding the affairs of Neustria, and plotted against the successive mayors of the palace in that country. Finally, he took the field against the mayor, Berthar, and gained a decisive victory over him at Tertry, on the Altamira in the neighborhood of St. Quentin, 687. Many historians have represented this battle as a victory of the Germans of the East over the Gallo-Romans of the West, and have seen in Pepin II's expedition something in the nature of a second Germanic invasion. But in point of fact, there were many Germans in Neustria, while a large part of Austrasia was occupied by Gallo-Romans. In its capital, Metz, the Latin tongue, now in process of transformation into the lingua romana, was alone spoken. The victory of Pepin over Berthar is rather a victory of the aristocracy of the Merovingian royal house, and in fact Pepin was to find many supporters among the Neustrian nobles. Pepin, having won the victory, now proceeded to set up again, for his own advantage, the power which he had overthrown. In fact, this battle marks the fall of the Merovingians and the real accession of the new dynasty, which, from its most illustrious representative, Charles the Great, was to be known as the Carolingian. Some chronicles have this entry: in the year 687, Pepin began to reign. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Gaul under the Merovingian Franks, Narrative of Events, Part 4 by Christian Pfister. The reign of Pepin over this Merovingian kingdom, which he had succeeded in reuniting, was not lacking in brilliance. He defeated the Frisians, dispossessed them of a portion of their territory, and caused Christianity to be preached among them. In this last work he found a valuable auxiliary in the Anglo-Saxon Willibrord. Born on the banks of the Humber, Willibrord had gone to Rome to have his mission sanctioned by Pope Sergius I. For the Anglo-Saxons, who had been converted to Christianity by the missionaries of Pope Gregory I, showed their gratitude by attaching to the papal see the barbarian peoples whom they evangelized. Willibrord founded the see of Utrecht and pointed out the way which Boniface was to follow later on. Pepin also wished to make the Germans on the right bank of the Rhine, who during the recent period of anarchy had cast off their allegiance, recognize again the suzerainty of the Franks. He subjected the Alamans, and he established once more a member of the noble family to the Agilolfings in the Duchy of Bavaria. It was at this period that the Church of Salzburg was founded by St. Rupert, and about the same time, Kilian preached the gospel in Franconia on the banks of the Main. Pepin protected all these missionaries and cherished the project of assembling councils to reform the church. From 687 till his death in 714, Pepin II was undisputed master of the whole of Gaul, with the exception of Aquitaine, which alone maintained an independent position. Pepin II had appointed one grandson, Theodebald, as mayor of the palace in Neustria, and two others, Arnulf and Hugo, all under the regency of his widow, Plectrude, in Austrasia. But the great men refused to fall in with this arrangement, and there ensued a period of anarchy. Charles, an illegitimate son of Pepin, restored order and was the real executor of his father's policy. His name signifies valiant, bold, and as the continuator of Fredegar remarks, the name fitted the man. He wrested the power from Plectrude and took the title of mayor of the palace in his nephew's stead. He defeated the Neustrians at Amblève near Liège, 716, at Vincy near Cambrai, 717, and again at Soissons in 719, and forced them to recognize his authority. He made himself master of Burgundy also, and appointed his own lords to the countships and bishoprics of that country. And Aquitaine the Duke Eudo, who had his seat at Toulouse, exercised an independent authority. But Charles obliged him in 719 to acknowledge, at least in name, the suzerainty of the northern Franks. Charles had thus acquired great power, and during some years he even governed without a king. His official title remained the same, Mayor of the Palace, but he was already called, even by his contemporaries, Princeps or Subreglus. He presided over the royal court of justice, issued decrees in his own name, and had the disposal of every appointment, lay and ecclesiastical. He summoned the assembly of the great men of the kingdom, decided questions of peace and war, and held the command of the army. He was king in fact, if not in name. Charles was now to save from a serious danger the realm which he had reunited. The Arabs had conquered Spain in 711. In 720 they had crossed the Pyrenees and seized Septimania, which was a dependency of the kingdom of the Visigoths. Using this as a base, they had invaded Gaul. Eudo, Duke of Aquitaine, had succeeded by his able policy in holding them in check for some years. But in 732, a new vali, or governor, Abdi el-Rahman, belonging to a sect of extreme fanatics, resumed the offensive. Eudo was vanquished on the banks of the Garonne. Bordeaux was taken and its churches burnt, and the Arabs then advanced by way of the Gap of Poitiers towards the north. Poitiers resisted their attack, but the Basilica of St. Hilary, situated outside the walls, was burnt. Without halting, Abd al-Rahman continued his march on Tours, the resting place of the body of St. Martin, which was, as it were, the religious capital of Gaul. Eudo besought the aid of Charles, who hurried up and posted himself at the junction of the Claim and the Vienne. The two armies halted, facing one another, for 7 days. Then, on an October Saturday of 732, exactly 100 years after the death of Mahomet, the battle was joined, and Charles came off victorious. Abd al-Rahman was slain on the field. This battle became extremely celebrated, and it is chiefly on account of it that later chronicles give to Charles the surname of Truditz, or Martellus, Charles Martel. The Day of Poitiers marks the turning point in the fortunes of the Arabs. Harassed during their retirement by Eudo and his Aquitanians, they met with defeat after defeat. But to crown all, at this moment internal dissensions broke out within the Arab Empire. The Mahdites regained the ascendancy at the expense of their enemies, the Yemenites, but the Berbers in Africa refused to obey the new rulers and rose in revolt. The Arabs, occupied with the suppression of this rebellion, were thenceforth unable to throw powerful armies into Gaul. Charles proceeded to take the offensive against the Muslims. In 737 he wrested from them the town of Avignon, which they had seized, and then attempted the conquest of Septimania. But in spite of strenuous efforts, he was unable to effect the capture of Narbonne. He had to content himself with laying waste the country systematically and destroying the fortifications of Agde, Béziers, and Maguelone. He set fire to the amphitheater at Nimes, and the marks of the fire are still visible. In 739, the Arabs, having attempted a new descent on Provence and even threatened Italy, Charles marched against them once more and drove them out. He allied himself against them with Luitpold, king of the Lombards, who adopted the Frankish ruler according to the Germanic custom. Charles also completed the subjugation of the barbarian tribes of Germany. He abolished the Duchy of Alemannia, intervened in the affairs of Bavaria, made expeditions into Saxony, and even in 738 compelled some of the Saxon tribes to pay tribute. He gave a safe conduct to Boniface, who preached Christianity in Thuringia, in Alemannia, and in Bavaria, and constantly befriended the devoted Anglo-Saxon missionaries. Boniface, like Willibrord, went to Rome to receive investiture, and the Pope conferred on him successively the titles of missionary, bishop, and archbishop. It may have been Boniface who brought the papal see into relations with the Carolingians. The circumstances were as follows. Luitpold, king of the Lombards, was anxious to impose his authority on the dukes of Spoleto and Benevento, and to wrest from the Byzantine Empire its last remaining possessions in Italy. He first attacked and defeated Thrasimond, Duke of Spoleto, who thereupon took refuge at Rome. Luitpold demanded from Pope Gregory III the surrender of Thrasimond, and on Gregory's refusal he laid siege to the Eternal City. The Pope, in distress, sent an embassy to Charles consisting of the Bishop Anastasius and a priest named Sergius to implore him to deliver the people of Rome from the Lombard oppression. But these ambassadors he sent to Charles the keys of the Confession of St. Peter, portions of the chains of the Prince of the Apostles, and various magnificent gifts. The keys were a kind of decoration which the pontiffs were accustomed to confer on illustrious personages, while the chains were supposed to have miraculous virtues. This embassy impressed the imagination of contemporaries, and the continuator of Fredegar lays much stress on it. In return for the help which he implored, Gregory III offered to renounce the imperial suzerainty and to confer upon the mayor of the palace a certain authority over Rome, with the title of Roman consul. Gregory III seems to have had a kind of intuition of the great historic change, which was afterwards to take place when the popes were to turn away from the Emperor of Byzantium and attach themselves to the King of the Franks. Charles gave the papal envoys a cordial reception in 739 and showered gifts upon the Pope, sending them by the hands of Grimo, abbot of Corbie, and Sigebert, a monk of St. Denis. But that was all. He could not take sides against Luitpold, who had been his ally against the Arabs. In vain did Gregory write to him in 740 two imploring letters. I adjure thee in the name of the true and living God, and by the keys of St. Peter's confession which I sent thee, not to prefer the friendship of a king of the Lombards to that of the Prince of the Apostles, but to come quickly to our aid. Charles turned a deaf ear to this new appeal, and both he and the Pope died not long after. When he felt his end approaching, Charles divided the kingdom between his sons as if he had been sole master of it. The eldest, Carloman, received Austrasia, Alemannia, and Thuringia, with the suzerainty of Bavaria. The younger, Pepin, had for his share Neustria, Burgundy, and Provence, with the suzerainty of Aquitaine. Not long afterwards, 22nd October 741, Charles died at Curzy-sur-Uise and was buried at St. Denis. His grandson, Charles the Great, bore his name and closely resembled him in character. He inherited his great vigor and martial ardor, but he had a higher conception of his political duty and a wider outlook upon life. In the chanson de geste, the two personages were afterwards confused. Charles's son, Carloman and Pepin, rendered some service to France. They defeated Hunald, Duke of Aquitaine, the successor of Eudo, and when Hunald had retired to a monastery in the Ile de Ré, they defeated his son, Wayfir, also. They took from the Alamans the last vestiges of their independence. They forced Odilo, Duke of Bavaria, to give up to them a portion of his territories, doubtless the Nordgau, and obliged him to acknowledge their suzerainty. They made a series of incursions into Saxony, but the two brothers were not to govern jointly for long. In 747 came an unexpected change. Carloman, fired by religious zeal, relinquished his throne in order to become a monk. At Rome, which was more and more coming to be considered the capital of Western Europe, he received the priestly vestments from Pope Zachary and founded on Mount Sakrat a monastery dedicated to Saint Sylvester, a name full of significance since at that time the legend was widely current of the Emperor Constantine's donation of Italy to Pope Sylvester. Carloman had children whom he had committed to the care of his brother, but Pepin gradually got them out of the way and drew all authority into his own hands. Pepin, now sole mayor of the palace, from this time forward aimed still higher. He desired the title of king. For 2 years of profound peace had reigned. Et quiescet terra et prolus annis dobus. But the chronicler, borrowing the expression from the book of Joshua, the moment seemed propitious for the decisive step. Pepin proceeded with great caution. He was especially desirous of securing the approval of the highest moral authority of the age. He sent to Pope Zachary an embassy consisting of Fulrad, abbot of St. Denis, and Burchard, bishop of Worms, a disciple of St. Boniface, and laid before him a question regarding the kings who still nominally held the royal authority. The Pope replied that it would be better that he should be king who held the reality of power, rather than he who only possessed the semblance of royalty. Pope Zachary gave a written decision, auctoritas, to that effect. Armed with this authoritative pronouncement, Pepin called together at Soissons in November 751 an assembly of the Franks. There he was unanimously chosen king. Unlike the Merovingians, therefore, he held his throne by right of election. But besides this, he had, himself, like the Anglo-Saxon kings, consecrated by the bishops, and it may safely be conjectured that St. Boniface presided at the ceremony. In virtue of this anointing, Pepin, king by election, became also king by the grace of God. King Kilderic was shut up in the monastery of St. Bertin, and the manner of his death is unknown. The Merovingian dynasty was ended. A new period opened in the history of France. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Gaul under the Merovingian Franks. Institutions, Part 1 by Christian Pfister. Having narrated in the previous chapter the events of the Merovingian period, we have now to explain what were the institutions of that period, to show the nature of the constitution and organization of the Church, and describe the various classes of society. There is one very important general question which arises in regard to the Merovingian institutions. According to certain historians of the Roman school, The Roman institutions were retained after the occupation of Gaul under Clovis. The Merovingian officials, according to these writers, answered to the former Roman officials. The mayor of the palace, for instance, representing the former Prepositus Sacri Cubiculi. The powers of the king were those formerly exercised by the Roman emperor. The Germans brought no new institutions into Gaul. After much destruction, they adopted the Roman. According to other historians, on the contrary, those who form a Germanic school, all the institutions which we find in the Merovingian period were of Germanic origin. They are the same as those which Tacitus describes to us in the De Moribus Germanorum. The Teutons, they assert, were not only infused into the decaying Gallo-Roman society, the new blood of a young and vigorous stock, but also brought with them from the German forests a whole system of institutions proper to themselves. The historians of both these schools have fallen into exaggeration. On the one hand, in the time of the Roman Empire, Gaul had never had a centralized administration of its own. It was nothing but a diocesis, governed from Rome, and when Gaul had to provide for its own needs, it became necessary to create a new system of central administration. Even the local administration was greatly modified by the necessity of holding the Gallo-Roman population in check, and the number of officials had to be increased. On the other hand, the Germanic institutions, which had been suitable for small tribes on the further side of the Rhine, were not fitted to meet the needs of a great state like the Frankish kingdom. A more complicated machinery became necessary. In point of fact, the Merovingian institutions form a new system composed of elements partly Roman, partly Germanic, and the powerful influence of Christianity must not be left out of account. These elements were combined in varying proportions according to circumstances and according to the needs and even the caprices of men. Moreover, we must be careful not to think of the institutions as fixed and unchangeable. They are in a state of continual evolution, and those which obtained in Gaul in the time of Charles Martel are strikingly different from those which we find in the time of Clovis. It is the business of the historian to observe and to explain these changes. During the whole of the Merovingian period, the state is ruled by kings. The kingly office is hereditary, and the sons succeed the father by an undisputed right. Each son inherits equally, and the kingdom is divided up into as many parts as there are sons. Daughters, who were excluded from possessing land, could not succeed to the kingdom. The people never interfered in the choice of the sovereign. It was only in rare cases that the great men elevated the king, to whom they had given their allegiance, on the shield and carried him round the camp. This was done by the Ripuarians, when they put themselves under the rule of Clovis, after the assassination of their king, and again by the nobles of Chilperic's kingdom, when they acknowledged Sigebert as their sovereign. In the case of an ordinary succession, there was no special ceremony at which the king was invested with authority. Anointing was not practiced in the Merovingian period. The kings merely adopted the custom of making, on their accession, a progress through their dominions and imposing an oath of fidelity upon their subjects. This is called rectum circumiri. Sons who were minors were placed under the guardianship of their nearest relative. At 12 years old, they were declared, according to the provisions of Salic law, to be of age, and were thenceforth supposed to govern in their own name. The king's official title was Rex Francorum, irrespective of the particular part of the country which he ruled. Some epithet such as gloriosus or vir in lustre was usually added. The kings were distinguished by their long hair, and the locks of a prince who was to be deprived of his status were shorn. Clotaire I and Childebert I asked Clotilda whether she would rather see the hair of her grandsons, the sons of Clodomir, cut short, or see them put to death. The lance was also a royal emblem. Guntram presented a lance to Childebert II, in token that he recognized him as heir to his dominions. Clovis wore a diadem. All these kings surrounded themselves with great magnificence and sat in state upon a golden throne. When they entered a town, they threw money among the crowd, and their subjects greeted them with acclamations in various languages. The king ruled over Franks and Gallo-Romans alike. He ruled the former by right of birth, in virtue of having sprung from the family to which this privilege appertained. He ruled the latter not, as has sometimes been suggested, by a delegated authority conferred upon Clovis by the Emperor Anastasius, but by right of conquest. Before long, too, all distinction between Franks and Gallo-Romans disappeared, and the king ruled all his subjects by hereditary right. The power of the king was almost absolute. He caused the ancient customary law of the barbarian peoples to be formulated or revised, as is the case of the Salic law and the laws of the Ripuarians and the Alans. He did not, of course, create law. The customs which regulate the relations of men existed prior to the law, and it would be difficult to refuse to recognize them. But the king ordered these customs to be formulated, and gave them, when formulated, a new authority. Further, he amended these laws, abrogating provisions which were contrary to the spirit of Christianity or the advance of civilization. Alongside of the laws peculiar to each of the races, he made edicts applicable to all his subjects without exception. The capitularies began long before the reign of Charles the Great. We have some which go back to the Merovingian period. The king who makes the law is also the supreme judge. He has his own court of justice, and all other courts derive their authority from him. He can even, in virtue of his absolute power, transgress the ordinary rules of justice and order persons who appear to him to be dangerous to be put to death without trial. Kazbek II, for example, once invited one of his great men, named Magnavald, to his palace at Metz under the pretext of showing him some animal hunted by a pack of hounds, and while he was standing at a window enjoying this spectacle, the king had him struck down by one of his men with an axe. Anyone who committed a crime by order of the king was declared immune from penalty. The king made war and peace at will, levied taxes at his pleasure, appointed all functionaries, and confirmed the election of bishops. All the forces of the state were in his hands. All his orders, they were known as bani, must be obeyed. The violation of any of them was punished with the extremely heavy fine of 60 gold solidi. All persons belonging to the king's household were protected by a vergeld, 3 times as great as ordinary persons of the same class. Against a despotic use of this power, neither the great men nor the people possessed any remedy, save that of revolt, and such revolts are frequent in the Merovingian period. No small number of these kings perished by the assassin's knife. One day one of his subjects told King Guntram, "We know where the axe is which cut off the heads of thy brothers, and its edge is still keen. Ere long it shall cleave thy skull." At Paris on another occasion, Guntram assembled the people in a church and addressed them thus: "I adjure you, men and women here present, to remain faithful to me. Slay me not as ye slew my brethren. Suffer me to live yet 3 years, that I may bring up my nephews. If I die, you will perish also, for you will have no king strong enough to defend you." The government was thus a despotism tempered by assassination. At the beginning of the Merovingian period, there was no council having the right to advise the king and set limits to his power. The assemblies which Tacitus describes disappeared after the invasions. From time to time, the great men assembled for a military expedition and endeavored to impose their will upon the king. In 536, Clotaire I led an expedition against the Saxons. They tendered their submission, offering him successively the half of their property, their flocks, herds, and garments, and finally all they possessed. The king was willing to accept this offer, but his warriors forced their way into his tent and threatened to kill him if he did not lead them against the enemy. He was obliged to yield to their insistence and met with a severe defeat. But that is a case of violent action on the part of an army in revolt, not of advice given by an assembly regularly consulted. Such assemblies do not appear until the close of the Merovingian period, and then as a new creation. The bishops always made a practice of meeting in council, and at these meetings they passed canons which were authoritative for all Christians. During the civil wars, the great laymen also began to meet in order to confer upon their common interests, and the bishops took part at these assemblies also. Each of the three kingdoms, Tria Regna, as they are called by the chroniclers, had therefore its assemblies of this kind. The sovereign was obliged to reckon with them, and consulted them on general matters. Subsequently, when the Carolingians had again united the kingdom, there was only one assembly. It was summoned regularly in the month of March, and became known as the Field of March, Campus Martius. The great men came thither in arms, and if war was decided on, they took the field immediately against the enemy. Before long, however, as the cavalry had great difficulty in finding fodder in March, the assembly was transferred, about the middle of the 7th century, to the month of May, when there was grass for the horses in the meadows, and the Campus Martius became the Campus Martius. Those who were summoned to this assembly brought to the king gifts in money or in kind, which became the principal source of revenue of the state. They tried persons accused of high treason, and before them were promulgated the capitularies. The assembly was thus at once an army, a council, and a legal tribunal. The Carolingians made it the most important part of the machinery of government. The king was aided in the work of administration by numerous officials, who both held posts in the royal household and performed administrative functions in the state. We may mention the referendaries, who drew up and signed diplomas in the name of the king, and counts of the palace, who directed the procedure before the royal tribunal. The capitularies, who had charge of the treasuries in which the wealth of the king was laid up. The seneschals, who managed, among other things, the royal table. The marshals, who had constables, comites stabuli, under their orders and were masters of the horse, etc. Among these officials the foremost place was gradually taken by the mayor of the palace, whose office was peculiar to the Merovingian courts. Landed proprietors were in the habit of putting their various domains under the charge of majores, mayors, and a majordomus. Placed over these various mayors, supervised all the estates, and all the revenues from them were paid to him. The mayor of the palace was at first the overseer of all the royal estates, and was also charged with maintaining discipline in the royal household. Being always in close relation with the king, he soon acquired political functions. If the king was a minor, it was his duty as nutricus to watch over his education. The dukes and counts who came from time to time to the palaces fell under his authority, and before long he began to send them orders when they were in their administrative districts, and he acquired an influence in their appointment. As the whole of the administration centered in the palace, he became in the end the head of the administration. He presided over the royal court of justice and often commanded the army. In the struggle of the great men against the royal house, one of the points for which they contended was the right to impose upon the sovereign a mayor of the palace of their choice, and each division of Gaul, Neustria, Burgundy, and Austrasia desired to have its own mayor. We have seen that a single family descended from Arnulf and Pepin I succeeded in getting the office of mayor of the palace into their own hands and rendered it hereditary. From 687 to 751, the mayors of this family were the real rulers of the Frankish kingdom, and in 751 it was strong enough to seize the crown. The court was frequented by a considerable number of persons. The young sons of the nobles were brought up there, being commended to the care of one or other of the great officials of the palace. There they served their apprenticeship to civil or military life, and might look forward to receiving later some important post. The officials engaged in local administration came frequently to the palace to receive instructions. Other great men resided there in the hope of receiving some favor. Besides these laymen, many ecclesiastics were there to be met with, bishops coming from the diocese, clergy of the royal chapel, clergy in search of a benefice. All these persons were optimates of the king, his faithful servants, his leudes, that is to say, his people, Luta. A distinctive position among them was held by the Ostraciones, who were the descendants of the Germanic Comitates. They formed the king's bodyguard and usually ate at the royal table. They took an oath to protect the king in all circumstances. They were often sent to defend frontier fortresses and thus formed a kind of small standing army. They were also charged with important missions. The kingdom was divided into districts known as pagi. In earlier times, the pagi corresponded to the former Gallo-Roman cities, but in the northern part of the kingdom their number was increased. At the head of the pagas was the Count Comus, in Teutonic Graf. The king appointed the counts at his own pleasure and could choose them from any class of society, sometimes naming a mere freedman. Lodastes, the Count of Tours, who quarreled so violently with Bishop Gregory, had been born on an estate belonging to the royal treasury in the island of Ré, and had been employed as a slave first in the kitchen and afterwards in the bakery of King Kazbek. Having run away several times, he had been marked by having his ears clipped. Kazbek's wife had only lately freed him when the king appointed him Count of Tours. The counts were chosen not only from all classes of society, but from the various races of the kingdoms. Among those who are known to us, there are more Gallo-Romans than Franks. Within his district, the count exercised almost every kind of authority. He policed it and arrested criminals. He held a court of justice. He levied taxes and made disbursements for public purposes, paying over the residue each year into the royal treasury. He executed all the king's commands and took under his protection the widow and the orphan. He was all-powerful, alike for good and ill, and unfortunately the Merovingian counts, greedy of gain and ill-supervised, did chiefly evil. Lodastes of Tours was no isolated exception among them. To assist them in their numerous duties, the counts appointed vicars. The vicar represented the count during his frequent absences. In some cases, he administered a part of the district, while the count administered the remainder. Before long, there were several vicars to each county, and it was regularly subdivided into districts called vicarates. The 100-man centenarius, or thunginus, of the Salic law was identified with the vicar, and the terms became synonymous. Often it was necessary to concentrate in the hands of a single administrator, authority over several counties. In this case, the king placed over the counts a duke. The duke was principally a military leader. He commanded the army, and the counts within his jurisdiction had to march under his orders. The duchy did not form a permanent administrative district like the county. It usually disappeared along with the circumstances that gave rise to the appointment. In certain districts, however, in Champagne, in Alsace, and beyond the Jura on the shores of the lake of Neuchâtel, there were permanent duchies. In the kingdom of Burgundy we find the title patricius as that of an official who governed the part of Provence which was attached to Burgundy, and also appears to have held the chief military command in that kingdom. The official who held the command in that part of Provence, which was a dependency of Austrasia, bore the title of rector. These titles were doubtless borrowed from the Ostrogoths, who were the masters of Provence from 508 to 536. End of section 21. Chapter 22 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Gaul under the Merovingian Franks, Institutions, Part 2 by Christian Pfister. It remains to notice the organization of justice, finance, and the army. The races of Merovingian Gaul were not all under one law. Each race had its own. The principle was that the system of law varied according to the race of the persons who were to be judged. The Gallo-Romans continued to be judged according to the Roman law, especially the compilation made among the Visigoths and known under the name of the Breviarium Alarici. As it was in the region south of the Loire that the Gallo-Romans were least mixed with barbarian elements, it was in Aquitaine that the Roman law longest maintained its hold. The Burgundians and the Visigoths had already their own systems of law at the time when their kingdoms were overthrown by the Franks, and the men of these races continued to be judged by these laws throughout the whole of the Merovingian period. The Merovingian kings caused the customary laws of the other barbarian peoples to be preserved in writing. In all probability, the earliest redaction of the Salic law goes back to Clovis and is doubtless to be placed in the last years of his reign, after his victory over the Visigoths, 507 to 511. We cannot place it earlier for the following reasons. The Germanic peoples did not use the Latin language until after they had become mixed with the Gallo-Roman population. In the scale of fines, the monetary system of solidi is used, which only makes its appearance in the Merovingian period. Further, the Salic law contains imitations of the Visigothic laws of Uric, 466 to 484. Finally, it is evident that the Franks are masters of the Visigoths, since they provide for the case of men dwelling beyond the Loire, trans Ligurium, being cited before the tribunals. On the other hand, it is not possible to place the redaction much later, since the law is not yet leavened with the Christian spirit. Only in later redactions does Christian influence appear. Similarly, there are incorporated into these later redactions capitularies emanating from the immediate successors of Clovis. The law of the Ripuarians, even its most ancient portions, is later than the reign of Clovis. That of the Alamans does not appear to be earlier than the commencement of the 8th century, or that of the Bavarians earlier than 744 to 748. Other laws, like those of the Saxons and Thuringians, were not reduced to writing until the time of Charles the Great. These collections of laws must not be regarded as codes. The subjects are not coordinated. There are few rules of civil law. They are chiefly occupied with scales of fines and rules of procedure. Justice was administered in the smaller cases by the centeniers or vicars, in the more important by the counts. Both classes of officials held regular courts called in Latin placita, in Germanic Mahl, or Mahlburg. The sittings of these courts took place at fixed periods and the dates were known beforehand. The vicars and counts were assisted by freemen known as roselbex or boni hominis, who sat with the officials, assisted them with their counsels, and intervened in the debates, and it was they who fixed the amount of the fines to be paid by the guilty party. At first, the roselbex varied in number. Before long, however, the presence of 7 of them was requisite in order that a judgment might be valid. The roselbex were notables who gave a portion of their time to the public service. Charles the Great made a far-reaching reform when he substituted for them regular officials trained in legal knowledge, known as scabini. The counts also made progresses through their districts, received petitions from their subjects, and gave immediate judgment without observing the strict rules of procedure. Above the Count's Court of Justice was the King's. It was held in one of the royal villi and presided over by the King, or later on, by the mayor of the palace. The president of the court was assisted by auditors, more or less numerous according to the importance of the case. These were bishops, counts, or other great personages present at the palace. The king could call up before his court any cases that he pleased. He judged regularly the high officials, then placed under his mundium cases of treason and cases in which the royal treasury was interested. He received appeals from the sentences delivered in the Count's Court. The King's Court also exercised jurisdiction in certain matters of beneficence. Before it, the slave was freed by the ceremony of manumission, known as per denarium, and married persons made mutual donation of goods. In addition to his regular jurisdiction, the king made a practice of traveling through his realm, hearing the complaints of his subjects, and redressing their grievances without waiting for all the delays of legal procedure. The Merovingian legal tribunals endeavored to introduce some degree of order into a state of society in which crimes were rife, and to substitute the regular action of law for private vengeance and family feud. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Under the Merovingian kings, the system of taxation established by the Romans gradually fell into disuse. This is not difficult to explain when we remember that this fiscal system was extremely complicated, and that the kings had really very little to provide for in the way of disbursements. The officials received no salaries, but had the enjoyment of the revenues of certain villi belonging to the royal treasury. When they went on circuit in the service of the king, private persons were obliged to furnish them with food, lodging, and means of transport. The army cost the king nothing, for his warriors had to provide their own equipment. The administration of justice was a source of revenue to the king in the shape of the confiscations and fines imposed by the courts. His expenses were limited to the maintenance of his court and the donations made to the great men and the churches. And these expenses were covered by his different revenues, which came chiefly from the royal domains. The kings became possessed of numerous villi scattered over the various districts of Gaul, and these properties were constantly augmented by purchases, donations, and advantageous exchanges. It is true that at the close of the Merovingian epoch, the kings, in order to conciliate the great men, distributed among them a large number of these royal estates, and the treasury became impoverished. In the second place, the kings levied, at least at the beginning of the period, a number of taxes, direct and indirect, which were adaptations of the former Roman imposts. They raised customs due to Lonia on the goods which passed through certain towns, others on goods passing along the high roads by a public bridge or transported by river, and on goods exposed for sale in markets. But these dues were often made over to the churches, abbeys, or private persons. Sometimes also the king levied a tax on men who were not of free condition. This was the old capitatio humana. Those who were liable to it were inscribed in a public register, known as the polyphicum. But this impost gradually lost its importance. The Queen Bethetis, who lived at the period when everyone was mayor of the palace, and was herself a former Breton slave, forbade the levying of this tax, because parents killed their children rather than pay for them. The tax became a customary due, of which the incidence was limited to certain persons. Traces of it are found in the time of Charles the Great. Similarly, the land tax, capitatio terrena, brought in less and less. Smitten by fear of the divine wrath, Chilperic himself burned the registers in order to win back the favor of God. The capitatio terrena came to be limited to certain lands, as the capitatio humana was to certain persons. At the end of the Merovingian period, it became necessary to create new imposts, and then the warriors were required to bring to the spring assembly gifts nominally voluntary, which soon became compulsory. The minting of coinage was in the earlier part of the period another source of revenue. For a long time, the Frankish kings confined themselves to imitating the imperial currency. Theodebert was the first to place his name and effigy on the Gaul solidi, but his example was little followed. Down to the 7th century, coinage was minted in Gaul, bearing the names of former emperors like Anastasius, Justin, and Justinian, whose types became permanent, or of contemporary emperors like Heraclius, 610 to 641. From the middle of the 7th century onward, we find no coins bearing an effigy. On one side, we find simply a man's name, that of the monetarius, on the other that of the locality. More than 800 local names are found on the Merovingian coins. Evidently, coining had become almost entirely free again. Minters, provided with a royal authorization, went from place to place converting ingots into specie. Charles the Great, however, resumed the exclusive right of coining. The composition of the army varied during the Merovingian period. The army of Clovis, with which he conquered Gaul, was an army of barbarians, to which some Roman soldiers encamped in the country had joined themselves. These Roman troops long preserved their name, their accoutrements, their insignia. Later, it seems clear that certain of the barbarian tribes were liable to special military obligations, and in case of military expeditions, were the first to take the field. The armies which descended from Gaul upon Italy in the 6th century were principally composed of Burgundian warriors. The Saxons established near Bayeux, the Taifeli, whose name is found in the Poitevin district of Tiflux, were for long distinctly military colonies whose members took the field at the first alarm of war. But soon the Gallo-Romans, too, find a place in the armies. Some of them doubtless asked leave to join an expedition which was likely to bring back spoil. Thenceforward their descendants were under obligation to render military service. Others were obliged by the count or the duke to equip themselves, and in this way a precedent was created which bound their descendants. Thus, certain free persons, whether Gallo-Romans or Bavarians, are subject to the obligation of military service, just as certain persons are subject to the capaccio humana, and certain lands to the capaccio terrena. These persons were obliged to arm themselves and march whenever the king summoned them to do so, but they were rarely all summoned at one time. The king first called on those who lived in the neighborhood of the scene of war. If it was for an expedition against Germany, he summoned the fighting men of Austrasia. For war against Britain, he summoned the men of Tours, Poitiers, Bayeux, Le Mans, and Angers. All the men thus mustered served at their own expense, and remained on campaign all summer. In winter they returned to their homes to be recalled, if need were, the following spring. Charles the Great made a great reform in the military organization. He based the obligation to military service upon property, the principle being that everyone who possessed a certain number of mansi was obliged to serve. The number varied from year to year according to the number of fighting men required. We thus see how these institutions were incessantly transformed by the influence of circumstances and by human action. Roman and Germanic elements were combined in them in various proportions, and new elements were added to them. The Merovingian institutions thus came to form a new system, and from them arise by a series of transformations the institutions of Charles the Great. Only the Church, which connects itself with the Gallo-Roman Church, presents an appearance of greater fixity, since the Church claims to hold always the same dogmas and to be founded on stable principles. Nevertheless, even the Church underwent an evolution, along with the society which it endeavored to guide. We shall give our attention successively to the secular church and the religious orders. No one could become a member of the secular clergy without the permission of the king. Anyone who desired the clerical office must also give certain guarantees of his moral fitness. His conduct must be upright and pure, and he must possess a certain amount of education. To have married a second time, or to have married a widow, debarred a man from the clerical office, and those who were married must break off all relations with their wives. Clerics were distinguished from laymen by their tonsure. They wore a special costume, the habitus clericalis, and they were judged according to the Roman law. Each cleric was attached to a special church, which he ought not to leave without the written permission of his bishop. The councils imposed the severest penalty upon priests wandering at large, Garovagi. The chief of the clergy was the bishop, who was placed over a diocese, parochia, as it was called in the Merovingian period. Theoretically, there were as many bishops as there had been civitates in Roman Gaul, but the principle was not rigorously carried out. A number of the small cities mentioned in the Notitia Galliarum had no bishop in the Merovingian period, but their territory was united to that of a neighboring city. This was the case in regard to the civitas Rego Magentium, the Rami, and the civitas Selinensium Castellani in the province of the Alpes Maritimi. On the other hand, some of the cities were divided up. St. Remigius established a bishopric at Lyon, which was not a Gallo-Roman city. Similarly, a bishopric was created at Nevers. Out of the civitas of Nimes were carved the bishoprics of Uzes, Agde, and Magdalone. Out of Narbonne, that of Cassicone. Out of Lyons, that of Belly. This creation of new bishoprics was due to the progress of Christianity. Certain bishoprics which the Merovingian kings created in order to make the boundaries of the diocese coincide with those of their share of the kingdom, such as that of Melun, formed out of that of Sens, and of Château-d'Aume, formed out of that of Chartres, had only a transient existence. Theoretically, the bishops were elected by the clergy and people of the city. The election took place in the cathedral, under the presidency of the metropolitan or of a bishop of the province. The faithful acclaimed the candidate of their choice, who immediately took possession of the episcopal chair. But under the Merovingians, it is observable that the kings acquired little by little an influence in the elections. The sovereign made known his choice to the electors. In many cases, he directly designated the prelate. He might, of course, choose the man most worthy of the post, but usually he was content to be bribed. At this time, says Gregory of Tours, that seed of iniquity began to bear fruit that the episcopal office was sold by the kings or bought by the clerics. In face of these pretensions of the monarchy, the first councils of the Merovingian period, those of 533 and 538, did not fail to assert the ancient canonical rights. Before long, however, the bishops saw that they must take things as they were and make the best of them. They were prepared to recognize the intervention of the king as legitimate, while insisting that the king should not sell the episcopate and should observe the canonical regulations. None shall buy the episcopal dignity for money, runs the pronouncement of the Fifth Council of Orleans of 549. The bishop shall, with the king's consent and according to the choice of the clergy and the people, be consecrated by the metropolitan and other bishops of the province. These principles were recalled at the famous council of 614, but without the mention of the king. On the decease of a bishop, there shall be appointed in his place whoever shall have been elected by the metropolitan, the bishops of the province, and the clergy and people of the city, without hindrance and without gift of money. Clotaire II, in the edict confirming these canons, modified the tenor of this article. While recognizing the right of election of persons interested, he maintained the right of intervention of the prince. If the elected person is worthy, he shall be consecrated upon the order of the prince. From that time forward, the established procedure was as follows. On the death of a prelate, The citizens and the people of the civitas assemble under the presidency of the metropolitan and the other bishops of the province. They choose the successor and make known to the king the act of election. Consensus civium pro episcopato. If the king approves, he transmits to the metropolitan the order to consecrate the bishop-elect and invites the other bishops of the province to be present at the ceremony. If he is dissatisfied with the election, he requests the electors to choose another candidate, and sometimes he himself nominates him. The power of the bishop was very great. All the clergy of the diocese were under his control, and in the episcopal city of a certain number of clerics lived in the bishop's house and ate at his table. Tradurgan, bishop of Metz, laid down about the middle of the 8th century a very strict rule for these clergy, requiring them to live as a community. This was the origin of secular canons. Throughout the whole diocese, the bishop reserved to himself certain religious functions. He alone had power to consecrate altars and churches, to bless the holy oils, to confirm the young, and to ordain clergy. All other functions he delegated to the archpriests, whose appointment was either made or sanctioned by him. Only these archpriests had the right to baptize, and at the great festivals they alone had the right to say Mass. The district under the authority of the archpriest soon came to be considered as a smaller parochia within the larger parochia. The archpriests were generally placed in the vici, the large country towns. Under them were the clerics who served the oratories of the villi. These clerics were presented by the proprietors of the villi for institution by the bishop. The bishop was assisted in his work by an archdeacon, who exercised oversight among the clergy and judged contentions arising among them. It was the bishop, too, who administered church property, and this property was of large extent. Never were donations to the church more abundant than in the Merovingian period. The benefactors of the church were first the bishops themselves. Bertram of Mans left to his see 35 estates. Then there were the kings who hoped to atone for their crimes by pious donations, and rich laymen who, to provide for the salvation of their souls, despoiled their heirs. All property acquired by the church was, according to the canons of the councils, inalienable. The church always received and never gave back. In addition to landed property, the church received from the kings certain financial privileges, such as exemption from customs dues and market tax. Often, too, the sovereign made over to the church the right to levy dues at specified places. Further, since Moses had granted to the tribe of Levi, that is to say to the priests, the right of levying tithes upon the fruits of the earth and the increase of the cattle, the Merovingian church claimed a similar contribution and threatened with excommunication anyone who should fail to pay it. The tithe was generally paid by the faithful, but it was not made obligatory by the state. It only acquired that character in the time of Charles the Great. All this property was theoretically in the charge of the bishop of the diocese. He was required to divide it into 4 parts. 1 for the maintenance of the bishop and his household, 1 for the payment of the clergy of his diocese, 1 for the poor, and 1 for the building and repair of churches. Little by little, however, property became attached to secondary parishes and even to mere oratories. The bishop had great influence within his city as well as in the state. In the city, he acted as an administrator and carried out works of public utility. Sidonius of Mainz built an embankment along the Rhine. Felix of Nantes straightened the course of the Loire. Didier of Cahors constructed aqueducts. The bishop thus took the place of the former municipal magistrates, whose office had died out. He received the town to govern, ad governandum. By the end of the Merovingian period, certain cities are already episcopal cities. The bishop maintains the cause of his parishioners before the officials of the state, and even before the king himself. He obtains for them alleviation of imposts and all kinds of favors. The bishop's protection was especially extended to a class of persons who formed, as it were, their clientage: widows, orphans, the poor, slaves, and captives. The poor of the city were formed into a regularly organized body. Their names were inscribed in the registers of the church, and they were known as the matriculari. The bishops and the clergy in general enjoyed important legal privileges. From 614 onwards, the clergy could only be judged on criminal charges by their bishops. The bishops themselves could only be cited before councils of the church. But still more important, laymen were glad to make the bishop the arbiter of their differences. They knew that they would find in him a judge more just and better instructed than the count. The church could also give protection to malefactors. The criminal, once he had crossed the sacred threshold, could not be torn thence. It was commonly believed that frightful chastisements had smitten those who attempted to violate the rights of the sanctuary. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Gaul under the Merovingian Franks. Institutions, Part 3 by Christian Pfister. It would be easy to shew how grossly immoral was the Frankish race. The history of Gregory of Tours is filled with the record of horrible crimes, but at the same time they were profoundly credulous and superstitious. On Sundays, at the sound of the bells, they rushed in crowds to the churches. They frequently received the communion, and it was a terrible punishment to be deprived of it. Apart from the church services, the Franks were constantly at prayer. They believed not only in God, but in the saints, whom they continually invoked, and they believed in their intervention in the affairs of this world. They were eager to procure relics, which had healing power. The church had in its control sacraments, religion, healing, virtue, and the bishop held the first place in the church. He was felt to be invested with supernatural power, and the faithful held him in awe. Above the bishop was the metropolitan. With a few rare exceptions, the metropolitan had his seat at the chief town of the Roman province. In the course of the 5th century, the province of Vienne was cut in two. There was one metropolitan at Vienne, another at Arles. The latter annexed to his jurisdiction the provinces of the Alpes, Martigny, Embrun, and of Narboensis, the second, Aix. Thenceforward 12 metropolitan sees were distinguished: Vienne, Arles, Treves, Reims, Lyon, to which was united Bastille, Rouen, Tours, Sens, Bourges, Bordeaux, Oz, and Narbonne. The metropolitan had the right to convoke provincial councils and presided at them. He exercised a certain oversight over the bishops of the province, and it was to him that it naturally fell to act as judge among them. His title was simply that of bishop. The title archbishop does not appear until quite the end of the Merovingian period. The authority of the metropolitans was subordinate to that of the Frankish Church as a whole, which had as its organs the national councils. These councils were always convoked by the king, who exercised much influence in their deliberations. We have the canons of numerous councils held between 511 and 614. Which give us a mass of information regarding ecclesiastical organization and discipline. These canons are not much concerned with doctrine. They recall the clergy to their duties, safeguard the property of the churches against the covetousness of laymen, and censure pagan customs such as augury and sortus sanctorum. The Frankish Church honored the papacy and regarded the Bishop of Rome as the successor of St. Peter. But the papacy had no effective power over this church, except perhaps in the province of Arles. Reading the work of Gregory of Tours, which is so full of life and reflects so exactly the passions and ideas of the time, We do not find that the Pope plays any part in the narrative. The bishops are appointed without his intervention, and they govern their churches without entering into relations with him. At the end of the 6th century, as we saw earlier, Gregory the Great maintained an active correspondence with Brunhild. He gives her advice, and his advice was, without doubt, listened to with respect. The Pope takes no direct action, but he urges the Queen to act. It is not difficult to see, however, that he was quite ready to supersede Brunhild in the task of directing the Frankish Church. He would like to make Candidus, who was the administrator of the papal patrimony in Provence, a kind of legate beyond the Alps. There can be no doubt that Gregory I, had he lived, would have succeeded by his able policy in re-establishing in Gaul the papal authority as it had been exercised by Leo I before the fall of the empire. But after the death of Gregory in 604, relations between Rome and the Franks became very rare for more than a century. There are only 1 or 2 instances of such relations to which we can point. Pope Martin I, 649 to 655, for example, requested the sons of Dagobert to assemble councils in order to combat the monothelite heresy, which was supported by the Byzantine emperors. Relations were not effectively resumed until the 8th century, but they were then to have an immense influence upon general history. We have already seen how, in their opposition to the emperors of Constantinople, the Pope sought the aid of the mayors of the palace, and how this alliance was concluded. We have also noticed in passing how Boniface brought under the authority of the Holy See the Germanic races whom he converted to the Christian faith. But besides this, with the aid of Carloman and Pepin after 739, Boniface accomplished another task. After the death of Dagobert, the Frankish Church had fallen into profound decadence, and Charles Martel had sunk it still lower by conferring bishoprics and abbeys on rude and ignorant laymen. These bishops and abbots never wore clerical vestments, but always sword and baldric. They dissipated the property of the church and sought to bequeath their offices to their bastards. For 80 years no council was called. Every vestige of education and civilization was in danger of being swamped. A complete reform of the church was necessary in the interest of society itself. To Carloman and Pepin belongs the merit of having perceived this, and they entrusted this great work to Boniface. Once more a series of councils was held, in the dominions of Carloman as well as in those of Pepin. There was even a general council of the whole kingdom in March 745 at Etins, in Hainault. The ecclesiastical hierarchy was restored. Measures were taken against priests of scandalous life. The clergy were encouraged to become better educated. Above all, this reformed clergy was placed under the authority of the papacy. The road to Rome became familiar to them. On the one hand, there was a political alliance between the popes and the mayors of the palace. On the other, relations were renewed between the clergy of what had been Gaul and the papacy. Thus was recovered the idea of Christian unity in one sole church, under the authority of the Pope, as the successor of the Apostle Peter. We have hitherto spoken chiefly of the secular church, but in even a summary account of the church of the Merovingian period, a place must be found for the monasteries. As early as the 5th century, before the conquest of Clovis, famous abbeys had arisen upon Gallic soil. Such were Ligurget, near Poitiers, Marmoutier, and St. Martin in the territory of Tours, St. Honorat on one of the islands of Larens, St. Victor at Marseille. In the time of Clovis, Caesarius founded in the town of Arles one monastery for men and another for women. Under Clovis and his successors, monasteries rapidly increased in number. Gildebert first founded that of St. Vincent close to the gates of Paris, afterwards to be known as St. Germain-des-Prés. Clotaire I founded St. Medard of Soissons, while Radegund, the Thuringian wife whom he had repudiated, built St. Croix of Poitiers. To Guntram, is to the foundation of St. Marcel of Chalon-sur-Saône and the extension of St. Benignas of Dijon. Private persons followed the example of the kings. Aridius, a friend of Gregory of Tours, founded on one of his estates the monastery which, from his name, was known as St. Erius. All these monasteries were placed under the charge of the bishop, who visited them and, if necessary, recalled the monks to their duty. At the head of the household was placed an abbot, generally chosen by the founder or his descendants, but in some cases elected by the community, subject to the bishop's confirmation. Each monastery was independent of the rest and had a rule, regula, of its own, based upon principles borrowed from the early monks in Egypt, from Pachomius, Basil, and the writings of Cassian and Caesarius of Ars. The abbeys did not as yet form congregations obeying the same rule, since they confined themselves to serving as a refuge for souls wounded in the battle of life. They had no influence on the outside world. They were not centers of the religious life radiating an influence beyond the walls of the cloister and exercising a direct action upon the church. This type of monastic life was the creation of an Irish monk, Columbanus, who landed on the continent about the year 585. He settled in the kingdom of Guntram and established in the neighborhood of the Vosges 3 monasteries, Anagre, Luxio, known in Roman times for its medicinal baths, and Fontaines. These 3 houses were under his direction, and he gave them a common rule, which was distinguished by its extreme severity. Obedience was required of the monk even unto death, according to the example of Christ, who was faithful to his Father even unto the death of the cross. The smallest peccadillo, the least negligence in service, was punished with strokes of the rod. The monk must have no possessions. He must never even use the word my. This rule became common to all the other abbeys which were founded subsequently by Columbanus himself or his disciples. But Columbanus did not remain undisturbed within the walls of Luxeuil. Twice he was torn from his refuge by Brunhild, whose orders he refused to obey. He wandered through Champagne, and under his influence a monastery arose at Roubaix, and convents for women at Farid-Montes and Jouer. Later he found his way to the shores of the Lake of Constance in Alemannia, where his disciple Gallus founded the monastery which bore his name, St. Gaul. He ended his days on 23rd November 615 in Italy, where the monastery of Bobbio claims him as its founder. Loyal disciples of his have reformed or founded in Gaul a large number of monasteries. In no similar period were so many founded as between the years 610 and 650. We can mention only the most famous: Enternac, Prum, Etaval, Senones, Moyenmoutier, Saint Mihiel de Meuse, Malmedy, and Stavelot. Many of these monasteries received from 100 to 200 monks. All these abbeys obeyed the same rule and were animated by the same spirit. They formed a sort of congregation. In general, they declared themselves independent of the bishop, ad modum luxoventium. They chose their abbots and administered their property freely. Moreover, these monks did not confine themselves within the walls of their monasteries. They desired to play a part in the church. St. Wardril claimed that the monks should not merely be allowed to count the years which they spent in the cloister, but those also in which they traveled in the service of God. The disciples of Columbanus were preachers like himself. They proclaimed the necessity of penance, the expiation of every mistake according to a fixed scale, as in the rule of the monastery, and at this time penitentials began to be widely circulated. The sense of sin became very keen among the people, and they multiplied gifts to the church in order to atone for their transgressions. The monks also became missionaries. Each abbey was, so to speak, the headquarters of a mission. St. Gall completed the conversion of the Alamans. Eustachius, abbot of Luxeuil, converted the heretical Waraski in the neighborhood of Besançon, and went to preach the gospel in Bavaria. But the very number of these monasteries caused the defects of the rule of Columbanus to be quickly perceived. This rule did not provide for the administration of the monastery. It did not prescribe hour by hour the employments of the day. Then, again, it was too severe, too crushing, and often reduced men to despair. Now, about 100 years earlier, circa 529, Benedict of Nursia had given to the monastery of Monte Cassino an admirable rule. This rule was not known in France until after the death of Columbanus and the remarkable growth of monasteries connected with him. But once known, its advantages were soon recognized. All the questions which Columbanus had left unsettled here received a practical solution. It regulated the relations of the abbot with the monks and of the monks with one another. It prescribed the employments of the day and the hours to be divided between prayer, manual work, and study. Mystical speculations are left aside. There is something of the legal spirit of ancient Rome in these clearly drawn precepts. The rule of St. Benedict at first appeared as a rival alongside that of St. Columbanus. But after the great ecclesiastical reform associated with the name of benefice, it reigned alone, and a little later Louis, the son of Charles the Great, imposed it, 817, upon all the monasteries of his realm. The impetuous torrent which Columbanus had let loose was thus turned into a wide channel, in which its waters could flow calmly. Merovingian society was composed of remarkably definite gradations, each man having his fixed price, so to speak, marked by the Vergeld. At the bottom of the scale was the slave. The Germans as well as the Romans had possessed slaves, and their number was increased in the Merovingian period. After a war, the prisoners were often reduced to servitude. Many of these unfortunates belonged to the Slav race, and the name slave gradually took the place of service. There were also slave dealers who went to seek their human merchandise overseas. Young Anglo-Saxons were much sought after on account of their beauty. Then again, a man who could not pay his debts or a fine inflicted by the courts fell into servitude, and a freeman who married a slave lost his freedom. Slaves were looked on as chattels. The master could sell them or give them away at his pleasure. Anyone who stole or killed a slave paid a fine of 30 solidi, just the same amount as was paid for stealing a horse, and this compensation was paid to the master. A slave was not considered to have any family. Slaves were often very cruelly treated by their masters. Duke Roshin, for example, made his slaves put out torches by pressing them against their naked legs. The church, however, took up their cause. It declared unions between slaves which had been blessed by the priest to be legitimate, and earnestly exhorted masters not to separate husband and wife, parents and children. Slaves could escape from their condition by enfranchisement. In the Merovingian period, there were two kinds of solemn enfranchisement: that per denarium before the king, by which the former slave acquired the rights of a Frankish freeman, and that of the church, by which he became a free Roman. In both cases, he was discharged from all obligation towards his former master, but remained in a certain dependence on the king, who fell heir to the property of slaves if they had no children born after their enfranchisement. But usually the slave was simply freed by a written statement to that effect, given by the master, and a freedman of this kind, known as libertus or letus, remained in a position of close dependence upon his former master. He could, it is true, plead in the courts and enter into binding agreements, but he paid his patron a yearly fee known as a litimonium, and if he died without issue, his patron became his heir. The freedman usually retained the land which he had cultivated as a slave, but instead of being a servilis holding, it became a lidelis holding. On the larger estates, there was a third class of holding, the mansi and giuilis. These were held by the coloni, the descendants of the former Roman coloni. Theoretically, these coloni were free, but they were bound to their holdings. They could not quit them without the permission of the owner, and if they ran away, they were brought back by force. But on the other hand, so long as they paid their rent, they could not be expelled from their holdings, and might cultivate them as they chose. They thus form an intermediate class between the slaves who were tied to one place and the freemen, to whom all roads stood open. The freemen may belong either to the conquering race, the Franks, or the conquered race, the Gallo-Romans, and the two races were under different laws. The Salic law fixes the vergeld of a Salian Frank at 200 solidi, that of the Roman at 100 only. But we must not conclude from this that there was a great gulf fixed between the two races, where both parties to a case were Gallo-Romans. They were judged according to the Roman law. When a Gallo-Roman was accused by a Frank, judgment was still given according to the Roman law. It was only in a case where a Frank was the defendant that the Salic law was applied, and it is quite natural that this law should be more severe upon the murder of a man of the same race than on that of a Roman. Besides, the further we advance in Merovingian history, the more the two races become intermingled. The Franks admired the Roman civilization and endeavored to assimilate it. They learned the common language of Gaul, which was in process of becoming Romanic. They even prided themselves on learning to speak pure Latin. The Gallo-Romans, on their part, adopted the military customs of the barbarians. They frequently gave Germanic names to their children. Both nations were Christian, and the common faith contributed to bring them together. In theory, all these freemen were equal, but little by little distinctions arose among them. In default of a nobility with hereditary privileges, there grew up an aristocracy, potentes, priores, who exercised a powerful influence. These great men belonged generally to the ancient Gallo-Roman senatorial families, who held vast estates and possessed great wealth. From these families, the king chose the great officers of state, and the people of the city chose their bishops. Thus there was added to their wealth political power, or the veneration attached to the sacred office of the priesthood. The Franks who possessed large estates became assimilated to these Roman senators, and there thus grew up an aristocracy composed of members of the two races. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Gaul under the Merovingian Franks Institutions. Part 4 by Christian Pfister. In consequence of the troublous times which were the rule in Gaul in the 7th century, the poor and the weak could not depend on the protection of the state, and sought protection from one or other of these powerful personages. They put themselves under his mandiburis, as it was called in Germanic. They commended themselves to him, according to the expression borrowed from Roman usage, and this expression is suitable enough, for they became in fact clients of these great men. The patron undertook to maintain his clients, to support them in law cases, to further their interests. In return, the client promised to serve his patron on all occasions, to defend him if he were attacked, and to take the field along with him if he attacked anyone else. Each of these great personages had thus, under his orders, a more or less numerous body of men. To mark these new social conditions, new terms were created, or a new sense was given to ancient terms. The protector was called the senior. The client was called vassus. In the Salic law, the term vassal simply meant a slave attached to the personal service of his master. At the close of the Merovingian period, it always means one of these voluntary dependents. Those who felt the need of protection could commend themselves not only to wealthy private persons, but also to royal officers, to the dukes and counts, to the officials of the palace. But above all, they could commend themselves to the king himself. In that case, the sovereign exercised a double authority over them. First, his public authority as king, and secondly, a more special protection, parallel in so far to that of the seigneur. In time, the strength of the king came to depend in large measure on the number of his vassals. The subjection of the individual to the state was replaced by personal subjection to the king, and the population of the country came to be composed of groups of men bound to one another by personal ties. Thus we find the germs of the feudal system already present in the 7th century. A time was to come when to this subordination of persons there should be added a subordination of lands. In order to understand this evolution, which was to have so great a historical importance, we must first examine the conditions on which property was held. With the exception of the towns, the soil of Gaul was divided in the Merovingian period into large estates, called villi or fundi. These estates usually bore the name of their original holder. Thus the villi called Victoriacus had belonged to a man named Victorius, and the modern villages which have descended from these villi have kept the old names, variously transformed according to the district in which they lie. They are known today as Vitrac, Vitrec, Vitre, Vitre, and Vitri. Similarly, villi, bearing the name Sabaniacus, have become our villages of Savignon, Savignec, Savigny, Savigner. Many of these estates, especially in the north and east, changed their names after the invasions, taking the names of their barbarian owners. Thus, Theodonis Villa, Theonotville, Roberti Villery, Ramba Villers, Arnulfi Curtis, Harcourt, Beauglagici, Vallis, Bougainville near Paris. In the 7th century, some estates took the name of the saint to whom the church was dedicated. Dom Pierre, Dom Martin, Saint Pierre, Saint Martin. Some villi again took their names from some particular variety of trees or plantations. Robertum has become Rouvray, Rouvreuse. Rosiarii and Canabarii have given us the names of our modern villages, Rosier and Cheneviers. It often happened that through sale, exchange, or division among brothers, a villa was divided between several owners, but it nonetheless retained its unity and organization. The lands of the villa were divided into 2 portions. One, consisting of the lands lying round about the house of the owner, was farmed directly by him. The other portion was divided up into lots or holdings, mansi, of which the owner gave the use to his slaves, his liti, or to freemen, whence comes the distinction between mansi servilis, ladilis, and angelides, of which we have spoken above. Each tenant cultivated his holding for his own profit, but in return for its use was obliged to pay a rent to the owner and to render him certain services. The houses occupied by the tenants were either isolated in the mountainous districts or grouped together within a small area. A villa was self-sufficing. Besides the cultivators, there were the workmen who made or repaired the tools and implements. There was a mill and a wine press which served the whole population of the villa, and often there was a forge also. It had its own chapel, of which the priest, often born on the estate, was appointed by the master, with the consent of the bishop. The woods surrounding the villa remained in possession of the landowner, but he gave the tenants rights of user. Over all the dwellers on the estate he exercised a seigneurial jurisdiction. There still existed, no doubt, alongside of the general estates of villi, a number of small estates belonging to freemen, but these small estates tended to disappear in the course of the 7th century. The fact was that the small proprietors were unable to defend their estates. They had no inducement to sell them, for money would have been of little value to them. Accordingly, they commended themselves to some great man of the neighborhood, handing over their property to him. He in turn gave them the use of it for life, and thus they were at least certain of occupying it in security until the end of their days. Previously, they had held their lands ex alloda, or de alloda parentum, by inheritance from their ancestors, with the right of using it as they chose. Henceforth they held it per beneficium, in consequence of a grant made by the great seigneur. When agreements of this kind became frequent, two varieties of landed property were distinguished: allodial lands, which were held by the owner in person, or benefices, of which the use was granted by a large proprietor to another person during the lifetime of the latter. Many circumstances contributed to multiply these benefices. The church, which had large estates and could not get them all cultivated by its serfs, lity and colony, let parts of them to freemen, who cultivated them, and at the death of the tenant the land returned in an improved condition into the hands of the church. This mode of tenure was already known to the Roman law, precarium. It sometimes happened that in exchange for a grant of this kind, the grantee made a gift to the church of an estate of similar value belonging to himself. Thenceforward he had the usufruct of both estates, that of the church as well as his own. But at his death the church took possession of both. The grantee had the advantage during his life of a doubled income, and on his death the church doubled its property. But it often happened that the church, which was, as we know, very powerful, received the lands of private persons in the manner described without adding anything of its own, only conceding to the former owner a life use of the property. Thus, in various ways, the allodial lands disappeared, and benefices became every day more numerous. Up to this point, we have seen the beneficiaries solicit the benefice and take the initiative in obtaining it. Those beneficiaries remained bound by ties of gratitude to their benefactor. They exerted themselves to serve him and marched with him when he went to battle. They were his vassi. Before long, a man's power was measured by the number of his vassi, the army of his clients, and then the great men, in order to increase their clientage, and consequently their influence, began themselves to offer benefices to those whom they desired to attach to themselves and gain as adherents. The king, or the mayor of the palace who replaced him, needed to be able to count on the great men for the wars, whether foreign or civil, in which he engaged. Obligation towards the state was too abstract a conception to be understood, and the mere sense of duty was not strong enough to keep the great men loyal. The king therefore began to distribute lands to those great men. At first he gave them absolutely, but before long these lands were assimilated to the benefices. This evolution took place especially at the time when Charles Martel laid hands upon the property of the church and distributed in his own name to his warriors. The property of the church was inalienable. It could not be given as an absolute possession. The warriors were only the life tenants of it, and at their death it reverted to the church. These estates were therefore simply ecclesiastical benefices, granted by the king or the mayor. Once this precedent had been established, estates granted by the king from his own hands were granted on the same conditions, merely for the lifetime of the grantee. Another great change took place about the same time. One reason why Charles Martel made grants of ecclesiastical property to his warriors was that they had now to support great expense. They served in his armies no longer as foot soldiers but as cavalry, and their equipment was very costly. The revenue of the lands which were granted to them served as an indemnity against the expenses of military service. Thus it came to be considered that the benefice carried with it the obligation of military service. Under Charles the Great, the holders of royal lands were bound to be first at the muster, and before long it was an understood thing that, when a private person who had granted benefices marched to the wars, all his beneficiaries, who were also his vassals, must accompany him. Thus, at the end of the Merovingian period, the characteristics of the later fief are taking shape. The 11th century fief is the direct descendant of the 8th century benefice, of which we have just traced the origin. Another characteristic of the fief is that the holder of it exercises thereon all the powers of the state. He levies taxes, administers justice, and summons the men of the fief to follow him to war. Now, even in the Merovingian period on some of the great domains, the state resigned a portion of its rights to the proprietor or seigneur, and thus we find present from this time onward all the germs of the feudal system. We have seen how great were the powers of the count and the other royal officials. They often abused those powers, and the proprietors of the great estates complained to the king of their tyranny. In many cases, the king listened to their complaints and gave them charters of immunity, forbidding all public officials to enter their estates, to claim right of lodging, to try causes, to levy the freedis or other impost, or to compel the men to attend the muster of the royal army. Thenceforward, the men of this privileged territory had nothing more to do with the agents of the government. The agents of the proprietor took their place, and before long the proprietor himself levied the former state taxes, judged cases in his private court, and regarded it as within his competence to deal with all offenses committed upon his domain. He led his men in person to join the royal army, and he was naturally tempted to use them also in the prosecution of his private quarrels. If we remember the extent of some of the domains, which comprised a number of villi, and were sometimes as large as a modern Camden, we see how great was the area which was withdrawn from the authority of the royal officials, if not from that of the king himself. The estates which enjoyed these immunities were veritable seigneuries. Alongside of the institutions of the state, there had thus arisen another set of institutions, which came into collision with the former and brought about the decay of the authority of the state. All the elements of feudalism, commendations, benefices, and immunities, are in existence without it being possible to say that feudalism is as yet constituted, because the elements are not combined into a system. But before this system came into operation, Charles the Great was to reestablish a strong centralized government. He was to make these social forces serve the interest of the state itself, and by his genius was to restore with incomparable brilliancy that Frankish monarchy which at the close of the Merovingian period had seemed likely to disappear. The Merovingian period as a whole is without doubt a melancholy period. It marks in history what must be called an eclipse of civilization, and it deserves to be described as a barbaric era. Nevertheless, it must not be imagined that the 270 years which it includes were, so to speak, sunk in unbroken gloom. Even in this period, it is possible to note some facts concerning industry and commerce, arts and letters. Industry found refuge chiefly in the country districts, where each estate produced for itself all the supplies necessary to agricultural work and common life. The towns themselves took on a country-like air. The ancient buildings, temples, basilicas, baths, had been destroyed during the invasions, and their ruins lay on the ground. The only considerable buildings now erected were churches. A sparse population occupied rather than filled the space surrounded by the half-ruined walls. Many houses had disappeared, and wide areas lay vacant. These were turned into fields or vineyards, and thus in the interior of formerly populous cities, they were closes and cultury. Outside the ramparts there rose in many cases a high-walled monastery, a sacred city alongside of the secular city, and these monasteries became new centers of population. Within the decayed cities we nevertheless find, at all events at first, some traces of industry. There is mention in the 6th and 7th centuries of workshops for the manufacture of cloth, at Treves, at Metz, and at Reims. There were also potteries, and numerous specimens of their art have been found in the tombs. The Merovingians had a taste for finely wrought arms, with sword belt buckles of Damascene work, for jewelry and gold plate. The Merovingian goldsmiths were skillful. Eligius, son of a minster at Limoges, attained by the aid of his art to the highest posts. He became the councillor of Dagobert and bishop of Noyon. There was also in the Merovingian period a certain amount of commercial activity. The Franks imported from abroad spices, papyrus, and silk fabrics. This merchandise was either brought to the ports of Marseille, Arles, and Narbonne, or came by way of the Black Sea and the Danube. In the time of Dagobert, a Frankish merchant named Samo went to trade on the banks of the Elbe, and there formed a great Slav kingdom which had its center in Bohemia and extended from the Havel to the Styrian Alps. The merchants of the town of Verdun formed an association in the time of Theudebert, about 540. The king aided them by lending them at the request of the bishop of Desiderius 7,000 auri. They were thus enabled to put their business on a sound footing, and in the time of Gregory of Tours, the wealth of these merchants was renowned. But commerce was chiefly in the hands of Byzantines and Jews. The Byzantines, who were generally known by the name of Syrians, whether they came from Asia or from Europe, had important trading stations at Marseille, at Bordeaux, at Orleans. When in 585 Gunther made his entrance into the last-named city, he was welcomed with cries of acclamation in the Syriac language. Simeon Siletes conversed with Syrian merchants who had seen Saint Geneviève at Paris. In 591, a Syrian named Eusebius was even appointed bishop of Paris and gave offices in the church to his compatriots. The Jews, on their part, formed prosperous colonies, maintaining friendly relations with their co-religionists in Italy, Spain, and the East. They were able to give a wide extension to their business. And as the Christian church forbade the lending of money at interest, all dealing in money, all banking business, was soon in their hands. 500 Jews were settled at Clermont-Ferrand. At Marseille and Narbonne, they were more numerous still. The Jew Priscus acted as agent of purchases made by King Chilperic, who held disputations with him concerning the Holy Trinity. Intellectual culture naturally declined during the Merovingian period. Nevertheless, in the 6th century, there are still two names which are celebrated in the history of literature, those of the poet Fortunatus and the historian Gregory of Tours. Fortunatus, it is true, was born in Italy and educated in the schools of Ravenna. But his verses, with their wealth of mythological allusions, pleased the taste of the Frankish lords and the Merovingian kings, of whom he was to some extent a flatterer. He sang the praises of all the monarchs of his period, Caribert, Sigibert, and Chilperic. He even lavished on Fredegund his paid panegyrics, Omnibus excellens meritus Fredegundis opima. Becoming the advisor of Queen Ragabond, he settled in her neighborhood at Poitiers. He there became first priest and then bishop. It was at this period that he wrote those charming notes in verse, thanking Radegund for the delicacies which he sent him and describing with a slightly sensual gourmandise the pleasure he derived from a good dinner. But at the same time he finds a more energetic strain in which to deplore the sorrows of Thuringia, and also doubtless at the request of his patroness, he wrote the fine hymns which the Church still uses in the Vexilla Regis Prodiunt and the Pangi Lingua. If Fortunatus was the sole poet of the Merovingian period, Gregory of Tours is almost the sole historian. In his work, The History of the Franks, this troublous period lives again, with its vices, crimes, and passion. The portraits which he gives us of Chilperic, Guntram, and Brunhild are painted with extraordinary vividness. His work manifests real literary power. Critics sometimes speak of the naivete of Gregory, but we must not deceive ourselves. This naivete is a matter of deliberate art. Gregory does not, of course, observe strict grammatical correctness. He is by no means Ciceronian. He writes the language as it was spoken in his day. In a few passages only, where he is obviously writing with conscious effort, he employs rare and poetical expressions, as for example in the account of the baptism of Clovis, in the description of Dijon, in the narrative of his quarrels with Count Laudatus. but to these we prefer those pages which he lets himself go, and writes with his natural vigor where he slips in malicious reflections, as it were unconsciously, or where he excoriates his adversaries. He has the real gift of storytelling, and has justly been called the barbarian Herodotus. After his day, all culture disappeared. A vast difference separates him from his continuator, the chronicler who has been named, we did not know for what reason, Fredegar. The Chronicle of Fredegar is composed of scraps and fragments from various sources. One of the authors from whom extracts are made writes, "The world is growing old. The keenness of intelligence is becoming blunted in us. No one in the present age can compare with the orators of past times." And this phrase might be applied to the whole of the work. Nevertheless, there are still found in Fredegar attempts at portraits of some of the mayors of the palace, Bertwald, Protadius, Eija, whereas in the last chronicler of the period, the Neustrian, who compiled the Liber Historia Francorum, there is no longer anything of that kind. It is very meager chronicle of the raw vignettes. The lives of the saints, which are still numerous enough, are singularly monotonous. They rarely inform us of any facts, and are as like each other as one ecclesiastical image is to another. A certain number of churches were built during the Merovingian period, such as those of Clermont, Nantes, and Lyon, without counting the abbey churches such as St. Martin de Tours and St. Vincent or St. Germain de Prez at Paris. But of these great buildings no trace remains to us. The only remnants of buildings at this period belong to less important edifices, such as the baptisteries of Riez in Provence and St. Jean du Poitiers, the crypt of St. Laurent at Grenoble, and of the Abbey of Jouer. The great churches which are known to us from descriptions generally have a nave and two side aisles with a transept, and are in the form of a Latin cross. At the point of intersection of nave and transept there was a tower, which at first served by way of lantern, but afterwards to hang bells in. On the walls were placed numerous inscriptions, sentences taken from the scriptures, verses in honor of the saints. Pictures recall to the faithful the history of the saints or scenes from scripture. Often, instead of pictures, the walls as well as the floor were covered with mosaic work, in which gold was freely used. A basilica at Toulouse was known for this reason as La Dorade. Sculpture in high relief was unknown, even in bas relief. The human figure appears very rarely after the 6th century. The artist could no longer even trace the outlines of animals. They drew conventional animals which are difficult to recognize, geometrical designs of roseate and foliate forms. Some houses which Fortunatus describes to us seem still to have had a fine appearance. Such was the castle built by Nicetius, Bishop of Treves, on a hill overlooking the Moselle. The single entrance gate was commanded by a tower. A mechanical contrivance raised water from the river to turn a mill. This is quite a medieval donjon keep. There were great houses, too, at Bisenon and Virginis Villa, belonging to the Bishop Leontius of Bordeaux, where under porticos formed by 3 rows of columns guests could promenade, sheltered from rays of the sun. But such dwellings must have been exceptional. The ordinary houses surrounded by the necessary appurtenances must have resembled farms rather than castles. Merovingian art, however, is mainly represented by the numerous pieces of jewelry which have been discovered, as was mentioned earlier. This art is certainly of Oriental origin. It was practiced not among the Franks only, but among the other barbarian peoples of the West, and even here I found the same decorative ornaments. In art, as well as in literature, the 7th century and beginning of the 8th are marked by a profound decadence, but just at the period of the blackest barbarism the Frankish kingdom came into contact with Italy, the mother of arts and sciences, where the monuments of antiquity were preserved, and with England, where the monks still studied in their cloisters, and where the venerable Bede had founded a school of worthy disciples. The Anglo-Saxons and the Italians brought to the Franks the treasures they had safely guarded. The Emperor Charles the Great recognized that it belonged to the duties of his office to spread enlightenment, to foster art and literature, and at length, after this night of darkness, there shone forth the brilliance of a true Renaissance. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Spain under the Visigoths, Part 1. By Rafael, Altamira. Of the Gothic kings, it was Euric who really conquered the Iberian Peninsula. We cannot indeed exactly determine the extent of his conquests. If we accepted in their literal signification the words of Jordanes, Todas Hispanias, we should have to believe that Euric ruled over the whole peninsula. But those words are inexact because we must accept not only the Suevic state, but also other territories of the south and center, which were not conquered by the Visigoths until considerably later. St. Isidore, with reference to the campaigns of Euric, uses the words Hispania Superior, which Hinojosa takes to mean Spain with the exception of Vasconia, Cantabria, and possibly the two conventus of Saragossa and Clunia. Other writers allude to the conquest of districts in the northeast and southeast, and lastly, from the decrees of various councils held between 516 and 546, and from other evidence, we conclude that, near the end of the 5th century, the Visigoths held in Spain practically the whole of the ancient province Tarraconensis, with the almost certain exception of part of Vasconia, most of the provinces of Carthaginensis, and some portion of Beatica and Lusitania and Galicia, while the rest of Lusitania remained in the hands of the Sueves, and the Balearic Isles still belonged to the empire. In Gaul, the Visigothic kingdom was bounded on the northwest by the Franks, on the northeast by the kingdom of Syagrius, and on the east by the Burgundians. Thus it stretched from the Loire to the Pyrenees and from the Atlantic to Arles. International complications immediately confronted the Visigothic king Alaric II, 485 to 507. They originated in the ambition of the Frankish king, Clovis, whose predecessors had fought against Euric. The first encounter between the two powers was brought about by Clovis's invasion 486 of the kingdom of Syagrius, whom he defeated and forced to take refuge in Toulouse under the protection of Alaric. The Frank demanded his surrender. According to Gregory of Tours, Alaric was afraid of incurring the wrath of Clovis and consented to give up Syagrius. But this docility on the part of Alaric did not deter Clovis from his determination to take possession of as much of Visigothic Gaul as possible. He could rely on a good deal of help from the outcome of his conversion to Catholicism in 496. The clergy and the Catholic inhabitants of Gaul, both in the Burgundian and in the Visigothic provinces, looked upon Clovis as the leader destined to deliver them from Arian oppression. Even during the reign of Euric, there had been serious disagreement between the Catholic element and the monarch, which had given rise to persecution. The ground was therefore well prepared, and from the evidence of contemporary chroniclers, it is clear that Clovis did not fail to take advantage of this inclination on the part of the Catholics, and that he stirred up public opinion in his favor. This led Alaric to adopt rigorous measures in the case of sundry Catholic bishops, whom he banished on the more or less well-founded charge of conspiring with the Franks. In due course, Alaric prepared for war. He summoned to arms all his subjects, Visigoths and Gallo-Romans, clergy and laymen, collected sums of money, and when war was imminent, 506, he tried to conciliate the Catholic clergy and the Roman element as a whole by the publication of the code which bears his name, the Breviarium Alarici, and by other demonstrations of tolerance. The code consisted of passages of Roman law, which only applied to questions of private legislation among the non-Visigothic population. Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths, who was related by marriage to Alaric and Clovis, attempted to avert war by personal mediation, to which, at his instigation, were added the entreaties of the Burgundians, Thuringians, Warnai, and Heruli, old friends of Euric. This mediation, to which Cassiodorus alludes, only served to postpone the crisis. War broke out in 507. On the part of Clovis, it was a war of religion to free Gaul from the Arian heretics. Yet his policy was not quite so effectual as we might have expected, for a considerable part of Alaric's Catholic subjects fought on his side, displaying great courage. This was the case with the people of Auvergne, who under the command of Apollinaris, son of the famous bishop Sidonius, formed an important element of the Visigothic army. It was a short campaign. The decisive battle was fought in the Campus Vaucladensis, which seems to correspond to Boulais, near Poitiers, on the banks of the river Claine. The battle proved disastrous to Alaric, who was himself slain by Clovis. As a result of this victory, the Franks possessed themselves of the greater part of Gothic Gaul. At the close of 507, Clovis seized Bordeaux. In the spring of 508, he took Toulouse, where he laid hands on the treasure of Alaric. Shortly afterwards, he entered Angoulême. His son Theodoric conquered the country round Albi and Rodez and the small towns on the Burgundian frontier. Moreover, the dioceses of Oz, Bazas, and Auch were incorporated into the Frankish kingdom. To the Visigoths remained only the district afterwards called Septimania, bounded by the Cevennes, the Rhône, and the sea, with its capital at Narbonne. In addition to this war with the Franks, Alaric had to contend with a rebellion of the Bagaudae of Tarragona, whose chief, Borderellus, was taken prisoner at Toulouse and there slain, 498. On the death of Alaric, the Visigothic magnates chose for their king his illegitimate son Gisalic instead of Amalaric, his legitimate heir. Theodoric, the king of the Ostrogoths and grandfather of Amalaric, opposed him by armed intervention and thus reestablished the right of succession to the throne and saved the Visigothic kingdom from total destruction. Gisalic, who is represented by the historians of the period as being very wicked and cowardly, was defeated in the neighborhood of Narbonne by the Burgundians, at that time the allies of Clovis. He fled to Barcelona, whence he was expelled by the troops of Theodoric. He then took refuge in Africa at the court of the king of the Vandals, who refused to support his claims. Afterwards, under the protection of Clovis, he returned to Gaul and was killed there. Meanwhile, the Burgundians, who had taken possession of Narbonne, combined with the Franks and besieged Arles, but they were defeated by the army of Theodoric under command of his general Ibas, who compelled them to withdraw from Carcassonne. Thus, almost all the cities of the province of Narbonne, including the capital, were reconquered, and the whole of Visigothic Spain was placed in subjection to Theodoric, albeit in the name of Amalaric. The final episode of the war was the raising of the siege of Arles in 510. This city was heroically defended by its inhabitants, assisted by the Ostrogothic general Touloum. Shortly afterwards, 511, Clovis died, and the city of Rodez reverted to the Visigoths. The part of Provence which Theodoric had conquered remained, for the time being, united to the other territories, but on the death of Theodoric, it became part of the Ostrogothic kingdom in consequence of a treaty between Amalaric and Theodoric's successor, Athalaric. As regards internal policy, matters were settled on the following terms. Amalaric, a minor, was to be king of the Visigoths, and his grandfather Theodoric acted as his guardian. Indeed, for 15 years, Theodoric was the real ruler of the kingdom both in Gaul and Spain. Theodoric tried to make his rule agreeable to the Visigoths. He adhered to the system, privileges, and customs of the time of Alaric. He remitted taxation in the districts which had been especially impoverished by the war. He supplied Arles with money and provisions, and in order that his troops might not prove a burden to the inhabitants, he sent them corn and gold from Italy. His conduct as a guardian was particularly advantageous to Spain. He there displayed all the wise and vigorous policy which had rendered so illustrious his rule in Italy, and which was all the more vital to Spain on account of the immorality and anarchy which had crept into the government during the decline of the empire. Theodoric recovered for the crown the exclusive right to coin money, which was being exercised by a few private individuals. He contrived to put an end to the extortions practiced by the collectors of taxes and by the administrators of the royal patrimony, conductores velici, to the detriment of the state funds. It appears that, in the name of Theodoric, the peninsula was at one time governed by two officials, viz. Ampelius and Liberius, and at another by one alone, viz. Theudas. Some of the chronicles allude to these officials as consuls, and it is probable that their authority extended over every branch of the administration. On the death of Theodoric in 526, his ward Amalaric assumed complete royal power over the Visigoths. The Frankish peril, which had hitherto been held at bay by the prestige of the Ostrogoths, still presented a threatening aspect. The sons of Clovis were longing to extend their dominion in Gaul by the conquest of the part occupied by the Visigoths. Amalaric attempted to avert the danger by means of an alliance, and after repeated demands, he succeeded in obtaining the hand of Clotilda, daughter of Clovis. But this marriage, which he had regarded as a means of salvation, supplied the Frankish kings with the very pretext they desired. Amalaric did his utmost to make Clotilda abjure the Catholic faith and embrace Arianism, and according to Gregory of Tours, actually ill-treated her. Clotilda made complaint to her brother Childebert, and he hastened to declare open war in Septimania. Near Narbonne, he defeated the army of Amalaric, 531. The latter fled, but according to Jordanes and Isidore, he was shortly afterwards slain by his own soldiers. Childebert took possession of Narbonne, where he joined his sister and seized considerable treasure. The position of the Visigoths could hardly have been worse. Without the hope of finding a powerful defender such as Theodoric, they found themselves threatened by the Franks, a nation naturally warlike, and further emboldened by its conquest of Aquitaine. In fact, dating from the defeat of Amalaric, the Visigothic kingdom may be regarded as consisting of Spanish territory, and its capital was then transferred from Gaul to the Iberian Peninsula. But they had the good fortune to find a man who was equal to the occasion. This was Theudas the Ostrogoth, who had been governor of Spain in the time of Theodoric, and who had settled in the peninsula, where he had married a very wealthy Spanish woman, the owner, according to Procopius, of more than 2,000 slaves and dependents. When Theudas had been formally elected king, he began to make preparations for the ejection of the Franks, who in the same year, 531, had entered the kingdom by way of Cantabria, and in 532 had annexed a small territory near Béziers. In 533, Childebert joined forces with his brother, Clotaire I, invaded Navarre, took possession of Pampeluna, and marched as far as Saragossa, to which he laid siege. The inhabitants resisted bravely. Thus the Visigoths had time to send 2 armies to their assistance. Of these, one was commanded by Theudas himself, and the other by his general Theodegesil. At their approach, the Franks retreated as far as the Pyrenees. They were seriously defeated by the army of Theudas, but Theodegesil, whom they succeeded in bribing, permitted them to escape, and to bear with them the treasures which they had acquired during the campaign. Among these was the body of St. Vincent, the martyr, for which they built near Paris a church that afterwards known as Saint-Germain-des-Prés. After having thus ejected the Franks, Theudas undertook an expedition to the coast of Africa, which was being conquered by the army of the Byzantines. By this expedition, made in 543, Theudas only acquired temporary possession of Ceuta, which was shortly afterwards retaken by the emperor, for in 544 Justinian alludes to it as his own. 4 years later, in 548, Theudas was assassinated in Seville by a man who pretended to be mad. His successor, Theodogasil, only reigned for 16 months. We know nothing more of him than that he was a man of immoral conduct and that in 549 he too was assassinated in Seville. The fact that the Visigoths possessed Seville does not mean that they ruled over the whole of Baetica. On the contrary, the greater part of it was independent, controlled by the Spanish Roman nobles, who since the time of Majorian and even before had obtained possession of the country. Aguila, the successor of Theodogasil, set himself to conquer these independent territories. He was defeated before Cordova by the Andalusians, who slew his son and possessed themselves of the royal treasure. This defeat, which the chroniclers regard as a divine punishment for Aguila's profanation of the tomb of Saint Acislas, his tyrannical behavior, and his hostility to the Catholics, who constituted the bulk of the Spanish population, were turned to account by Athanagild, a Visigothic noble who had designs on the crown. In order to make sure of success, he solicited the support of the Emperor Justinian, who sent him a powerful army under the command of his general Liberius, 544. The Byzantines were probably assisted by the inhabitants of the country who, on account of their Catholic faith, were bound to welcome the imperial forces and the person of Athanagild, concerning whom Isidore himself states that he was secretly a Catholic. They had, therefore, no difficulty in possessing themselves of the most important towns on the coasts of the Mediterranean, more particularly those in the east and south, i.e., the district round Valencia, Murcia, and Andalusia. Aguila was defeated near Seville by the combined forces of Athanagild and Liberius, and withdrew to Merida, where he was assassinated by his own followers, who forthwith acknowledged the usurper. Thus, when Athanagild became king in 554, the power of Justinian in the peninsula was extensive, for he was not content with playing the part of helper, but claimed a substantial acknowledgment of his services. It is probable that Athanagild rewarded him by an offer of territory, but we have no exact information on this subject, because the text of the treaty which ensued has not been preserved. But it is certain that Liberius encroached on the boundaries agreed upon, for he seized all the land lying between the Guadalquivir and the Júcar, going from west to east, together with that between the sea and the mountains of Gibobin, Ronda, Antequera, and Loja, the Picacho de Valeta, the mountains of Jaén, Segura, and Alcaraz, the pass of Almansa, and the province now called Albacete, the territories of Villena, Monavar, and Villajoyosa from the southwest and the northeast, following the line of the Penabetian mountain range, and the continuation on the east which connects it with Iberica. The situation was all the more serious because to the great military strength of the Eastern Empire was now added the aggregate force of all the Spanish-Roman element in Baetica and Carthaginensis, that is to say, all who had remained independent of the Visigoths and whom Aguila had attempted to subdue. These Spanish Romans, who, by reason of their religion, were opposed to the Visigoths, naturally regarded the rule of Justinian as the prolongation of the empire, whereof they had formed a part until the coming of the Goths. Hence the tradition that the inhabitants of these regions rebelled against the Visigoths and proclaimed Justinian as their sovereign is most probably authentic. Athanagild did not submit to this treachery, but immediately proceeded to make war on the Byzantines and established his capital at Toledo, an excellent position from the strategical point of view. He attempted to flatter the Catholics by means of a benevolent policy, which was intended to estrange them from the empire. The war lasted for 13 years, that is, throughout the whole of the reign of Athanagild, who had also to fight against the Franks in order to defend Septimania, which was still in the hands of the Visigoths, and against the Vascons, who were continually struggling for independence. But this perpetual warfare did not prevent Athanagild from strengthening his kingdom from within, or from increasing its prosperity. The fame of his wealth and the splendor of his court, the fame of his two daughters, Brunhild and Galswintha, spread to the neighboring kingdoms. Two Frankish kings, Sigebert of Austrasia and Joperic of Neustria, were inspired thereby to seek an alliance with him. The former became the husband of Brunhild, and the latter of Galswintha. Of these marriages, and more particularly of the second, which took place in 567 and ended in tragedy, we possess detailed accounts in the Chronicle of Gregory of Tours and in the Carminum Liber of Venantius Fortunatus. A few months after the marriage of Galswintha, Athanagild died at Toledo, November or December 567. The throne remained vacant for several months until the spring of 568, but we do not know the reason of this. The interregnum came to an end with the accession of Liua or Lua, a brother of Athanagild, who, why or for what purpose we are unable to say, shared the government with his brother Leovigild or Luvigild, to whom he entrusted the Spanish part, keeping for himself the territory in Gaul. It has been observed that John of Biclar, a chronicler of the latter part of the 6th century, states that Leovigild obtained Hispania Citerior. This phrase seems to confirm what has been said before, that from the beginning of the reign of Athanagild, Hispania Ulterior, or the greater part of the districts which belonged to it, was either in the hands of the Byzantines or, at any rate, was not loyal to the Visigoths. This evidence, viewed in connection with the results of Leovigild's campaigns, shows that several districts of northwestern Spain, such as Oviedo, León, Palencia, Zamora, Ciudad Rodrigo, etc., were independent, under petty princes or rulers, the majority of whom belonged to the Spanish Roman nobility. It also shows that the district of Vasconia could only nominally be considered as belonging to the Visigothic kingdom. To remedy this, Leovigild adopted as a guiding principle the ideal of hegemony in the peninsula. He began by surrounding himself with all the external pomp which adds so much to the prestige of a sovereign. He adopted the ceremonial of the emperors and celebrated his proclamation in Toledo by striking gold medals, bearing an effigy of himself and regal vestments. But he did this with a view to his relations toward his subjects, and took care not to arouse the jealousy of the empire. On the contrary, he made use of it to further his own designs. He revived the former connection between the Visigothic kings and the emperors by communicating to Justin II the news of his election as king, and by acknowledging his authority, he made a truce with the Byzantine army in the peninsula, and persuaded it to join with him in opposing the advance of the Sueves. We hear very little of the Sueves. Since the year 428, when they had been delivered from their barbarous enemies, the Vandals, they had been trying to obtain possession of the territories formerly occupied by the latter, which extended towards the southeast and southwest of the peninsula. This attempt at territorial expansion gave rise to constant wars, usually between the Sueves and the Romans, sometimes between the Sueves and the Visigoths, though in some cases the two barbarian powers united. Thus, Theodoric I allied with Recherius the Sueve against the Romans, and in 460, Theodoric II with Remismund against Frumar, another petty king of the Sueves. The consequence of this last alliance was that the Sueves, who were partly Catholics and partly pagans, were converted to Arianism. In 465, Remismund, with the help of the Visigoths, took possession of Coimbra and shortly afterwards of Lisbon and Annona. But in 466, Curik put an end to these friendly relations, and in a terrible war, to the horrors of which Aidatius refers, he forced the Sueves to fall back on their ancient possessions in the northwest. There is a considerable gap in the history of the Sueves from 468, in which year the chronicle of Aidatius comes to an end, until 550, when Cararish appears as king. In the reign of Cararish, or in that of Theodemir, who succeeded him, 559 to 570, this people was converted to Catholicism through the influence of Martin, Bishop of Braga, Saint Martin. During this same period, the Sueves had again extended their eastern and southern boundaries to the Navia in the province of Asturias, to the Orbigo and the Esla in Leon, to the Douro in the country of the Vetons, to the Coa and the Elhas, where they joined the Tagus in the direction of Extremadura, west of Alcantara, and in Lusitania to the Atlantic by way of Abrantes, Leiria, and Parades. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Spain under the Visigoths, Part 2, by Rafael Altamira. In 569, Leovigild began his campaign against the Sueves and the independent districts in the northwest. He very quickly took possession of Zamora, Palencia, and Leon, but Astorga resisted bravely. Nevertheless, the victories which he had gained sufficed to justify him in striking a new medal in commemoration of them. On this medal, Leovigild stamped the bust of the Emperor Justin and applied to himself the adjective clarissimus. In 570, we see Leovigild, forgetful of his protestations of submission, attacking the district called Bastania Malagnena, the ancient Bastitania, which extended from Tarifa to Agra, where he defeated the imperial forces. Continuing the war in 571 and 572, he took Medina Sidonia, Acidona, and Cordova with their adjacent territories. These victories moved the Sueves, at that time ruled by King Mir or Miron, who in 570 had succeeded Theodemir and who possibly bore the same name, to make war in their turn. They therefore invaded the country round Plasencia and Coria, Las Herdes and Batuecas, that is, the valleys of the Jerte, Alagors, and Arago, and afterwards the territory of the Risones. Note, according to Fernandez Guerra, the Risones occupied the places now known as Jara y Sejo, Trujillo, Logrosan, and La Conquista, although other historians believe that their territory was near to Cantabria and Vasconia. End note. In 573, whilst Leovigild was preparing to check the advance of the Sueves, he received the news of the death of his brother Leoa, which left him king of all the Visigothic dominion. Immediately he made his two sons, Hermenegild and Ricared, dukes of Narbonne and Toledo, although it is not certain which of the two duchies was given to which. He thus reassured himself in this direction, and when he had secured the capital, he set forth on a new campaign in which he conquered the district of Sabaria, i.e., according to the best geographers, the valley of the Sabor, the province of Braganza, and Torre de Moncorvo, which bordered on the Suevic frontier. These expeditions were interrupted by internal troubles for which the nobles were responsible. From the political point of view, the fundamental fact on which all the history of the Visigoths turns is the opposition between the nobles and the kings. Of these, the nobles were continually struggling to maintain their predominance and the right to bestow the crown on any one of their members, while the kings were continually endeavoring to suppress all possible rivals and to make the succession to the throne hereditary or at any rate dynastic. Gregory of Tours states that the kings were in the habit of killing all the males who were in a position to compete with them for the crown, and the frequent confiscation of the property of the nobles to which the laws of the period refer shows clearly the means to which the kings had recourse in the struggle. Whether Leovigild exceeded his power by dividing the kingdom between his two sons, and this is the view taken by Gregory of Tours, or whether he tried in general to lessen the authority of the nobles, and perhaps not only that of the Visigothic nobility, but also of the Spanish Romans, the result was that the nobles stirred up several insurrections, first amongst the Cantabri, secondly amongst the people of Cordova and the Asturians, and thirdly in Toledo and Evora, at a time when the Sueves and Byzantines were planning attacks. Leovigild, undismayed by these manifold dangers, attended to everything, and by dint of good luck, with the help of Recared, he succeeded in subduing the rebels. He took Amaya, the capital of the Cantabri. He obtained possession of Saldania, the stronghold of the Asturians. He quelled the insurgents in Toledo and Evora, Ebura Carpetana, and in every case he sealed his victories with terrible punishments, 574. When he had suppressed these preliminary internal rebellions, Leovigild proceeded to conquer various independent territories in the provinces of Galicia and Andalusia. The former consisted of the mountainous district known as Aragensis, situated in what is now the province of Orense, and of which a certain Aspidius was king. The Andalusians possessed the whole of the tract of country round the Orospeda Mountains, from the hill of Molaton in the east of the present province of Albacete to the Sierra Nevada, passing through the provinces of Murcia, Almeria, and Granada, that is to say, the lands of the Daetani, Bastatani, and Oritani. In both parts of the country, Leovigild was successful, but his victories, and especially those in the Orospeda Mountains, which bordered on the Byzantine dominion, naturally excited the jealousy of the imperial governors. In order to check the progress of Leovigild, now threatening them at such close quarters, they stirred up fresh strife in the interior of the kingdom, instigating rebellions in the province of Narbonne, on the coasts of Catalonia and Valencia, and in the central region of the Ebro. Leovigild, assisted by his son Recared, also succeeded in suppressing these insurrections. He made triumphant entries into Narbonne, Saragossa, Loja, Orosas, Tarragona, and Valencia, and punished the rebels with the utmost severity. These campaigns, and the preceding ones in Galicia and Andalusia, lasted from 575 to 578. A notable incident in them, which, although it had no connection with the action of Leovigild, yet to some extent favored his designs, was the attack made by the Byzantine general Romanus, son of the patrician Anagartus, on part of Lusitania in the direction of Coimbra and the valley of the Munda, i.e. the Mondego, which at that time was governed by a Suevic duke who bore the title of king. Romanus seized this individual, his family, and his treasure, and annexed the district to the empire. Leovigild took advantage of this reverse to attack the Suevic frontier in the direction of Galicia, and the Suevic king Mir or Miron was obliged to sue for peace. The Visigothic monarch granted him a truce for a short time, and meanwhile, in the district afterwards called Alcaria, he built a fortified city to which he gave the name of Recopolis in honor of Recared. There are still a few traces of it to be seen. From 578 to 580, there was a period of external peace, but on the other hand, these years marked the beginning of a civil war of graver import than any former one, for in the first place, this war was concerned with religion, and in the second, with the rash ambition of one of Leovigild's own sons. This was Prince Hermenegild. The struggle originated in the same way as the former contests between the Visigoths and the Franks. Once more, the cause of it was a Frankish princess, Ingundis, daughter of Sigebert, king of Austrasia, and of Brunhild, and therefore niece of Leovigild. In 579, Hermenegild married her, he being an Arian and she a Catholic. Immediately there was quarreling at court, not between husband and wife, but between Ingundis and her grandmother, Goisvinta, the widow of Athanagild, who had married Leovigild. Goisvinta was a zealous Arian and tried to convert her granddaughter, first by flattery and afterwards by threats, ending, according to the chroniclers of the period, in violence. Nothing could shake the faith of Ingundis, but she made bitter complaints to the Spanish Catholics and the Franks. To prevent matters from going further, Leovigild sent his son to govern Seville, one of the frontier provinces. There Hermenegild found himself in an atmosphere essentially Catholic, and at the instigation of his wife Ingundis and Archbishop Lender, he finally abjured Arianism. The news of his conversion gave fresh courage to the malcontent Spanish Romans in Baetica, and the consequence was that Seville and other cities rebelled against Leovigild and proclaimed Hermenegild as king. The latter was rash enough to make the venture and fortified himself in Seville, with the help of the greater part of the Spanish and of a few Visigothic nobles. It has been said that, on this occasion, Hermenegild did not receive the support of the Catholic clergy. This statement is possibly exaggerated. It is true that Gregory of Tours, John of Biclar, and Isidore condemn the revolt and call Hermenegild a usurper, but this does not mean that, at the time of the rebellion, none of the clergy took his side. It is only reasonable to infer that he did receive some support from them. Though uniformity of religion on the Arian basis may have played an important part in Leovigild's scheme of government, nevertheless, on this occasion, he did not allow himself to be led away by zeal, or by the irritation which the behavior of his son must have aroused in him. Hitherto he had been inconsistent in his treatment of the Catholics. He had frequently persecuted them. For instance, we learn from Isidore of Seville that John of Biclar was in 576 banished to Barcelona for refusing to abjure his religion, and that for 10 years he was subjected to constant oppression. Again, Leovigild had sometimes flattered the Catholics and complied with their desires. In 579, he adopted a policy of moderation. He sent ambassadors to his son to reduce him to submission, gave orders to his generals to act only on the defensive, and took active measures to prevent the clergy from supporting Hermenegild. The latter did not yield. On the contrary, afraid that his father would take revenge, he sought the assistance of the Byzantines and the Sueves. Then Leovigild thought of establishing some form of agreement between Catholics and Arians and convoked a synod, or general meeting of the Arian bishops, at Toledo in 580. At this synod it was agreed to modify the form to be used in the adoption of Arianism, substituting reception by the laying on of hands for the second baptism. As John of Biclar says, many Catholics, among whom was Vincent, Bishop of Saragossa, accepted the formula and became Arians. Nevertheless, the majority remained faithful to Catholicism. Leovigild attempted to reduce this majority by conversions to Arianism, but when these were not forthcoming, he resorted to persecution. Isidore of Seville, in his Historia, says that the king banished a number of bishops and nobles, that he slew others, confiscated the property of the churches and of private individuals, deprived the Catholic clergy of their privileges, and only succeeded in converting a few priests and laymen. Meanwhile, Hermenegild had strengthened his party by winning over to his cause important cities such as Merida and Cáceres. He twice defeated Duke Ion, who had been sent against him, and in commemoration of these victories he coined medals after the manner of his father. But this serious struggle did not cause the king to neglect his other military duties. In 580, the Vascons rebelled once more, possibly under the influence of the Catholic insurrection in Baetica. In 581, Leovigild went against them in person, and after much trouble succeeded in occupying a great part of Vasconia and in taking possession of the city of Egesa, Eguia de los Caballeros. To clinch his success, he founded the city of Vitoria, in a good strategical position. Having thus finished this campaign, Leovigild decided to take energetic action against his rebellious son. To this end, he spent several months of 582 in organizing a powerful army, and as soon as it was assembled, marched against and captured Cáceres and Mérida, whereupon the troops of Hermenegild retreated as far as the Guadalquivir, taking Seville as their center of defense. Before attacking the city, Leovigild set himself to make the Byzantines withdraw from their alliance with his son, and he ultimately succeeded. According to the Chronicle of Gregory of Tours, his success was due partly to motives of political expedience and partly to a gift of 30,000 gold coins. When he had thus secured himself in this direction, Leovigild in 583 marched on Seville. The first battle was fought before the castle of Osset, San Juan de Alfarache, which he was not long in taking. Amongst the enemy he found the Suevic king Miron, whom he compelled to return to Galicia. The siege of Seville lasted for 2 years. Hermenegild was not in the city, seeing that he had left it shortly before to go in search of fresh help from the Byzantines. He cannot have been successful, since he took refuge in Cordova, whither Leovigild advanced with the army. Convinced that all resistance was in vain, Hermenegild surrendered and prostrated himself before his father, who stripped him of his royal vestments and banished him to Valencia. Shortly afterwards, for some unknown reason, he caused him to be transferred to Tarragona and entrusted to Duke Sigisbert, whom he ordered to guard his son closely, for his escape might lead to a fresh civil war. Sigisbert confined the prince in a dungeon and repeatedly urged him to abjure Catholicism. Hermenegild stubbornly resisted and was finally killed by Sigisbert, 13 April 585. Leovigild is accused of the crime by our earliest authority, the Dialogues of Gregory the Great, but the best opinion acquits him of it. Hermenegild was afterwards canonized by the Catholic Church. Whilst the ambition of Hermenegild was thus ruthlessly cut short, his father's was realized in the destruction of the kingdom of the Sueves. He did not lack a pretext. A noble called Andeca, who since the death of Miron in 583 had usurped the crown, in the following year proclaimed himself king of that people, disputing the rights of Miron's son Eburic, the ally of Leovigild, who at once invaded Suevic territory. As Isidore says, with the utmost rapidity he struck fear into the hearts of his enemies, completely vanquishing them at Portucale, Oporto, and Braga, the only 2 battles fought during the campaign. Andeca was taken prisoner, forced to receive the tonsure, and banished to Pax Julia, Behar. In 585, the Suevic kingdom was converted into a Visigothic province. Thus, it only remained for Leovigild to possess himself of the 2 districts held by the Byzantines, one in the south of Portugal and west of Andalusia, and the other in the province of Cartagena, and to make the political unity of the peninsula an accomplished fact. But it was not given to him to effect this. He died in 586, at a time when his army, under the command of Ricared, was fighting in Septimania against the Franks, who had twice again made the murder of Hermenegild a pretext for invading this remnant of Visigothic land. Even during the lifetime of Leovigild, Guntram, king of Orleans, had made an invasion and had also sent ships to Galicia to instigate an insurrection of the Sueves. The Franks were driven back by Ricared and their ships sunk by the naval forces of Leovigild. After this preliminary struggle, Leovigild attempted to make an alliance with Guntram, but the Frankish king rejected all his advances, and for the second time invaded Septimania. Ricarid was engaged in fighting against him when he received the news of his father's last illness, which caused him to return to Spain. No sooner was Leovigild dead than Ricarid was unanimously elected king. His reign was very unlike that of his predecessor. Leovigild had been essentially warlike, striving for the political unification of the peninsula. Ricarid fought only in self-defense against the Franks and Vascons. Instead of continuing the conquest of Spain, he made peace with the Byzantines, acknowledged their occupation of certain territories, and promised to respect it. Moreover, Leovigild desired uniformity of religion, but on the basis of Arianism, whilst Ricarid made it his main concern, but on the basis of Catholicism. It is probable that he abandoned the warlike policy of his father because recent events had convinced him that the greatest danger for the Visigothic kingdom lay in the discord between the Visigothic and the Spanish-Roman elements. He probably realized that the main work before him was to unite these two elements, or at least to induce them to lay aside their discontent and jealousy. More than one reason has been alleged for the change in the religious point of view. It has been supposed that Leovigild himself turned Catholic shortly before his death, and this view is supported by a passage in Gregory of Tours, but it scarcely suits the nature of the king, as illustrated by the earlier events of his life. There is another statement, connected with the above, which has less documentary evidence to support it. It occurs in the dialogues of Gregory the Great, and is to the effect that Leovigild charged Leander, Bishop of Seville, to convert Ricarid. Lastly, the conjecture that Ricarid had secretly turned Catholic in his father's lifetime is not supported by any contemporary documents. We are, therefore, led to suppose that this change on the part of Ricarid was due to one of the following causes. 1. Reflection, which had ripened in the knowledge of the real force which the Catholics represented in the peninsula, superior as they were in number to the Visigoths, possessed of money and property in the land, and connected with the Byzantines. 2. A change of conviction on the part of Ricarid himself after his accession to the throne, which was possibly brought about by the preaching of Leander and also by the example of Hermenegild. 3. A possible combination of both causes. The facts are, 1. The execution of Duke Sigisbert, which might have been either the outcome of Ricarid's affection for his brother Hermenegild, or in punishment of Sigisbert's transgression of his orders, but it is noteworthy that Ricarid accounted for it by stating that Sigisbert was guilty of conspiracy. 2. The public and formal conversion to Catholicism of the king and his family, which, according to John of Biclar, took place in 587, 10 months after Ricarid had ascended the throne. The conversion was heralded first by a decree which put an end to the persecution of the Catholics, secondly, by the adoption of extraordinary measures with regard to the Gothic prelates and nobles in the provinces entrusted to the king's agents, whom Gregory of Tours calls nuncios, and lastly, by permission given to the bishops of both religions to hold a meeting, to the end that they might freely discuss their respective dogmas. At the conclusion of this discussion, Ricarid declared his preference for Catholicism and his conversion thereto, which he ratified with all due formality at the council held in Toledo, the third of this name, in May 589. There were present at this council 62 bishops, 5 metropolitans, the king, his wife, and many nobles, all of whom signed the declaration of faith. Henceforth the Catholic religion became the religion of the Visigothic state. According to John of Biclar, the king exhorted all his subjects to be converted to it. But the faith of a people cannot be changed at the command of a king, nor could the interests which had grown up in the shadow of the ancient national religion allow themselves to be suddenly swept away. There ensued conspiracies and rebellions on the part of the Arian bishops, the nobles, and the people who adhered to their traditional faith. Goisvinta herself, the Queen Mother, who lived for some time longer, Suna, Bishop of Merida, Athelochus, Bishop of Narbonne, Bishop Odila, several counts, amongst others Sega and Witteric, Duke Argimond, and other persons of importance, made plots and conspired against the life of the king, took up arms, and sought the help of the Frankish king Guntram, who made 2 incursions into Septimania. On both occasions he was defeated and forced to withdraw. Moreover, Ricarid succeeded in suppressing all the rebellions of the Arians, punished the instigators, and caused many of the books dealing with that religion to be burnt. Nevertheless, although John of Biclar affirms the contrary, Arianism did not die out among the Visigothic people. It continued to exist until the fall of the Visigothic kingdom. It was the cause of fresh insurrections, and as we shall see, it was sufficiently strong to produce a temporary reaction. Ricarid had still to struggle with the Byzantines, who had renewed their quarrel with the Visigoths, but through the mediation of Pope Gregory I, he made with the Emperor Maurice the treaty to which we have already alluded, whereby it was agreed that each monarch should respect the territory possessed by the other. Lastly, Ricarid made war on the Vascons, whom Leovigild had driven back to the further side of the Pyrenees, and who were trying, though without success, to regain the land which they had formerly held. Ricarid's internal policy of appeasing the Spanish-Roman element manifested itself in another direction. According to Isidore of Seville, Leovigild reformed the primitive legislation of the Visigoths, which dated from the time of Euric, by modifying a few laws, suppressing others which were unnecessary, and adding some which had been omitted from Euric's compilation. Since the text of this reform has not come down to us, we know only that it actually existed. From the tone of approval in which Isidore of Seville tells of the reforms accomplished by Leovigild, it has justly been inferred that they were a decided attempt at conciliation, and that it was intended to proceed with them until the differences between Visigoths and Spanish Romans had been lessened or suppressed. There is more reason to suppose that Ricarid worked in this direction, but for this we have no such contemporary evidence as that which refers to Leovigild. The 3 monarchs who successively occupied the Visigothic throne after Ricarid were of no great individual importance, but their history gives proof of the disturbed condition of the country. In fact, Ricarid's son, Leua II, who was elected king on the death of his father and who continued his father's Catholic policy, only reigned for 2 years. In 603 he was dethroned and slain in an insurrection headed by Count Witteric, who gained the support of the Arian party and attempted to restore the ancient religion of the Gothic people. In 610, in consequence of a reaction on the part of the Catholics, Witteric forfeited his crown and his life. The crown was bestowed on Gundamar, a representative of the nobles. He only reigned for 2 years, during which time he waged 2 wars, one with the ever-restless Vascons and the other with the Byzantines. Both these wars were continued by Sisebut, who succeeded him in 612. He, like Gundamar, was a Catholic, and he pursued the militant policy of Leovigild. When he had suppressed the Vascon insurrection, Sisebut marched against the imperial forces, and in a brief campaign, after defeating their general Asarius in 2 battles, took possession of all the eastern provinces of the Byzantines, that is to say, of the land between Gibraltar and the Sucro, Hukar. The Emperor Heraclius sued for peace, which Sisebut granted on condition of annexing that province to his kingdom, leaving to the Byzantines only the west, from the Straits to the Algarves. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Spain under the Visigoths, Part 3, by Rafael, Altamira. As concerns internal order, the most important event of Sisebut's reign was the persecution of the Jews. They had lived in the peninsula in great numbers since the time of the empire under the protection of the laws. The Lex Romana of Alaric II had only copied those of the Roman laws which were least favorable to the Jews. It therefore preserved the separation of races, counting marriages of Jews and Christians no better than adultery, and forbade the Jews to hold Christian slaves or to fill public offices. But it upheld their religious freedom, the jurisdiction of their judges, and the use of Jewish law. But custom was more favorable to them than law, for mixed marriages took place in spite of the law. The Jews held public offices and bought and circumcised Christian slaves. Recared put the laws in force and further commanded to baptize the children of mixed marriages. Third Council of Toledo. Sisebut went further and began the persecution of the Jews. He made 2 series of regulations on the subject. One of these, which appears in the Forum Judicum, restores and sharpens the laws of Recared. The other included an order to baptize all the Jews, under penalty of banishment and confiscation of goods. What was the cause of this intolerance? It has been attributed to the influence of the clergy, but against this opinion we must set the disapproval of Isidore of Seville in his Historia, and of the Fourth Council of Toledo, over which the same prelate presided. Equally untrustworthy is the statement that these measures were forced upon Sisebut by the Emperor Heraclius, and the treaty made between them to which we have already alluded, for there is no text to bear out this statement, and moreover, the analogous case which Fredegar attributes to King Dagobert is equally unproved. All that we know for a fact is that Sisebut adopted the measure without consulting any council, so that we must attribute the king's resolution either to his own inclination. Sisebut's piety led him to write Lives of the Saints, for instance, the well-known life of Saint Desiderius, or to the desire of obtaining possession of property by means of confiscation, or of gaining money from the sale of dispensations. Such were certainly his motives on other occasions. Moreover, he claimed religious authority for himself, for he considered that he was the ecclesiastical head of the bishops, and behaved as such. It is possible that he was also indirectly influenced by the fact that the Jews had assisted the Persians and Arabs in their wars against the Christians of the East. The immediate result of the law was that the greater part of the Jews received baptism, and that, according to the chronicle of Paulus Aemilius, only a few thousands, aliquot milia, sought refuge in Gaul. But this effect must have been short-lived, for we know that 19 years later there were in Spain Jews who had not been baptized and others who had reverted to their former religion. Sisebut died in 621 and was succeeded by his son Recared II, who reigned for a few months only. He was followed by Duke Swinthila, who had greatly distinguished himself as a general in the wars of Sisebut. He pursued and completed the military policy of the latter, conquering, 629, the Algarves, the last province in the possession of the Byzantines. Thus, with the exception of a few unimportant districts in the north, which had no regular government, such as Vasconia, the Pyrenees of Aragon, and possibly some other places in mountainous parts whose inhabitants remained independent, the Goths at least succeeded in reducing the country to one united state. Swinthila also fought against the Vascons, and on one occasion defeated them. As a military base for his control over the district, he built the fortress of Olegitum, which some geographers take to be the same as the modern Olit in the province of Navarre. If Swinthila had stopped short at this point, he would certainly have retained the goodwill of his contemporaries, and the epithet of Father of the Poor applied to him by Isidore of Seville. But it is probable that Swinthila was too sure of his power when he ventured to deal with the problems of internal policy, and that his failure affected the judgments passed on him. As a matter of fact, Swinthila did nothing more than what Liua and Leovigild had done before him, when he shared the government of the kingdom with members of his own family, namely his son Ricimer, his wife Theodora, and his brother Gela. Why was Swinthilla not permitted to do this, seeing that it had been tolerated in the former kings? Whether he set about it with less caution than his predecessors, or showed more severity in suppressing the conspiracies, we do not know. The fact is that he not only lost the crown in 631, whilst struggling against the party of a noble called Sisenand, who, with an army of Franks, advanced as far as Saragossa, but that the chroniclers of the period call him a wicked and sensual tyrant. He did not die in battle. His defeat was mainly due to treachery, nor did he lose his freedom. In 633, to judge from a canon of the Fourth Council of Toledo, he was still alive, but of his end we know nothing. The political problem was still unsolved, and we shall see that the kings did not abandon the intention of making the crown hereditary. Of Sisenand, who reigned for 6 years and died in 636, we know nothing more important than that he summoned the council already referred to, which condemned Swinthilla for his evil deeds and passed canons relating to the Jews. These canons indicate a change of policy in the clergy, which is all the more interesting because, as we have said before, the council had for its president Isidore of Seville. On the one hand, in agreement with the doctrine of this prelate, it censured the use of violent measures to enforce a change of religion, Canon 57. But on the other hand, it accepted and sanctioned those conversions which had been brought about through fear in the time of Sigebut. It thus obliged those who had been baptized to continue in their new faith, instead of accepting, in accordance with the views of Isidore, the constitution of Honorius and Theodosius, 416, which permitted the Jews who had become Christians by force and not from religious motives to revert to their former religion. With regard to the succession to the throne, the principle of free election by the assembly of nobles and bishops was established by Canon 75. In accordance with this principle, Scintilla was elected king in 636. Nothing of importance occurred during the 4 years of his reign except the summoning of the 5th and 6th councils of Toledo. The canons of the first are chiefly concerned with the king, the respect due to his person, and some of his prerogatives, and furnish striking evidence of the uneasiness caused by the ambition of the nobility, who were endeavoring by violent means to wrest the crown from the elected king. The 6th Council, held in 637, which laid stress on the same subjects, also issued a decree dealing with the Jews, Canon 3, which again enacted that all who had not been baptized should be driven out of the kingdom. In order to prevent relapses to their former religion, the king forced them to sign a document, Placitum, on confession of faith, in which, on the pain of the most terrible curses, they bound themselves to live in accordance with the doctrine and practices of Christianity, and to renounce Jewish customs. Moreover, to enforce this policy, the same canon obliges all future kings to swear that they will not permit the Jews to violate the Catholic faith, nor countenance their misbelief in any way, nor, actuated by contempt or cupidity, open up the path of prevarication to those who are hovering on the brink of unbelief. In 640, despite Canon 75 of the Fourth Council of Toledo, Scintilla was succeeded by his son Toga, though the outward form of election was observed. This explains why his brief reign was disturbed by conspiracies and insurrections. We do not know for certain whether it was in consequence of his death or through the success of one of these insurrections that in May 642 the throne was occupied by one of the nobles, Chindiswint, who boldly faced the political problem with energetic measures like those of Leovigild. Thus 700 persons, of whom the greater part were nobles, chosen from amongst those who had taken the most active part in conspiracies or shown signs of political ambition, or proved themselves dangerous to the king, were slain or reduced to slavery. Many others contrived to escape, and took refuge in Africa or in Frankish territory, and there they doubtless attempted to stir up fresh insurrections, to which reference is apparently made in one of the canons of the Seventh Council of Toledo, summoned by Chindeswinth in 646. This canon imposed heavy penalties, viz. Excommunication for life and confiscation of property, on the rebels or emigrants, including the clergy, who should try to obtain the support of foreign countries against their native land. It also exhorted the monarchs of these countries not to allow the inhabitants of their dominions to conspire against the Visigoths. By this means, Chindeswinth achieved his purpose, for throughout his reign, 642 to 653, there was not a single insurrection. On the other hand, supported by the Catholic clergy, who both from doctrinal and practical points of view had always favored the principle of hereditary succession to the throne, he in 649 admitted to a share in the government his son Raciswinth, or Reciswinth, who from that time onwards was virtually king, and succeeded his father in 653 without going through the form of election. When Chindeswinth died, the rebellious nobles thought that the moment had come to take revenge, and relying on the general discontent which was due to increased taxation and on the ever-restless Vascons, they rose in arms, and with a large force advanced as far as Saragossa, under the command of a grandee called Froha. Raciswinth prepared for war, and ultimately succeeded in defeating them, taking Froha prisoner. But the country must have been profoundly agitated, and the throne threatened by very serious dangers, seeing that Raciswinth, instead of taking advantage of his victory to inflict severe punishment on the rebels and subdue them once for all, came to terms with them, granted an amnesty, promised to reduce the taxes, and yielded the question of election. Hence the significance of the Eighth Council of Toledo, held in 653, at which, after having caused himself to be released from the oath which he had taken to show himself inexorable towards the rebels, he confirmed the above-mentioned Canon 75 of the Fourth Council. By this canon it was decreed that, on the death of the king, the assembly of prelates and nobles should elect as his successor a man of high rank, and that the person of their choice should bind himself to maintain the Catholic religion and to prosecute all Jews and heretics. This latter part of the royal oath is a revival of the anti-Semitic policy. The speech, or Tomus Regius, read before the council is very bitter, and proves that in spite of all the preceding measures there was still in Spain a great number of unconverted Jews, or that even those converted still observed the rites of their own religion. The council refused to take measures against the non-converted, but in 654 the king, on his own account, issued various laws which rendered more intolerable the legal position of the Hebrews of all classes. These laws obliged all Jews who had been baptized to sign a new placitum, similar to that of the time of Chintilla, which imposed on apostates the penalty of being stoned and burnt alive. Whilst in this way the Visigothic kings were gradually widening the gulf between Jews and Christians, on the other hand, they were lessening the differences between the Visigoths and the Spanish Romans, and just as Recared had arrived at uniformity of religion, so did Chindeswinth and Reciswinth aim at uniformity of law. The ground was well prepared, for, on the one hand, the principles of Roman jurisprudence had gradually crept into the Visigothic private law, and on the other, the councils of Toledo had created a common system of legislation of the utmost importance. A proof of the agreement at which the two legal systems had arrived in some cases is furnished by the Visigothic formulae of the time of Sisebut, found in a manuscript at Oviedo. According to the prevalent opinion of legal historians, this unification was completed by Chindeswinth's abolition of the Lex Romana, or Breviarium, of Alaric II, to which the Spanish and Gallo-Romans were subjected, and by the specific repeal of the law of Roman origin, which forbade marriage between people of different races, though we know that such marriages did take place, like that of Theudas. The accepted theory has recently been modified by the revised opinion of the critics, which ascribes to Reciswinth the abolition of the Lex Romana formerly ascribed to his father. In any case, the reign of Chindiswinth was a period of great legislative activity as so far as unification is concerned. This activity found expression in numerous amendments and modifications of the older Visigothic laws compiled by Ricarid and Leovigild, and in the promulgation of other new ones. 98 or 99 laws, clearly the work of Chindiswinth, are recorded in the texts which have come down to us, and all of them show the predominating influence of the Roman system. Moreover, as his son Reciswinth leads us to understand in one of his own laws, Chindiswinth began to make what was in fact a new code. Reciswinth, therefore, did little more than conclude and perfect the work begun by his father. That is to say, he codified the laws which were in force in Spain in their twofold application, Gothic and Roman. They formed a systematic compilation, which was divided into 2 books and bore the title of Liber Judiciorum, afterwards changed to that of Liber or Forum Judicum. The date of it is probably 654. 2 copies of this Liber have been preserved. In the modern amended editions, it is known by the name of Lex Recisvindiana, Zoomer. It is a collection of laws made expressly for use in the courts, and therefore it omits several provisions referring to legal subjects or branches of the same. For instance, a great part of the political law, for as a rule this does not affect the practice of the courts. But the 15 chapters of Book 1, which refer to the law and the legislator, form an exception to this. They are the reflection, and in some cases the literal copy of the contemporary doctrinal texts of political philosophy, for instance of Isidore of Seville. It is probable that Braulio, Bishop of Saragossa, was one of the compilers of the new code, if not the chief. Reciswinth subsequently made other legal provisions, both in the councils and outside them. Reciswinth died in 672 after reigning for 23 years. Wamba was elected as his successor. Almost the whole of his reign was spent in warfare. He fought first against the Vascons, who made a fresh rebellion, quickly suppressed, then against a General Paulus, who, together with Rancend, Duke of Tarragona, Hilderic, Count of Nimes, and Argibald, Bishop of Narbonne, had incited all Septimania and part of Tarragona to rebellion, and lastly against the Muslims. The rebellion of Paulus was promptly quelled and punished, and Wamba recovered possession of Barcelona, Girona, Narbonne, Agde, Magdalena, Béziers, and Nimes, which had constituted the chief centers of disaffection. The war against the Muslims, who had already obtained temporary possession of North Africa, originated in their invasion of the southern coast of Spain, and in particular of the city of Algeciras. The invaders were driven back, and their fleet was destroyed. The experience gained by Wamba, especially on the occasion of Paulus' rebellion, must have shown him how necessary it was to strengthen the military organization of the state, to inspire his people with a warlike spirit, and above all, to enforce compulsory service in the army, which appears to have been evaded by some of the nobles and clergy. This need was met by a law passed in 673, which, together with 3 others bearing on civil and ecclesiastical matters, was added to the code of Reciswinth. By this law, all who refused to serve in the army and all deserters were deprived of the power to bear witness. Despite all the prestige which Wamba's victories had procured for him, and the mental energy shown in all his actions, the fundamental weakness of the Visigothic state, namely the want of agreement between its political elements, appeared once more, and in 680 Wamba was dethroned in consequence of a conspiracy headed by Erwig, one of the nobles, with the assistance of the Metropolitan of Toledo. To preserve himself from a similar fate, Erwig adopted a mild and yielding policy and sought the help of the clergy. In accordance with this policy, he revoked the severe penalty of Wamba's military law, which had displeased the nobles, and restored its victims their ancient nobility. On the other hand, besides persecuting the partisans of Wamba, Ehrwig made new laws against the Jews in order that the Judaeum pestis might be wholly exterminated, subjecting the converts to minute regulations that he might assure himself of their religious faith, and to the non-converted he granted the term of 12 months from 1 February 681, in which to receive baptism under penalty of banishment, scourging, and the loss of all their hair. These laws, although very severe, were milder than those of Reciswint, seeing that they excluded the death penalty. The 12th Council of Toledo accepted them in full. By the use of similar methods, Ehrwig induced this council, summoned within 3 months of his consecration, not only to sanction his usurpation and accept the false pretext that Wamba had become a monk of his own free will and had charged the Metropolitan of Toledo to anoint him, Ehrwig, as his successor, but also to defame the memory of Wamba, to forbid his restoration, and to proclaim the person of Ehrwig and his family sacred and inviolable, Council 13, Canon 4. Ehrwig was so desirous of ingratiating himself with the dangerous elements of the nation that he pardoned not only those who had been punished in Wamba's time for their share in the rebellion of Paulus, but also all those who had been branded as traitors during the reign of Chintila, restoring to them the property, titles, and civil rights which they had forfeited. Council 13. The second canon of the same council continued this policy. It laid down rules for the protection of the nobles, officials of the palace, and freeborn men in their suits, so as to prevent the arbitrary degradation and confiscation of property which the kings were wont to order. But this was not the first time that the Visigothic legislation dealt with this point and established guarantees of this nature. In 682, Ehrwig, by means of these laws and others, made a revised edition of the Liber Judiciorum or Judicum. Before Ehrwig died in 687, he named as his successor Aegica, a relation of Wamba and his own son-in-law, and in November of that year Aegica was duly elected king. Notwithstanding the oath which he had taken in the presence of Ehrwig to protect the family of his predecessor, he at once divorced his wife Sixelona, degraded Ehrwig's other relations, and punished the nobles who had taken the most prominent part in the conspiracy which deprived Wamba of the throne. On the other hand, he favored the partisans of Wamba, whom Ehrwig had persecuted. This behavior naturally led to another rebellion of the unruly section of the Visigothic nobles. In the 5th year of Aegica's reign, a conspiracy was discovered of which Sigebert, Metropolitan of Toledo, was the leader. The aim of this conspiracy was to slay the king, his sons, and 5 of the principal officials of the palace. The Metropolitan was deprived of his say, excommunicated, and sentenced to exile for life, with the confiscation of all his property. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Spain under the Visigoths, Part 4, by Rafael, Altamira. It seems that, during the reign of Aegica, there was another more serious conspiracy, directed not against the king, but against the Visigothic nation. Aegica himself denounced it in the royal Thomas, which he presented to the 17th Council in 694, saying, with reference to the Jews, that by their own open confession it was known, without any shadow of doubt, that the Hebrews in these parts had recently taken counsel with those who dwelt in lands beyond the sea, i.e. in Africa, that they might combine with them against the Christians. And when accused, the same Jews confirmed before the council the justice of the charge. What was the cause and what the aim of this conspiracy? The cause may very well have been the legislation recently made by Aegica with regard to the Jews, which, though very favorable to the converts who made sincere profession of the Christian faith, seeing that it exempted them from the general taxes, munera, and from the special payments made by Jews, allowed them to possess Christian slaves and property, and to trade, was unfavorable to the non-baptized and to those who observed the rites of the Jewish faith, they being burdened with all the taxes from which the first were exempted. We do not exactly know the aim of the conspiracy, although the understanding with the Africans and what happened later in the reign of Roderick give us reason to believe that it was intended to help the Muslims to make another invasion. The council, regarding the crime as proved, decreed in the 8th canon that all the Jews in the peninsula should be reduced to slavery and their goods confiscated. It authorized the Christian slave owners to whom they were consigned to take possession of their sons at the age of 7 and educate them in the Christian faith, and eventually marry them to Catholics. This law was not enforced in Visigothic Gaul. During the reign of Aegica, the Visigothic Code was revised for the last time, 693 to 694. After the manner of his predecessors, Aegica admitted his son Witiza to a share of the government, entrusting to him the northwest, of which the capital was Toi. He also stamped the effigy and name of Witiza, together with his own, on the money which was coined. Witiza was therefore allowed to succeed his father without opposition, 701. The reigns of Witiza and the two following kings are very obscure. We have but scanty information, and that distorted with legends and partisan inventions. Thus, Witiza has been represented as the wickedest of kings and as a man addicted to every vice. From the testimony of the anonymous chronicler of the 8th century and of the Arab historians from the 9th century onwards, it appears that he was the exact opposite. A critical examination of the sources shows that he was an energetic and benevolent king. Witiza began by proclaiming an amnesty, which included the nobles who had been condemned by Aegica. This produced an excellent effect, but did not suffice to prevent a fresh rebellion, when Witiza, following the example of his father, admitted his son Achila or Aguila to a share in the government, entrusting to him the provinces of Narbonne and Tarragona under the charge of a noble, probably called Rechsend, who may have been a relative. We do not exactly know why this policy did not succeed. The chroniclers tell us little till we come to Lucas of Toi, who wrote in the 13th century and is the first to allude to it. But we know that conspiracies were formed, that Witiza was obliged to dissolve some meeting or council, whose attitude had given cause for uneasiness, that, according to the evidence of the anonymous Latin chronicler, he quarreled with Bishop Cinderid, a man of exceptional piety, and lastly, that he punished some conspirators, amongst others Theodefred, Duke of Cordova, whom he blinded, and Pelagius, another noble, whom he banished. This Pelagius, mentioned in the Chronicle of Albelda of the 9th century, is possibly the son of Fafila or Ferla, Duke of Cantabria, who had been banished from court during the reign of Aegica, and who was slain by Witiza himself when governor of the northwest provinces, and therefore most likely Pelagius of Covadonga, who would naturally be opposed to Witiza as the murderer of his father. Witiza managed to escape all these dangers and died a natural death in Toledo at the end of 708 or beginning of 709. Archbishop Roderick, a chronicler of the 12th century, is the first to relate the legend that Witiza was deposed and blinded. Shortly before his death, the Muslims again invaded the Spanish coast and were driven back by him. According to Isidore of Pax Julia, Witiza also defeated the Byzantines, who during the reign of Aegica had attempted to reconquer some of the cities of southern Spain. Witiza was succeeded by Achila. He, together with his two brothers, Olmund and Artavasdes, and his uncle, Bishop Oppas, the Don Oppas of the legend, were the males of the family of the late king. Immediately a revolution broke out, for the nobles refused to acknowledge the new king. They produced a frightful state of confusion, but did not at first succeed in deposing him. Finally, the ringleaders met in council in the spring of 710 and elected Roderick, Rudereco, Duke of Baetica. Soon afterwards, Roderick defeated the army of Achilla, who together with his uncle and brothers fled to Africa, leaving the Duke of Baetica in possession of the throne. The reign of Roderick, the title of Dawn assigned to him by the later chroniclers as a pure anachronism, is still more legendary than that of Witiza, and partly from the same cause, the false reports spread by political enemies who were afterwards to be the victors, and partly the Moorish invasion and the fall of the Visigothic kingdom. The last king of the Visigoths is enveloped in legends from his first action as a king, the legend of the Tower of Hercules, until after his death, the legend of the penance. The most important of all is that known as the legend of Florinda, or La Cava, the harlot, which thoroughly explains the invasion of the Muslims and the cause of their expedition to Spain, which resulted in the destruction of the Visigothic kingdom. We therefore have the story in two forms. One, the connivance of Julian, whoever he may have been, with the Muslims in order to effect the conquest of Spain, Julian being actuated by purely political motives and his daughter having no connection with the matter. 2. The explanation of Julian's connivance with the Arabs by the insult which he had sustained at the hand of Roderick. The first Christian writer who mentions the Count and calls him Don Julian, the Dawn, as in the case of Roderick, is an anachronism, is the monk of Silos, who wrote at the beginning of the 12th century. In our days, it is generally admitted that this individual was called not Julian, but Urban or Olban, and this opinion is supported by the reading of the most ancient text of the anonymous Latin chronicler and by the Arab historians Talan and Kodera. There is considerable difference of opinion as to who this Urban was. Some think that he was a Visigoth, others a Byzantine, but all are agreed that he was governor of Ceuta. Neither of these hypotheses can be maintained because there is no certain evidence that Ceuta then belonged to the Byzantine Empire, still less to the Visigothic kings. Nor can the title Rum given to Urban by the Arab chroniclers, which might mean a Gothic or Byzantine Christian, be taken in a definite sense. On the other hand, the anonymous Latin chronicler, as also Ibn Khaldun and Ahmed Anasiri Asalawi, state that Urban belonged to the land of Africa, to the Berber tribe of the Gomera, that he was a Christian and lord or petty king of Ceuta. Whoever he was, the monk of Silos is the first of the Spanish chroniclers to mention him, and to represent him as taking any part in the conquest of Spain. According to the early chroniclers, the only people who helped, or rather were helped by, the Arabs were the sons of Witiza, whom Roderick had deposed. Hence, the connection between the person of Urban and the fall of the Visigothic state is now generally held by scholars to be a mere legend, perhaps derived from some Arab historian. The second element of the legend, viz., the violation of the Count's daughter, is even more doubtful. The offense committed by Roderick against the Count is also, by some of the early chroniclers, attributed to Witiza, and the later chroniclers are not clear whether it was the daughter or the wife of Julian or Urban. Moreover, the monk of Silos is the first to relate this part of the legend, and the name of La Cava, by which the Count's daughter is now generally known, appears for the first time in the 15th century, in the untrustworthy history of Pedro del Corral. Nevertheless, the more cautious of the modern critics do not consider the question as definitely settled. A third explanation, intermediate between the two, has been set forth by Saavedra, the historian and Arabic scholar, and its main outlines are at present more or less generally accepted. He believes that, even granting that Roderick did commit this offense, it had no connection with the help given by Julian to the Arabs. According to him, Julian was a Byzantine governor of Ceuta and received assistance from Witiza in 708, when his city was attacked by the Muslims, and was therefore bound to the Visigothic king by ties of gratitude and possibly of self-interest. On the death of Witiza, When Julian was again attacked by the Arabs, he surrendered to them on condition that, during his lifetime, he might continue to hold the city of Ceuta under the supreme authority of the Caliph. When Attila was deposed by Roderick, he sought help from Julian, who helped him by making a preliminary expedition to Spain, which was not successful. Then the family of Witiza had recourse to the Muslim chiefs, who were more powerful than Julian, and after long negotiations, thanks to his intervention, they succeeded in obtaining the support of the Arab troops of Africa, and thus managed to defeat Roderick. This connection between the Muslims and the sons of Witiza is confirmed by all the chroniclers, and forms a trustworthy starting point for the history of the invasion. The final attack was preceded by two purely tentative expeditions, of which the first, that attributed to Julian, was made in 709, and the second, a year later, was controlled by an Arab chief called Tarif, who merely laid waste the country between Tarifa and Algeciras, and did not succeed in obtaining possession of any stronghold. In 711, a large force of Muslim troops, commanded by Tariq, the lieutenant of Musa, governor of Mauritania, who was accompanied by the Count Julian or Urban of the legend, took the Rock of Gibraltar and the neighboring cities of Cartea and Algeciras. When the enemy had thus secured places to which they could retreat, they advanced on Cordova, but were detained on the way by a regiment of the Visigothic army under the command of Bencius, a cousin of Roderick. Although the Arabs defeated Bencius, his resistance enabled the king himself to arrive on the field. At that time, Roderick happened to be fighting in the north of Spain against the Franks and the Vascons, whom the partisans of Attila had incited to make a fresh attack. When the Visigothic king saw this new danger, he assembled a powerful army and marched against the invaders, who, according to some historians, also increased their forces to the number of 25,000 men. On 19 July 711, the armies met on the shores of Lake Handa, which lies between the city of Medina Sidonia and the town of Vejer de la Frontera in the province of Cadiz. The river Barbate flows into this lake, and as its Arabic name of Guadabeca was misunderstood by some of the chroniclers, there arose the mistaken belief that the battle was fought on the banks of the river Guadaleta. The victory was won by the Arabs, owing to the treachery of part of the Visigothic army, which was won over by the partisans of Attila. Among the traitors, the chroniclers make special mention of Bishop Oppas and Sigebert, referring to the latter as a relation of Witiza. So the king could not prevent Tariq from cutting off his retreat and dispersing his army. What became of King Roderick? The most common story in the chroniclers, both Arabic and Spanish, is merely that he disappeared, or that his end is unknown. Only a few state plainly that he perished in the Battle of La Handa, and even these disagree as to the details of his death. Saavedra has thus reconstructed the history of Roderick after his defeat of La Handa. The Arabs advanced on Seville, and after another victory they took Ecija, besieged Cordova, which held out for 2 months, and entered Toledo. King Roderick rallied his forces in Medina and went to threaten the capital, which was occupied by Tariq. The Arab general asked Musa for reinforcements. In 712 the latter came himself with a large army. After taking possession of Seville and other strongholds, he advanced on Merida, the place which the Muslims had most reason to dread. He besieged this city, which held out for a year, and was finally taken by storm. At this point, we notice an important change in the accounts given by the chroniclers. Hitherto, the invaders had met with but little resistance, and a certain amount of sympathy on the part of the townspeople who, in some cases, had opened the gates of their cities to the foe. The Arabs had only left small garrisons in the towns which they had conquered, entrusting the protection and government of these towns to the Jews, who naturally welcomed the victorious Arabs. But after the taking of Merida, June 713, a change appears to have set in. Possibly about that time, Musa, who had seen for himself what the country was like and what advantages he had gained, disclosed his intention of changing his tactics. The Muslim troops had hitherto acted as auxiliaries of Achila's party, but at this point Musa began to regard the victorious Muslims as fighting on behalf of the Caliph. In any case, about this time, the Visigoths began to offer a general resistance, which first showed itself in the revolt of Seville. Musa sent his son Abdalaziz to suppress it, and he himself advanced as far as the Sierra de Francia, not without giving orders to Tariq, who was at Toledo, to come and join him with an army in the wild mountainous country, which extends thence to the Estrella, passing through the Sierra de Gata and forming a means of communication with Portugal. Of one place, Egatania or Egaditania, Idana e Vela, we possess money coined by Roderick, possibly in 712. The king of the Visigoths had established himself there. Finally, the combined forces of the Muslims came up with him near the town of Segoyela in the province of Salamanca. In the battle, September 713, Roderick was defeated and probably slain. His corpse was perhaps borne by his followers to Viseu, for if we believe the chronicle of Alfonso III, written in the 9th century by Sebastian of Salamanca, a tomb was there discovered with the inscription Hic requisit Rudricus Rex Gothorum. Thus ended the rule of the Visigoths, for Musa, after the battle of Segoyela, marched to Toledo, which had revolted on the departure of Tariq, and there proclaimed the Caliph as sovereign, dealing the death blow to the hopes of Achila and his supporters. Achila was obliged to content himself with the recovery of his estates, which had been confiscated by Roderick, and with his residence at Toledo, where he lived in great pomp. His brother Artavasdes established himself at Cordova and assumed the title of Count, which he transmitted to Abu Sa'id, his descendant. Ormond remained in Seville, and Bishop Oppas held the metropolitan see of Toledo. As for Julian, he shortly afterwards followed Musa on his journey to Damascus, the capital of the Caliphate, and subsequently returned to Spain. According to Ibn Ayyad, the Arab historian, he then established himself in Cordova, where his son Balakayas became an apostate, and where his descendants continued to reside. This, then, is Saavedra's theory. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Spain under the Visigoths, Part 5, by Rafael Altamira. The end of the Visigothic kingdom of Spain was the natural result of the political divisions and the internal strife which had undermined the state. Since the time of Ricarid, and even more since that of Chindiswinth, there had been no insuperable difficulty in the amalgamation of the Visigothic and Spanish Roman elements. In recent times, their opposition has been exaggerated. It has been supposed that the imperfect nature of the fusion effected by the kings betrayed itself in national weakness, that the two racial elements lacked cohesion, and therefore they could not make head against the foreign invaders. But our information proves that they were much more closely united than has generally been supposed. Moreover, the most fruitful cause of antagonism between Visigoths and Romans, the distribution of lands, houses, and slaves, was not as widely enforced in the peninsula as in Gaul, where, nevertheless, it did not prevent the fusion of the two elements. Concerning the way in which this distribution was made in the territories ceded by Honorius to the Visigoths, by the application of the law of tenancy, de mitatis, contained in the Code of Theodosius, we now possess exact information showing that the distribution did not apply to all the Gallo-Roman possessores. With regard to Spain, we know for a fact that the Sueves applied this law, and we have good reason to suppose that Touching the arable land and part of the forests, the Visigoths did the same after the conquests of Uruk in the districts which they acquired. We have various data in support of this, amongst others the fact that the laws of consortes remained in force. It is also probable that they made distribution of the houses, the slaves engaged to cultivate the fields, and the agricultural implements. But in any case, the private property of the Spanish Romans seems to have suffered less than that of their neighbors in Gaul. Moreover, notwithstanding the statement apparently contained in the military law of Wamba, the fact that, up to the time of Roderick, the Visigoths were constantly engaged in warfare seems to confute the accusation of effeminacy and military decadence which has been brought against them. The Arabs, before they came to Spain, had been victorious in other countries where these conditions did not prevail. The fact that they were able to effect the conquest of the peninsula in the comparatively short space of 7 years is due, apart from the prowess of the Muslims, to the political disagreements of the Visigoths, to the indifference of the enslaved classes who found it profitable to submit to the victorious Arabs, to the support of the Jews, the only element really estranged from the bulk of the nation by persecution, and lastly, to the selfishness of some of the nobles, one more proof of the political unsoundness of the state, who preferred their personal advantage to concerted action on behalf of a monarch. The internal history, the history of the Visigothic kingdom, is one long struggle between the nobility and the monarchy. The kings were supported by the clergy in their efforts to consolidate the royal power and transmit it from father to son, while the nobles strove to keep it elective and held themselves free to depose the elected king by violence. Nevertheless, the kings gained a certain strength, especially those endowed with great personal qualities, such as Leovigild, Chindiswint, Raceswint, and Wamba. The Visigothic king was an absolute monarch, at times despotic, notwithstanding the principle of submission to the law which, from the contemporary works on ecclesiastical politics, passed into the legislation. The king was the chief of the army and the only legislative power. The last is clearly proved by the councils of Toledo, concerning which there have been so many erroneous opinions. It is therefore necessary to discuss in some detail the organization and authority of these councils. The kings alone were empowered to summon them. They had also the right to appoint the bishops and to deprive them of their sees, thus exercising in the Catholic Church the power which, in these matters, they had been wont to exercise in the Arian. Their power to summon the councils is acknowledged in the decrees passed by each of these, with the possible exception of the seventh, which seems to leave the question undecided. On the other hand, the decree of the ninth council clearly states that the bishops have not the power to assemble except by command of the king. The latter did not issue his summons at regular intervals. The council was formed of two elements, the clerical and the lay. The first consisted of the bishops, who in varying numbers were present at all the councils. The vicars, who appeared for the first time at the third council, the abbots, who began to attend at the eighth, and the archbishop, archdeacon, and precentor of Toledo. The lay element was composed of the officials or nobles of the palace, optimatibus et senioribus palati, magnificentissimus, ac nobilissimus viris, etc., whose presence is attested by the signatures and prefaces to the decrees of all the councils dealing with civil matters. From these we see that the lay element is absent from the council held in 597, which is not numbered, from that summoned by Gundamar, also known as Gundamar's Ordinance, from the 14th and from the 7th, which merely confirmed or reenacted a law already approved by the lay element at the royal council. We are left in doubt as to the presence of the lay element at the following councils: the 10th, where the signatures are probably incomplete, the 18th, of which there are no decrees in existence, and the 3rd of Saragossa, from which the signatures are missing. As in the case of the ecclesiastics, the number of the nobles varied considerably. We see from the decrees of the 12th and 16th councils that they were chosen by the king, and we learn from those of the 8th council that this was in accordance with an ancient custom. What part did the nobles take in the assemblies? Historians are by no means agreed. Some hold that they had a voice in the discussion of lay matters only, others that they were nothing more than passive witnesses, or that their presence was a pure formality. Again, others believe that they represented the king. Pérez Pujol, the most recent historian of Visigothic Spain, has a convincing argument that in matters wholly or partly lay, the nobles had the same rights to discuss and vote as the ecclesiastical members of the council. This is the inference drawn from authentic texts of the 8th, 10th, 12th, 13th, 17th councils, and from the 6th, which is conclusive with regard to the vote. The difference between the respective powers of the lay and clerical elements was limited to matters wholly religious, and the right of proposing laws to the king. With regard to lay matters, the functions of the councils were of three kinds. 1. Deliberative, concerning the methods of government, adoption of new laws, modification or repeal of the old ones, and their codification or compilation. On these points the king consulted the councils, but in the Tomus Regius, which he handed to them at the opening of the council, and in special communications, such as the one sent to the 16th council, 9 May 693. 2. The right to petition or to initiate legislation, that is to say, the right to present to the monarch for approval such proposals as were not included in these communications or in the Tomus Regius. But only the ecclesiastics were entitled to take this initiative. 3. Judicial, that is to say, the power to act as a kind of tribunal in the case of disputes connected with the administration. This tribunal settled the complaints and charges brought by the citizens against the government officials, and possibly also against influential men. In this sense, the council formed part of the system of the courts. It is not known whether these matters were laid directly before the council or whether they first passed through the hands of the king. The discussion concerning the Tomus and the royal communications was followed by voting, as a result of which the original proposal of the monarch was approved or modified. He frequently entrusted to the council not only the adoption of specially important laws, but also the general revision of all the existing laws, as we see from the Tomus Regius of the 8th, 12th, and 16th councils. This added to the freedom enjoyed by the clergy with regard to legislative initiative, as expressed in the canons of the 16th and 17th councils, and furnishes grounds for the very general opinion that the Visigothic monarchy was dominated by the clergy and was therefore mainly ecclesiastical in character. In the different Visigothic codes, and consequently in the most recent versions of the Liber or Forum Judicum, there is a large proportion of laws made by the councils on ecclesiastical initiative. Further, the political and theological doctrines of the time, of which Isidore of Seville is the chief representative, are reflected at every stage in the legislation, such as the duties of the monarch, the divine origin of power, the distinction drawn between the private means of the monarch and the patrimony of the crown, etc., and the duty of the state to defend the church and to punish crimes committed against religion. The Visigothic legislation was deeply imbued with the spirit of Catholicism. This was due not only to the piety of the monarchs and upper classes, but also to the superior culture of the clergy, which gave them great authority over Spanish society and enabled them to defend the principles of justice. Yet we have no right to suppose that, from the time of Ricared, the clergy ruled the kings. We have seen that the kings controlled the bishops, that they appointed them, deprived them of their sees, and convoked them, so that they always had the means of checking any encroachment. We know that there were frequent disputes between the crown and the prelates, that the latter often made conspiracies, headed rebellions, and were in consequence punished by the kings. We also know that for some time there was difference of opinion between the kings and the upper clergy on the subject of the Jews. Lastly, we must not forget that in legislative matters, not only did the kings issue provisions motu proprio without consulting the councils, there is no lack of examples, but also that, even with regard to the decisions and suggestions of the latter, they always reserved for themselves the right of approval, as we may clearly see from the royal declarations at the 8th, 13th, and 16th councils, apart from their general power of confirmation, without which the decrees were not valid. So far as we know, the kings always enforced the decisions of the councils, and they could well afford to do so. It was a corrupt bargain. The councils sanctioned the worst acts of hypocritical kings like Erwig, while the kings allowed their theological and political doctrines to creep into the legislation. This appears to be the truth of the matter. The fall of the Visigothic state did not put an end to Gothic influence in Spain. Like the Roman Empire, the Visigothic rule made a deep impression on the race and on the character of the Spanish people. Portions of Visigothic law were incorporated into their legal constitution. In the sphere of legislation, not only did their principles survive for several centuries, but some of them have come down to the present day and are amongst those regarded as most essentially Spanish. The Forum Judicum remained in force in the peninsula for centuries. In the 13th, as it was still thought indispensable, it was translated into the vernacular, that is, Castilian, and down to the 19th, its laws continued to be quoted in the courts. No sooner was the new monarchy established in Asturias than it attempted to restore the Visigothic state, seeking for precedence in the latter and claiming to be its successor. This influence is proved by various passages of the Chronicles which treat of the reconquest and by the texts of the laws of Alfonso II, Bermudo II, Alfonso V, and other kings. The word Goth survived to denote a Spanish Christian, and in the 16th century, the victorious Spaniards introduced it into America. It was not only on legislation and politics that the Visigothic influence left its mark. It has now been proved that the Visigothic codes, even in their final and most complete form, by no means included all the legislation which existed in Spain. Apart from the law, and in many cases in direct opposition to it, there survived a considerable number of customs, almost all Gothic, which were firmly rooted in the people. These, after an existence which, to the modern observer, seems buried in obscurity, for they are not mentioned in any contemporary document, came to the surface in the legislation of the medieval fueros, which was founded on custom, as soon as the political unity of Visigothic Spain had been destroyed. It has been shown by several modern scholars who have investigated the subject, such as Pidal, Munoz, Romero, Ficker, and Hinojosa, that many of these principles of fueros faithfully reflect the ancient Gothic law. Here, then, is a new social factor of medieval Spain, which descends directly from the Visigoths. Conversely, in matters of social life and culture, the Visigoths were deeply affected by the Byzantine and by the Spanish-Roman element. The Roman spirit first affected them when they came in contact with the Eastern Empire in the 3rd and 4th centuries. Afterwards in Gaul, and still more in Spain, a Western and properly Roman influence produced a much deeper effect, as is shown by the advance in their legislation. Subsequently, the Byzantine influence was revived by the Byzantine conquests in South and Southeast Spain, 554 to 629, and also by the constant communication between the Spanish clergy in Constantinople. Indeed, we know that many of them visited this city. Some scholars have attempted to trace Byzantine influence in matters juridical, but it is not perceptible either in Visigothic legislation or in the formulae of the 6th century, or in the legal works of Isidore of Seville. On the other hand, the influence of Byzantine art and literature is manifest at every stage in the literary and artistic productions of the period. In the territory in subjection to the empire, Greek was spoken in its vulgar form, and learned Greek was the language of all educated men. Moreover, Byzantine influence played a considerable part in commerce, which was chiefly carried on by the Cartagena route, this city being the capital of the Imperial province, and by the Barcelona route, which followed the course of the Ebro to the coast of Cantabria. As might have been expected, the Roman Latin influence was more powerful than the Byzantine. On the whole, the Visigoths conformed to the general system of social organization which they had found established in Spain. According to this system, property was vested in the hands of a few, and there was great inequality between the classes. Personal and economic liberty was restricted by subjection to the curia and the collegia. The Visigoths improved the condition of the curiales and lightened the burden of the compulsory guild, which pressed heavily on the workmen and artisans, but on the other hand, they widened the gulf between the classes by extending the grades of personal servitude and subjection on the lines followed by the Roman Empire in the 4th century, and these, owing to the weakness of the state, became daily more intolerable. With regard to the economic question of population, the Visigoths reversed the established Roman practice, which was mainly municipal, and restored the rural system, which in their hands proved very efficient, as we see from the distribution of the local communities and from the system of local administration. Although the Roman scheme of country houses, villae, in some respects coincides with this, they also improved the condition of agriculture. With regard to the family, the Visigoths were less susceptible to Latin influence, inasmuch as they retained the form of the patriarchal family and of the Sippa, which found its ultimate expression in solidarity of the clans in matters relating to the family, to property, and to punishment of crime, etc. Nevertheless, here too, Roman influence did not fail to produce some effect. In the legislation, at least, it modified the Gothic law in an individualistic sense. Of the original language, script, and literature of the Visigoths, nothing remained. The language left scarcely any trace on the Latin, by which it was almost immediately supplanted in common use. Modern philologists believe that most of the Gothic words, a bare 100, contained in the Spanish language, have not come from the Visigoths, but that they are of more ancient origin and had crept into vulgar Latin towards the end of the empire, as a result of the constant intercourse between the Roman soldiers and the Germanic tribes. The Gothic script fell rapidly into disuse in consequence of the spread of Catholicism and the destruction of many of the Arian books in which it had been used. Although there is evidence that it survived down to the 7th century, there are but few examples of it. Documents were generally written in Latin, and the script wrongly termed Gothic, which is known to Spanish paleographers as that of Toledo. The literature which has come down to us is all in Latin, and the greater part of it deals with matters ecclesiastical. Although amongst the writers and cultured men of the time there were a few laymen, such as the kings Ricard, Sisebut, Chindeswint, and Raciswint, Duke Claudius, the counts Bulgaranus, and Laurentius, the majority of the historians, poets, theologians, moralists, and priests were ecclesiastics. Such were Orosius, Dracontius, Idatius, Montanus, Saint Torobius of Astorga, Saint Martin of Braga, the Byzantines Licinianus and Severus, Donatus, Broglio, Masona, Julian, Tahon, John of Biclar, etc. The most important of all, the best and most representative exponent of contemporary culture, was Isidore of Seville, whose historical and legal works, Libri Sententiarum and encyclopedias, Originis Sive Etymology, the latter were written between 622 and 623, reproduce in turn Latin tradition and the doctrines of Christianity. The etymology is not only exceedingly valuable from the historical point of view as a storehouse of Latin erudition, but it also exercised considerable influence over Spain and the other Western nations. In Spain, France, and other European countries, there was scarcely a single library belonging to a chapter house or an abbey whose catalogue could not boast of a copy of Isidore's work. Alcuin and Theodulf took their inspiration from it, and for jurists it was long one of the principal sources of information concerning the Roman law before the time of Justinian. Of the artistic productions which the Visigoths left behind in Spain, there is not much to be said. In addition to the undoubted Byzantine influence, which, however, did not exactly reveal itself through the medium of Visigothic art, since it had its own province like that of other Western countries, it is possible that the work of the Visigoths showed other traces of Eastern art. We have much information concerning public buildings, palaces, churches, monasteries, and fortifications built during the Visigothic period, and more especially during the reigns of Leovigild, Ricarid, Raciswint, etc. But none of these buildings have come down to us in a state of sufficient preservation to enable us to state precisely the characteristic features of the period. The following buildings, or at least some part of them, have been assigned to this period. The churches of San Roman de la Hornija and San Juan de Baños et Palencia, the church of San Miguel de Terrassa, and possibly the lower part of Cristo de la Luz at Toledo, the cathedral of San Miguel de Escalada at León, Burguillos and San Pedro de Nav, and a few other fragments. It is also thought that there are traces of Visigothic influence in the church of Saint Germain des Prés at Paris, which was built in 806 by Theodulf, Bishop of Orleans, a native of Spain. But the capitals found at Toledo, Merida, and Cordova, and above all the beautiful jewels, votive crowns, crosses, and necklaces of gold and precious stones discovered at Guarazar, Elche, and Antequera, must assuredly be attributed to the Visigoths. We possess numerous Visigothic gold coins, or rather medals struck in commemoration of victories and proclamations, modeled on the Latin and Byzantine types and roughly engraved. They furnish information concerning several kings whose names do not occur in any known document, and who must probably be regarded as usurpers, rebels, or unsuccessful candidates for the throne, such as Tutila or Tudila of Illiberis and Merida, and Tahita of Assi, who are supposed to belong to the period between Ricarid I in Sisinand and Sunifrid or Cunifrid, who possibly belongs to the time of Raciswint or Wamba. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Italy under the Lombards, Part 1 by L.M. Hartmann. The Lombards are mentioned first at the time of Augustus and Tiberius by Valetius, Paterculus, and Strabo, and 100 years later by Tacitus. Their first residence was the Patagal, on the left bank of the Lower Elbe, and here they were conquered by Tiberius at the time before the battle in the Teutoburgian forest, when the Romans still intended to subdue the whole of Germany. After the deliverance of the inner part of Germany by Arminius, the Lombards were ruled by Marbod, who went over to Arminius and later on brought back to his compatriots Italicus, the son of Arminius, whom the Cherusci had fetched from Rome and then driven away again. They are generally described as a small tribe, the fiercest of all German tribes, and only their bravery enabled them to hold their position between their stronger neighbors. On the whole, their habits seem to have been the same as those of all other Germans at the time of Tacitus. Some of their laws or later periods show a certain resemblance to those of their former neighbors by the North Sea. As with all Germans, their kingdom is no original institution, and whatever tradition tells about it is only fabulous. It is the smallness of their tribe which accounts for their principal quality, the tendency to assimilate the allied or subdue individuals and tribes. Roman influence seems to have touched them only in the slightest degree during the first 5 centuries of our era. At the time of their wanderings, they began to show differences from their neighbors. We know nothing about the way the Lombard wanderings took, though tradition says a good deal about them. The extensive farming they practiced, consisting more in cattle breeding than agriculture, and the loose organization of the tribe made it easy for them to leave their dwelling places. Perhaps here, as is so often the case, the first motive was need of land, a natural result of the increase of population, while at the same time so small a tribe had no possibility of enlarging its boundaries. A division of Lombards invaded Pannonia with the Massimani about the year 165, but were repulsed by the Romans and obliged to return. They did not again reach the old Roman frontier, the Danube, till 300 years later, under a certain king Gaudiac, who occupied the desolated Rogaland after the destruction of the empire by Odovacar in the year 487. Meanwhile, during the troubles of their wanderings and continual wars, the institution of a constant commander-in-chief in form of kingship seems to have taken the place of the Tacitinian duke, who was invested for every single war. From Burgenland, they wandered into the land which was called Veld in Hungary, but were subdued by the Heruli and forced to pay tribute. At that time, they were probably landlords, leaving the land to subjective half-freemen, ationes, for culture. We may suppose that they were at that time strongly influenced by their neighbors, the Bavarians, and it was then that they adopted Christianity in its Arian form. But not very long afterwards, during the Franco-Ostrogothic War in Gaul, the Lombards, under the reign of their king Tato, of the family of Leth, shook off the yoke of the Heruli, who, well allied with Theodoric, succeeded in beating them completely in a battle somewhere in the Iberian plain, and entirely destroyed their realm. The Lombards now had the Gepidi on the south and the Danube on the west. Tito's nephew and successor, King Baggio, who had married one daughter to a Frankish king and another to Garibald, Duke of Bavaria, considered himself friend and ally of the Roman Emperor. When after the death of the last Lienhart king, his guardian Anduin had mounted the throne, the Lombards crossed the Danube and, whilst the Ostrogothic land was in great confusion, occupied the southwest of Hungary, and also Noricum, the south of Styria, both belonging in name to the Roman Empire, but left to them for settlement by Justinian. In this way they were loosely federated with the empire, which paid them subsidies, but was nevertheless troubled by their raids. They assisted Narses in his decisive expedition to Italy, bringing him 2,500 warriors with 3,000 armed followers. But the Byzantines soon sent them back after the deciding battle, seeing how dangerous they were to friend and foe through their fierceness and want of discipline. Meanwhile, the Lombards and Gepidi, stirred up by the Roman emperor, were engaged in constant battles and struggles. After Adoin's death, his son and successor Alboin, well known to fable, concluded a league with the Avars, engaging himself to pay the 10th part of all cattle for their help in war and, in case of victory, to give up the land of the Gepidi to the Avars. The latter made their invasion from the northeast, the Lombards from the northwest. In the decisive battle, Cundegund, king of the Gepidi, was slain by Alboin's hand, the king's daughter taken prisoner and made queen by Alboin. Part of the Gepidi took flight. Another part surrendered to the Lombards. Their realm existed no more. Their land and the few who stayed behind fell under the government of the Avars, who were now the Lombards' most dangerous neighbors. But the Lombards renewed their confederacy with them and left to them the land they had themselves occupied till then, intending to conquer for themselves a better and richer land in Italy, which many of them already knew. At the command of Alboin, they assembled on 1 April 568, with family goods and chattels with the mixed multitude of all the subjugated races already assimilated by their people. With a great number of allies, 20,000 Saxons among others, and grouped in tribes, Fara, they crossed the Alps under the guidance of Alboin. About the same time, Narses was recalled by Justinian's successor. Hence arose a rumor reporting that the commander had committed treason by calling the Lombards, and this became the saga of Narses. In spite of the well-organized defensive system which Narses had established, the Romans seem to have been surprised and made no attempt at defense. The Lombards threw down the Friulian limes with its castles and, marching into the Venetian plain, took Cividale, Forum Julii, the first important place that fell into their hands, and afterwards the residence of the ducal dynasty of the Gisafings. They also destroyed the town of Aquileia, whose patriarch fled to Grada, the later New Aquileia, with his treasure, part of the population and of the soldiers. But the Imperialists succeeded in holding out in Padua, Monceles, and Mantua, thereby defending the line of the Po, while Vicenza and Verona fell into Alboin's hands, so that the important limes of Tridentum, which bordered on Bavaria in the north, was separated from the bulk of the imperial army. On 4th September 569, Alboin entered Milan. The Archbishop Honoratus fled to Genoa, which for 2 generations remained the asylum of the bishops of Milan. Ticinum, Pavia, alone offered resistance for a time and could only be taken after a long siege, during which and afterwards other Lombard troops scoured the country up to the Alps and took possession of the land except a few fortifications. Undoubtedly, the Lombard bands had as little idea of systematic attack as the Imperialists of systematic defense, and seems the latter judged the Lombard invasions to be like other barbarian invasions which soon passed away. Alboin himself seems to have dated his reign in Italy from the time of his occupation of Milan. Alboin did not long enjoy his fame, revolted by her husband's insolence, who forced her to drink from a cup made of her father Commode's skull. Rosamond conspired with Alboin's foster brother, Helmicus, and a powerful man called Peredo. The barbarian hero king was murdered in his bed in spring 572, but as Rosamond could not realize her plan of taking possession of the throne with Helmicus against the Lombards' opposition, the two fled to Ravenna, taking the royal treasure with them. Here the queen wanted to get rid of her accomplice and marry Longinus, prefect of Italy, but Helmicus forced her to finish the poison she had given him. So the prefect could only deliver Alboin's daughter and the treasure to Constantinople. This is what the saga related, and we can neither confirm nor contradict its details. The Duke Clef of the family of Berlioz was now made king by the Lombards at Pavia, but was murdered after 1.5 years' reign, 574. Lombard bands spread further in middle and southern Italy, but so small was the need of a single leader that they chose no more kings. But every one of the dukes, 35 in number, reigned independently in his own district. These dukes, called duces by our authorities, but whose Lombard titles we do not know, are not to be confounded with the duces in the Tacitian sense. We must picture them as leaders of a military division chosen by the king from among the nobles. Their position changed naturally when the Lombard people was no longer on march, but the same clans were garrisoned permanently in the same town. As the saga of Gustav's appointment to Friuli exemplifies, and occupied permanently the same district, living on its produce. These districts generally coincided with the Roman division in civitates, and a walled town formed the center. Probably these towns were at first used as victualling stations, managed in a more or less regular manner, sometimes perhaps by imposing payment of a third on the peasants of the district. But this could only be considered a transition state, preparing the way for definite settlement. The fierce Lombards had not come as federates, or friends like the Goths, but as enemies, and treated the Romans jura belli. The Roman freemen, the curiales, who owned a moderate property in the town or the great landowner in the country, had fled or had been killed or enslaved, and only the great mass of working people, the colony, and the agricultural slaves had been left on the soil, though many had perished during the terrors of war. When the Lombards began to settle, they divided the land with all its bondmen, as far as it had not been entirely devastated, between the free Lombards, who thereby took the place of the Roman landlords. The colony were considered as adiones, as half-freemen, and paid tribute and did sculptage service for the Lombards, as they had done for the Romans before. Of course, the possessions of the Catholic Church, which was the church of the Roman state, fell under the same lot of division. The dukes claimed for themselves all the public land with its traditional duties as well, but every free Lombard warrior was entitled to part of the booty, and therefore became also a landowner. In this way, the local division in all those parts, which had not been totally devastated, and which were plowed again after a time, suffered no change. The culture was much the same, with the one difference that the Lombards, having brought great herds of cattle, especially swine, from Pannonia, attached more importance within the manner to stock management and cattle breeding than the Romans had done. The towns and municipal settlements were likewise unchanged, because the Lombards, who had known stone buildings only upon Roman soil, accommodated themselves to the conditions of a higher culture. It is certain that regard was paid to the connection between the Fara clan in every settlement, but on the other hand it was just the manorial and municipal settlement which entirely destroyed the connection within the Fara, so that the rest of the original clan organization soon disappeared. Two of the duchies were somewhat different in origin and organization from those of the north of Italy, the great duchies of Spoleto and Benevento. They did not go back to the time of conquest in common, but were founded by independent enterprises of Lombard bands, who had severed from the great mass under command of their chiefs, and invaded the land on their own account. They were much larger in extent than one civitatis, so that the civitas forms a division of the duchy. In the year 575 or 576, the patrician Badorius, son-in-law to the Emperor Justin, and his army were entirely beaten by the Lombards. They approached Ravenna, the Duke Thorwald even occupied for a time Cassis, its port, destroyed the Petra Petusa, which defended the Via Flaminia, and thereby forced the passage of the Apennines. Thorwald occupied Nursia, Spoleto, and other towns, and installed an Arian bishop in Spoleto, which was now the center of his duchy. Another duke, Zotto, who, with his partly heathen bands, inundated the province of Samian and spread terror all around, settled down in Benevento. The connection between Ravenna and Rome was interrupted at times. Even Rome was besieged in the year 579, but the Lombards were obliged to give up the siege, as well as that of Naples 2 years later, because Roman walls, kept in good condition and provided with a sufficient number of defenders, were impregnable to them. During the next years, the two dukedoms took a still wider range, limited only by Rome with its surroundings and by Byzantine seaport towns, which could not be taken from the land side. During the kingless time, Benevento and Spoleto grew so strong that they were able to keep up their independence. In the north of Italy, too, the incoherent government of the dukes did not permit any uniform action. Even in Alboin's time, various troops had detached themselves and pillaged in Gaul, but upon the whole these adventurers had no success against Romulus. commander-in-chief of the Burgundian king Guntram. The Saxons, who did not want to assimilate with the Lombards and intended to make their way home through the land of the Franks, were likewise beaten in the following years. But these bands had shewn the way into the neighboring kingdom to the dukes of North Italy. Some of these marched into the upper valley of the Rhone and were beaten by the Burgundians near Bex, 574, and no better did they fare next year, as they were repulsed by Mumulus, after having laid waste the land between the Rhone, the Isere, and the Alps. At this time Susa and Aosta, the most important passage over the West Alps, seemed to have fallen into the hands of the Franks, and on the other side a Frankish duke, Cramnicus, advanced from Austrasia into the dukedom of Trent, but was, after a short success, totally defeated with his troops by the Duke Irvin near Salern. These conflicts took a dangerous aspect when the Emperor Maurice sent subsidies, 50,000 solidi, to the young King Childebert of Austrasia in order to drive out the Lombards. In 584, King Childebert conducted an army against Italy, and so weak had the want of monarchical leading rendered the Lombard dukes that they dared not offer resistance and sent presents in token of submission. Besides this, their force of resistance had been weakened by the treason of some of their fellow countrymen, who were not ashamed of joining the imperialists against their own people. The imperial policy was to combat barbarians with barbarians, and to spend abundant means for this purpose. In this manner they had won over the Duke Trocton of Brixillum, a Lombard duke of Suevic family, who succeeded in expelling Ferrarald from Classis, and other deserters were found as well. Standing in danger of losing all their booty by dispersing their forces, the dukes of West Italy at last resolved to unite again under a king's leading. They elected Arthuri, the son of Clef, 584, and conceded to him, as we hear, in order to give material foundation to the new kingdom, half of their own lands, which were later administered by royal Gastaldi. The dukedom had, in consequence of the settlements during the last 10 years, become quite a different thing from what it had been at the time of Alboin, and also the new kingdom was obliged to represent not only the leading power of the army as before, but also territorial power. The king's attempt to strengthen the new central power against the forces of disunion, grown strong during the last period, now formed the most important part of the Lombard state's politics, as it was the king's task to form a really united state. He was no longer satisfied with the dignity of a barbarian chieftain, but aspired to reign lawfully within the territory of the Roman Empire. We see this from the fact that Arthuri first took up the name Flavius, which all his successors kept, though he was not acknowledged by the empire, as, for instance, Theodoric had been. The Lombards wanted this territory to comprise all Italy, and a legend illustrating the fact tells us that Arthuri rode into the sea at the south point of Italy and touched a solitary column, projecting out of the waves with his spear, and called out, "This is to be the boundary of the Lombard realm." But in reality, Arthuri's task was of a more modest character and limited to the north of Italy. A new attack of the Austrasians failed in consequence of the latest disagreements, and as the exarch Smaragdus felt too weak to offer resistance to the Lombards without their help, Arthur managed to conclude an armistice for 3 years, the first that was concluded between the Lombards and the Empire. Arthur seems to have availed himself of this opportunity, partly to restore order in North Italy, and partly to ensure his boundary in the north, and above all to destroy the Franco-Byzantine League, which threatened the existence of his realm. He therefore betrothed himself to Childebert's sister, but the engagement was soon broken by the Franks when the Frankish Imperial and Catholic party of Brunhild got the ascendant. Arthuri, however, married Theodolinda, 588, the Catholic daughter of the Bavarian Duke Garibald, who by her mother belonged to the old Lombard royal family of the Lethings. The other daughter was married to the mighty Duke Evan of Tridentum, and her brother Gundevald was made Duke of Asti by Arthari. When the Franks by this time repeated their invasion of Italy under the leading of a few dukes, they were entirely beaten after a hot battle. Childebert's revenge was prevented by Arthari's negotiations with him, 589, and by his offer to become even a dependent confederate and pay tribute. Meanwhile, after the armistice had ended, Arthari had succeeded in removing the last remnants of imperial power on the northern boundaries of Italy, and had probably also obtained his acknowledgement by the Duke of Friuli. Nevertheless, his position was much impaired when the new exarch, Romanus, appeared in Ravenna with reinforcements, regained Altinum, Modena, and Mantua, and induced the Lombard dukes of the Emilia, as well as the Duke of Friuli, to join the Imperialists. The negotiations were broken off, and Imperialists and Franks planned to destroy the Lombard power by a systematic and simultaneous attack from north and south, and had even agreed already on the distribution of the booty. 20 Frankish dukes broke forth from the Alps in 2 divisions, one marching against Milan, the other under the Duke Cetinus against Verona. After having broken through the fortification of the frontier and devastated the land all around. Summer 590. But no important conflicts took place, because the Lombards retired into their fortifications, fearing the enemy's overwhelming numbers. The exarch came to meet the Franks at Mantua, and intended to march in a line parallel to them against Pavia, to which Arthari had drawn back. But this plan was not put into practice, it is said in consequence of misunderstandings. The Frankish dukes tried to secure their movable booty, and Duke Celdenus is said to have concluded an armistice for 10 months, but epidemics and famine caused great losses on their way back. After these efforts, which had brought no real success to them, the Franks ceased to invade Italy for more than a century and a half. Arthari lived to manage the negotiations for peace, which led to a lasting friendship between the Franks and Lombards later on, though only on condition of paying tribute to the Franks, a burden which was, as it seems, not for a long time thrown off by the Lombards. The northern boundary, at all events, was secured, and the Lombards were only threatened from one side by the Imperials. But Arthari did not live to see the definite treaty of peace. He is said to have been poisoned and died 5 September 590. The result of his active life was the establishment of a kingdom and a Lombard state, though many difficulties still awaited the Lombards from within and without. 2 months after Arthari's death, Agilulf, Duke of Turin, obtained the crown and married his predecessor's widow, Theodelinda. In May 591, an assembly of Lombards at Milan acknowledged him solemnly, but a number of North Italian dukes had then to be subdued in repeated battles. Also Piacenza and Parma were again subjected, and in the latter town, the king's son-in-law was established as duke, as the king generally claimed the right to nominate the dukes himself. He ensured the northern boundary by an agreement with the Avars, which became as a defensive and offensive alliance later on. The time had now come for a systematic attack on the Imperialists. The newly nominated Duke of Benevento, Arricus, who had consolidated his duchy by gaining nearly all the territories in South Italy, with the exception of a few towns on the coast, had the especial task of marching against Naples and threatening Rome from the south, while Ariulf of Spoleto had already destroyed the land communication between Rome and Ravenna in April 592, and even appeared before Rome in the summer, afterwards turning to the north and taking the castles on the upper Tiber. To be sure, the exarch succeeded in regaining them during the time he was free of Agilulf. But in 593, the king himself advanced southward, occupied Perugia, and appeared before Rome. The siege ended in a treaty with Pope Gregory, who only wished for peace, but it was not acknowledged by the exarch after the king had marched off. The war did not cease, and the Lombards made constant progress. It was only after the Exarch Romanus's death, 596, that by the Pope's urging, the transactions were renewed seriously. It is true that the new Exarch, Calixtus, carried on the war in North Italy, but he concluded an armistice of a year in autumn 598 on the basis of the status quo and engaged himself to pay £500 in gold to the Lombard king. The armistice was renewed for the time from spring 600 to 601, but when the war was taken up again, the Exarch succeeded in making prisoners of the Duke of Parma and his wife, Algaluf's daughter, but the Lombard king took Padua, devastated Istria with Slav and Avar troops, conquered the fortified town of Moncelis, enforced peace on the rebellious dukes of Friuli and Tridentum, and occupied in 603 Cremona and Mantua. The central position of the Imperialists at Ravenna appeared to be endangered after the subjugation of all the north of Italy, and Exarch Smaragdus, who was again sent to Italy after the fall of the Emperor Maurice, hastily concluded a new armistice till 605 and surrendered the king's daughter. Then Agilulf crossed the Apennines once more, occupied Ballum, Regis, and Orvieta. But in November 605, the Imperialists obtained a new armistice at the price of paying a tribute of 12,000 solidi. From that time till Agilulf's death, and even afterwards, this armistice was continually prolonged. It is true that a definite state of peace, which would have naturally led to a legal partition of the Italian soil, was not effected, though Agilulf's ambassador Strabicianus seems to have entered into negotiations on this subject in Constantinople. Agilulf died in 616 after 25 years of a warlike reign, in which he had expanded and strengthened his empire and obliged the Romans to pay tribute. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Italy under the Lombards, Part 2, by L.M. Hartmann. To Agilulf, his son Adelard, a minor, followed a name, but Theolinda exercised the ruling influence on government in his place, while Athari had never allowed Lombard children Catholic baptism. A Catholic chapel had been conceded to Theolinda at Monza, and Adelard himself was already baptized as a Catholic, though by a schismatic, and Theolinda, who exchanged occasional letters with Pope Gregory, was schismatic in relation to the 3 chapters. In this way, Agilulf had not tolerated the organization of the Roman Church within the reach of his power, but the schismatic bishop of Aquileia and his schismatic suffragans had taken refuge with the Lombards. Agilulf had also given deserted land in the Apennines at the confluence of the torrent Bobbio and the Trebia to the Irish monk Columbanus, who had fled from Gaul and differed dogmatically from Rome. He also gave permission to lay the foundations of a monastery at Bobbio, but the monks soon turned to orthodoxy after Columbanus's death, and even got a privilege in 628, by which they were exempted from the power of the neighboring bishop of Tortona. In contrast to the national chiefs, who were still Arian, the government favored the Catholics, or at least the schismatics, and in consequence Roman influence made rapid progress in the Lombard kingdom, favored partly by the social influence of the Roman subjects, partly by the intercourse with Roman neighbors, which the long armistices had so well prepared. Nevertheless, the peace was once more broken at the beginning of Adelard's reign, between the Exarch Eutherius and the Lombards under the commander Sundarius, who owed his training to Agilulf. But this war was ended by another armistice, the exarch consenting to pay a tribute of 500 pounds in gold. In the following years, the Roman influence on the king was so great that he was generally said to be either mad or bewitched. Perhaps it was the national party among the Lombards which raised upon the buckler Ariold, the Duke of Turin, the husband of Adelaide's sister, Gundeberger, and after several combats dethroned King Adelaide, who was then said to have been removed by poison, 626. Ariold reigned 10 years too, without much change in the course of the Lombard politics. He came in conflict with the Catholic wife, who was released from prison by the intervention of the Franks and allowed Catholic service in a church of John the Baptist at Pavia. The alliance which Agilolf had formed with the Avars was dissolved. They invaded Italy and killed Gisulf, Duke of Friuli, with nearly the whole of his army. His widow perfidiously surrendered Cividale, which was entirely burnt down and the open country was devastated, the Lombards offering resistance only in the fortified castles at the frontier, till the Avars turned back to Pannonia after their raid. No help was to be expected for Friuli at that time from the weak kingdom. But at last, Gisulf's sons escaped from the Avars, and the two eldest, Tasso and Caco, took the reins of government into their hands. While the power of the Avars was decreasing, the young dukes in alliance with Bavarians and Alamans fought successfully against the Slavs, and during Ariold's reign, penetrated victoriously into the valleys of the Alps, perhaps as far as Wundermatre and the valley of the Gaul, and obliged the Slavs to pay tribute. But, following the intention of Ariold, it is said, the exarch quietly removed Tasso and Caco, and their uncle Gisulf was nominated Duke of Friuli, while the two younger sons of Gisulf, Radoald and Grimwald, appealed to the protection of the mighty Duke Arachis of Benevento. After Ariold's death, the nobles in the kingdom elected the Duke Rothari of Brescia, an ardent Arian, who was connected with the former dynasty by his marriage with the widowed Queen Gundeberga. Nevertheless, his policy, unlike that of his predecessors in the last 20 years, was decidedly hostile to the Romans, though he tolerated the gradual establishment of the Catholic hierarchy in the Lombard kingdom. He sought to keep order in all internal matters and to raise the king's authority over the nobles, and to this purpose war against the Imperials, which had rested during 2 decades, was taken up again, in order to strengthen the king's royal domain by new conquests. He passed the Apennines and conquered the coast between Luna and the Frankish boundary. He did not install dukes here, but kept the conquered land under direct royal administration, so that the greatest part of the west of Italy was royal. He destroyed Oderzo in the east, the last remnant of Roman power on the Venetian mainland, and slew the Imperials in a bloody battle on the borders of the Scultena, not far from the central seat of Roman dominion. He concluded a suspension of hostility shortly before his death, 652. His son Radoald followed him, but was killed after a few months' reign. More famous even then by his victorious enterprises by the saga that attaches itself to the name of King Rother, Rothari was the first legislator of the Lombards. Up to that time, the Lombards, like all barbarian nations, had been ruled by customary laws, handed down to them verbally by their ancestors. Rothari ordered them to be written down, published as edictus, after having consulted his nobles and confirmed according to Lombard custom by an assembly of warriors at Pavia, 22 November 643. Of course, it was a territorial law, but only the Lombard, who alone was folk-free, was subject to Lombard law in the Lombard state, and the fact of its being written down showed clearly enough that the Lombard state placed itself in the same line with the Respublica, the empire, and the other acknowledged states as perfectly equal to them. When Rothwell declares the law should protect the poor against the oppressions of the mighty, we can find therein part of the means he employed to keep order in internal matters. The kingdom was not only protected by some of the laws of the edictus, but also shewed its power by the fact of issuing legal regulations for the whole country, which, if not at once, were, at all events, after a short time accepted irrevocably from Benevento to Cividale. Its matter is essentially German law, but in the supplements which Rothwell's successors added, we can trace alien influence, and moreover, the form is naturally influenced by Roman patterns. Comparative science of law has proved that Lombard law had the greatest likeness to Saxon, Anglo-Saxon, and Scandinavian law. A proof that the Lombards preserved their law unchanged in essential matters since their departure from the lower Elbe. The edictus is systematically arranged and treats of crimes against king, state, or man, especially compensations for bodily injuries, law of inheritance and family right, and manumission, then obligations and real estate, crimes against property, oath and bail. It can well be called the best judicial codification of barbarian law. The successor of Rotharia's son was Aribert, the son of that Duke Gundewald of Asti, who had come from Bavaria with his sister Theolinda. During the 9 years of his reign, he, as a Catholic, carried on the traditions of Theolinda in opposition to Rothari. He built a Catholic church at Pavia and favored the Catholic hierarchy, although the assertion of a poem which celebrates the merits of his dynasty about the year 700, that the good and pious king abolished the Arian heresy, is probably exaggerated. The Bishop of Pavia was converted to Catholicism. A change of policy took place only after his death, 661, when his two young sons, Godepert in Pavia and Pertarit in Milan, to whom it had left the government, fell out, and Godepert claimed the help of the mighty Duke Grimoald of Benevento against his brother. After the death of Aricus and of his son Ajo, who had perished in a battle against Slav pirates near Simplontum, 662, the two sons of Gisulf of Friuli, Rodewald and Grimoald, attained the dignity of dukedom consecutively, and energetically maintained their power in several battles against the Imperialists. Grimoald, Duke of Benevento in 657, now marched into North Italy by the east side of the Apennines against the center of the Lombard realm, while his subordinate, the Count of Capua, marched through Spoleto and Tuscia and joined the Duke by Piacenza. Assisted by the treachery of the Duke Garibald of Turin, Grimoald seized the reins of government himself after having killed King Godepert with his sword. Pectorid had fled from Milan to the Avars, and his wife and young son, Conipert, had been sent into exile to Benevento. Grimoald now married Aribert's daughter, who was already betrothed to him, and legitimated his power by a later election at Pavia. For the purpose of gaining firm support, he bestowed royal domains in Upper Italy on several of his faithful followers of Benevento. He was the first Lombard king who united the king's royal domain in the north with Benevento under his actual government. Mighty as he was, Grimoald had a long struggle for the preservation of his royal power. Pectorid came back and seemed to submit himself, but was soon obliged to fly to the Franks after the discovery of a conspiracy between his followers and some disaffected dukes. The intervention of the Frankish army in favor of the banished dynasty had no success. By stratagem, Grimoald contrived to attack them suddenly near Asti and slew them. In the year 663, the Emperor Costus had landed at Tarentum in order to obtain a new base for his heavily oppressed empire by conquest in the west, and the expulsion of the Lombards was naturally the first condition for this enterprise. The emperor occupied Lucertia, with superior forces assaulted Acerenza without success and then besieged Grimoald's young son Romuald at Benevento. The latter pledged his sister Gisa in token of submission after having offered resistance bravely, but Grimoald had already reached the river Sangro with a relieving army, though many Lombards had left him, and young Grimoald did not fulfill his pledge. The emperor gave up his siege and moved on to his own city of Naples. This imperial army was said to have been defeated twice. At all events, Constans gave up war against the Lombards for a time, and after a short visit to Rome went on to Sicily, where he was murdered. Romuald then occupied Tarentum, Brundisium, and all the rest of the imperial dominion on the Adriatic coast of South Italy, with the exception of Hydruntum. And Grimoald, after having installed Transamon, a duke of his choice in Spoleto, again devoted himself to his most urgent tasks in North Italy, where he found in rebellion the Duke Lupus of Friuli, whom he had left in his place at Pavia. Evidently menaced by other rebellions as well, the king himself appealed to the Kagan of the Avars for help against the Duke. Lupus perished in the battle, but the Avars now prepared to occupy Friuli as conquered land. But in spite of the insufficiency of his military forces, Grimoald induced them to depart and set up Vectari, a powerful soldier and the terror of the Slavs, as Duke of Friuli in place of Arnefrit, the son of Lupus, who had tried to regain his father's inheritance by help of the Slavs, but had been beaten and killed near Nemus. Grimoald took away Friuli from the Imperials and razed to the ground Oderzo, where his brothers had once been murdered. Then he made peace with the Franks so that Pectorit did not feel safe any longer in his asylum and began to fly to England. At this time, the mighty King Grimoald died, after having made sure the limits of his realm and broken the Duke's power in the 9th year of his reign, 671. His eldest son, Romuald, took his place in the dukedom of Benevento, while the young boy Garibald, his son by Arapert's daughter, inherited the royal crown. By this time, Perctorit returned from his exile and dethroned his nephew Garibald, with the help of his numerous followers. He and his dynasty now held the throne for more than 40 years consecutively. He made his son Cunilipert co-regent 680, and entered into friendly terms with Romuald of Benevento, whose son, the younger Grimoald, married Pectorit's daughter. In the south as well as in the northwest, Catholicism gained exclusive power, and in Benevento and Pavia, many foundations of cloisters spoke of a growing piety, shewn especially by the two princesses. Numerous Lombard bishops had already assisted at the Roman Synod of 680. On the other hand, the 3 chapters schism lasted on in Austrasia, on the east border of the Adda, in contrast to Neustria's westwards, where royalty had taken root more decidedly. The Duke Alaris in Tridentum, who had extended his territory northward in the direction of the Bavarians, was too strong for Pectorit, and even added the dukedom of Brescia to his own. After Pectorit's death, he also occupied Pavia, drove King Cunilipert to a refuge on an island on the Lake of Como, and acted as king, acknowledged by the greater part of the north of Italy. By passing for a heretic and acting recklessly against the church, he made an enemy of the hierarchy, and Cunilipert was soon able to return to Pavia, protected by their adherents. Between Neustria and Austria, on the field of Coronate, a battle was fought between them. Alahis fell, and a great part of his followers perished in the flood of the Adda. This was at once a victory of kingdom over dukedom, and orthodoxy of the 3 chapters schism. An insurrection in Friuli was also subdued at a synod that had been convoked at the king's request in Pavia, 698. Even those bishops of Austrasia who were still schismatic acknowledged the Fifth and Sixth Ecumenical Councils, and thus the unity of Catholic faith was established in Lombard Italy. The only lasting effect of this schism was the division of the Patriarchate of Aquileia between the bishops of Grado and of Old Aquileia, following the civil boundaries between Lombards and Romans, even before the Roman Church triumphed through the whole Lombard realm, after the Emperor Constance's attempt to reconquer what he had lost had failed, and the Bavarian dynasty's traditional policy of peace had replaced Grimoald's belligerent policy. Even at that time, definite peace had been made between the Empire and the Lombards, thereby placing the Lombard state amid the states which were officially acknowledged by the Respublica. The acknowledgement of the status quo, the limits which had been fixed by 100 years of war, formed the basis of peace, and the Lombards renounced any further policy of conquest. This peace seems to have been concluded between 678 and 681 at Constantinople, and from that time the Lombard bishops, when the Pope confirmed their nomination at Rome, swore to provide that peace which God loves be maintained in eternity between the Respublica and us, that is, the Lombard people. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Italy under the Lombards, Part 3 by L.M. Hartmann. Roman influence affected the Lombards in different ways. Intercourse with the half-free Roman subjects had always been a strong force since the beginning of the settlement. The schismatics coming from the Roman Empire had found reception, even at a very early period, as had the merchants during the times of armistice, who maintained friendly relations and profited by the great Lombard market. But when definite peace had been made, lasting relations and safe intercourse with the new allies were possible, so that free Romans and above all Catholic clergy established themselves in the lands of their new friends and allies, who also acknowledged their right to be tried by Roman law. Intermarriage must have frequently happened at a very early period, and was furthered by Lombard laws, which considered the freedman and free as equal, so that marriages with freedmen or freedwomen were allowed and very common. After the definite peace, even unions between Lombards and women of the Roman Empire were not a rare thing either. As the Lombards were in a small minority even in their own territory, intermarriage naturally had a marked effect. The adaptation of the reigning people to the Roman culture they had found led the same way. Thus they came to the knowledge of new forms of culture and luxury, which could only be satisfied in the Roman manner, partly by the industry of Roman subjects, partly by booty made in war, and since the peace also by regular imports. Trade and art are of Roman stamp, although the workmanship is decayed and accommodates itself somewhat to barbarian taste. It was only in Italy that the Lombards learned to erect stone buildings, to construct larger ships and use weapons of metal. Their clothing changed similarly, and they gradually accepted the vulgar Latin language, especially because all the terms of their new culture belonged to that language, the only written language used, not only for written law, but all other documents which were drawn up by Roman ecclesiastics and notaries following Roman formulae. As their importance grew, the written word gained supremacy in all matters of law. The oldest stories of Lombard history and traditions are also written in Latin, and whatever there was of science in connection with the Roman Church was, of course, Latin. So the lasting peace, and especially the peace with the Catholic Church, essentially accelerated the process of assimilation in this place as well as in all others. Constitutional development as well as culture was conditioned by the fact and manner of settlement. The territorial state develops a centralizing kingship in combat with centrifugal forces and hides the original basis of German freedom. The sept or clan had already lost every economical foundation by the settlement, and we find no traces of the centena among the Lombards. Politically, the sept recedes as well, but in matters of right it is only gradually superseded by the state. Rothari's legislation endeavors to restrain the feud right to the sept. High penalties are fixed for the purpose of making the injured choose these instead of feud. Guiltless acts are not to lead to feud. The members of the sept intervene as assistants at an oath, as combatants for a woman's right at an ordeal. And the mondium of an unmarried woman is due to the members of the sept if she has no nearer family relations. In contrast to these poor remnants of the sept's power, which once had been so great, family connection is very powerful, so that even by a disposal a last will was allowed, only very late and quite exceptionally. The National Assembly, that is the Assembly of Hartmann, still existed, and this as well as the kingship expressed the Lombard unity. But this assembly also had naturally entirely changed by the territorial state, having lost its organic foundations in the septs, and as an assembly comprising all or nearly all warriors, was quite impossible considering the territorial extension of the state. In reality, it consisted only in the army that was just ready for military operations, the king's attendants and the dukes and nobles present, and, whereas the nobles were actually often summoned to the preparatory council, the assembly of warriors had no possibility of influencing current state affairs, and only served to heighten solemnities at a king's election or law-giving. The other element of unity, which had probably been born only in the time of wanderings, the kingship, predominated more and more in comparison. It seems to have been attached to one family at a very early period, and up to the 8th century connection with the Lithigians was kept up at least by the feminine line. But besides this inherited right, general German custom demanded election, raising upon the buckler, and a solemn act of fealty from the fideles. On the other hand, the territorial state and Roman influence soon decided the extent of the king's power, though he called himself Rex Gentis Langobardinum. This influence expresses itself not only in the addition of the Roman name of Flavius and the Roman name of honor, Vir Excellentissimus, but also in the assertion of the king's nearly unlimited power, which is already expressed in Lothari's edict. We believe that the hearts of the kings are in the hands of God. The king has not only the Arrearban and all rights in connection with it. As supreme justice and protector of peace, he has his own peace, secured by a high penalty, intercedes wherever all other forces give way, is the Lombard state's supreme guardian in a certain sense, and being the state's only representative, no difference is made between his own rights and those of the state. His alone is the right of coinage, since the Lombards, before Lothari even, had learnt the art and use of coining from the Romans, and that the Duke of Benevento coined as well as the king only shows how independent he kept himself of the Lombard state. Opposed to the centralizing kingdom is the particular power of the dukes, their different positions varying, of course, from the Summus Dux Gentis Langobardorum, down to the duke of a small provincial town in North Italy. But on the whole, the dukes endeavored to found their power on inherited rights, and to exercise in their own territory the same authority which belonged to the king in the whole state, whereas the king claimed for himself the right of nominating the dukes and treated them as his officials. But the foundation of the king's royal domain was especially intended to counterbalance the power of the dukes. The larger this royal domain, the greater was the power of the state, except those duchies which were in the hands of the royal family. This royal domain is said to have been partly formed by the half of all ducal property, which was given up to Clef, though this cession can only relate to the dukes of a part of northern Italy, and partly by the conquest of new land, which was not left to the dukes. The whole royal domain has its own royal administration, lying in the hands of the Gestaldi, who are partly royal stewards, partly the king's representatives with competence in matters of area ban and judgment, but being only the king's officials they have, in contrast to the dukes, no independent jurisdiction. In Benevento and Spoleto, where immediate royal power does not reach, the Gestaldi are officials of the duke in the district of Acefatis. Subordinated to these indices, that is, the dukes and Gestaldis, who generally reside in walled towns and whose office consists in a whole indicararia, stand the Astores, Sculdahis, Centarius, Locopositus, out of town, and these are assisted by Saltari, Decani, etc. Change of social structure caused a change of power in the Lombard state. Although differences in distribution of the land had always been made in correspondence with the family's rank, and although the Vergeld was not uniform but varied by habit, and secundum qualitatem personae, every Lombard was not only warrior but also landlord and lord of the manor. This ruling nation stood in contrast only to those who had no political rights, the colony and aldii and masserii, unfree farmers on holdings, as well as the likewise unfree ministeriales of the Southland and the unfree agricultural assistant laborers. The Lombards only were taken into account politically as well as economically. But this distribution, having been made but once, gave no security whatever for a lasting condition. The natural increase of population and the accidental impoverishment of Lombard families, as well as manumissions to complete freedom, created a class of Lombards without land. Part of them worked as tenants, that is, small tenants who took holdings on lease for 29 years, remaining legally free, but losing in social standard, liberalius. Another part may have become merchants, trade developing on account of the definite peace, and so commercial capital stood alongside of land rent. This new state of economic affairs expressed itself also in military service, which was varied according to property as early as the 8th century, commercial capital being placed on a par with landed property. A law of 750 dictates cavalry service, with coat of mail and horse and complete equipment to all who possess at least 7 cassi massiari. The landlord of at least 40 ingari has to follow with 1 horse, lance, and shield. Those who possess still less with shield and bow. A part of the poor was obliged to do soldier's service in the fields at home. This economic development rendered it possible for the king to form for himself a power independent of its former limitations within the state, creating a central organization of power by investing the free poor with landed property out of his royal domain. The king, that is the state, at this time of natural economy owed his income to landed property and payments in kind, for instance the different munera, angriari, and operi, to preserve public streets and buildings, and different duties, market duties, port duties, which were raised by royal actuaries and were of entirely Roman origin. The royal property was naturally increased by every new conquest, and the colony and slaves paying duties were used as if they were private property, or the king took possession of the land, which had been public before the conquest, and let it to the neighboring hordes for pasture. The royal court lived on the income from the landed property, but this court was composed of followers who stood in a special relation of fealty to the king. The Gassendi, who on that account were greatly honored and had a higher vergeld than the other free Lombards. The king entrusted them with all sorts of commissions and delegations, chose all court officers from them, especially to the royal marshal, Marvasis, the major domos, Stolicus, the treasurer, Vestararius, the sword-bearer, Sphatharius, the chancellor, Referendarius. In this manner, a special court nobility developed itself through the king's favor, standing in contrast and competition with the Lombard nobility. But it was also the custom that such giusendi were endowed with land by the king, so that the king's landed estate provided for this new nobility, not only indirectly by keeping up the royal household, but also directly. This new institution was only rendered possible by the fact that a considerable part of the population, when the original conditions of the Lombard settlement were changed, was obliged to seek a new existence, and found it by the king's favor. On the other hand, the king's possessions diminished continually by these donations, so that for him and his adherents it was necessary periodically to gain new land, and this was generally only possible through new conquests, and so the peaceful period of the Bavarian dynasty was followed by a belligerent period. After Cunepert's death, 700, his young son, Luitpert, reigned under the wise Ansfred's guardianship. Ragenpert, Duke of Turin, son of Godipert and nephew of Pectorid, claimed the throne and defeated Asprand near Novara, 8 months after the Cunepert's death. When he died shortly afterwards, his son and co-regent, Aripert II, after a second battle, took prisoner Luitpert, who had again advanced against Pavia, and sent the Duke Rothari of Bergamo, who aspired to the throne, into exile to Turin, where he was killed after a few days. Now Ansprand was also obliged to leave his refuge on Lake Como and fly to the Duke Tuipert of Bavaria. Luitpert was killed, Ansprand's eldest son blinded, his wife and daughter mutilated, and only his youngest son Luitprand spared. So the family of Godipert ruined the race of Pectorid, but no change of policy took place. King Aripert II was peaceable and friendly towards the Romans, and even gave back to the Pope the patrimony in the Cottian Alps. He was dethroned in winter 712, when Ansfred came back to Italy after 9 years of exile with the Bavarian army. Aripert fled to Pavia and was drowned when trying to swim through the Ticino, burdened with all his treasures. Ansfred was acknowledged as king, but only reigned for 3 months. But on his deathbed he was told that the Lombards had raised his son Luitpert upon the buckler and thereby legitimated his own usurpation as well. He died 13 June 712. Though Luitpert did not reverse the Lombard state's development during the last 150 years, he favored Roman influence within his realm in every way. He left no doubt concerning his orthodoxy and attachment to the Roman faith, while nobody surpassed his generosity towards churches and monasteries, but he still followed the glorious traditions of the victorious kings, which had been interrupted after Grimoald, and strictly kept in view his aim of uniting Italy under the Lombard kingdom, although he chose various ways of approaching it in the course of his reign. For this reason he was opposed by the Roman Empire and the Dukes of Spoleto and Benevento, who had been nearly independent during the Bavarian dynasty's reign. Mixed up in quarrels about the Bavarian throne through his affinity with the Dukes of Bavaria, he advanced the Lombard boundaries to Maze near Oran. For the rest, the northern frontier was well defended by his friendship with the Frankish Charles Martel, whose son Pepin he had adopted by shaving up the hair according to an old custom, and to whom he had even brought help against the Saracens in Provence, 737 to 738. In domestic politics, he continued his predecessor's legislation, endeavored to protect his subjects against denial of legal help, and intervened with great energy in administration and jurisdiction by the Royal Court of Justice in Pavia and by special missi. His aim was naturally to replace the loose structure of the Lombard state by a series of officials ruled by the king, and one of his most efficient means was to give the preference to the Gassendi, and another was to install relations and other fideles in all duchies and bishoprics. His ideal of kingship, which is evident in his laws, already shews a great difference from that of the former Lombard kings, and is strongly influenced by Roman and ecclesiastical interpretations. This time was favorable for an aggressive policy, because Roman Italy, led by the Pope, rose in rebellion against the Emperor. Common hostility against the Emperor formed a link between Liutprand and Pope Gregory II for a while. But the Pope soon came to see clearly that the king near him was more dangerous than the distant Emperor. As a token of friendship, Liutprand, following the Pope's admonition, restored to him his confiscated patrimony in the Cottian Alps. For the moment, peace was only endangered by the Duke Romuald II of Benevento, who attacked the castle of Cumy by surprise. But after the Duke of Naples, aided by the Pope's militia, had regained the place and killed the garrison, the Pope even paid Romuald the indemnification which he had offered for a peaceable evacuation, and thereby won his friendship. Meanwhile, the Duke Fariold of Spoletta began to move as well. Narni was taken. Liutprand occupied Classis, the port of Ravenna, and carried booty and prisoners away. He gained other successes at the cost of the Republica. The frontier castles surrendered to him, and so he was able to extend the Lombard boundary to Bologna. Osimo and Pentapolis went over to him as well. Then he turned southwards and attacked the castle of Sutri by surprise, 728. This was too much for the Pope. The king approached too nearly his own sphere of action. After Liutprand had been in possession of the castle for 170 days, the Pope insisted on his restoring and donating it to the apostles Peter and Paul. Meanwhile, the Dukes of Spoleto and Benevento had entered into a league with the Pope and defended the frontier of the Ducatus Romi against the troops of the Emperor. The new exarch, Eutychus, who had landed at Naples, did not succeed in making the two dukes desert the league with the Pope. His entreaties had no effect on Liutprand till he offered a very important service to the king, placing his own troops at the king's disposal against the independent dukes, so as to take them in the rear and force them to render homage to the king, and send hostages in token of their fidelity. The king repaid the service by leading the exarch to Rome, and as the Pope could not think of resistance, he again submitted to the emperor. But the Lombard troops did not enter the imperial town, and Liutprand paid homage to the graves of the Principes Astrophorium, whom he had never intended to combat, 729. So the Italian Revolution brought double success to Liutprand: territorial acquisition of land in the north, and the two dukes' formal submission in the south. And at the same time he had appeared as principal arbiter in these differences on Italian soil. Liutprand's next care was to make the two duchies' formal dependency real and effective. When difficulties arose after the death of Romuald II of Benevento, 731 to 732, on account of the succession, he marched on Benevento, carried away the young Duke Gisulf for education, and installed his own nephew Gregorius, relying upon his own sovereign power. Nearly at the same time, after a breach of the league with the exarch, a plot of the Roman dukes of Perugia against Bologna miscarried, and a Lombard army led by Hildebrand, another nephew of Liutprand, occupied the impregnable town of Ravenna, the center of the imperial administration. But the exarch succeeded in regaining the capital by a sudden attack and making Hildebrand prisoner, with help of the navy of the lagoons, against which the Lombards were helpless. Soon after this misfortune, Liutprand seems to have concluded an armistice, on account of which Hildebrand was sent back. Then Liutprand fell ill at Pavia, 735. Hildebrand was proclaimed king by the Lombards, and Liutprand acknowledged him as co-regent after his recovery. New difficulties arose in Friuli, where the Duke Pamela had covered the Lombard name with fame in different combats with the Slavs, and displayed great splendor in his princely court at Cividale. He got entangled in a quarrel with the king's favorite, Callistus, whom Luitprand had made Patriarch of Aquileia, because the latter wanted to remove his residence from the small town of Cormans to Cividali, and had taken by force the bishop's palace, which the dukes had resigned to the fugitive bishop of Julia Carnica. Luitprand interceded in the patriarch's favor, dismissed the Duke Pamela, and set up in his place his son Ratgis, who proved himself the king's faithful subject. No king had ever reigned so powerfully. But now the time had come when Luitprand thought it necessary to deal the death blow to the Roman Empire in Italy, as soon as the independence of the Duke in Middle Italy was broken. This Duke, Transimond of Spoleto, had taken the Roman castle Gallice, and might have been of great use to the king in barring the communication between Ravenna and Rome, but he preferred to deliver up the castle to the Pope Gregory III, engaging himself never to carry arms against him any more. But Luitprand, crossing the Pentapolis, arrived at Spoleto in June 739 and appointed a new duke, Hilderic, while Transimond fled to Rome. The king demanded in vain the rebels' delivery before the walls of Rome, took away the castles of Bavaria, Horta, Polemartium, and Bleda from the Dictus Romi, but then returned to North Italy. Meanwhile, the Roman party in Benevento set up one Godescalc in the duchy in place of the deceased Duke Gregorius, without regard to the king's claims. In the following year, 740, Luitprand and Hildebrand attacked Ravenna and laid the exarchate under contribution, and at the same time Lombard hordes breaking out of the castles devastated the Campania. The Pope sent an embassy, praying the king to give back these border forts, and also claimed the help of the Lombard bishops by a circular letter. At the same time, the army of the Ductatus Romi, aided by Benevento, reinstated in Spoleto the Duke Transimond, who was accepted with open arms by his own people, December 740. But even now Transimond did not dare to attack the king and win back to the Romans the four castles as the Pope had wished. Pope Zachary, who had followed Gregory at the end of 741, gave up his predecessor's Spoletan policy in consequence, and offered to the king the help of the Roman army against Spoleto, on condition of his promise to restore the four castles. Attacked on two sides, 742, Transimond surrendered to the king. Then the latter advanced against Benevento, and Godescalc abandoned his own country and surrendered before he reached the ship destined to bring him to Constantinople. The king gave back his ancestral duchy to Gisulf, who had now grown up and was faithfully devoted to him. But after he had brought all difficulties in South Italy to an end, the Pope himself overtook him on his way back in his camp at Terni, reminding him of his promise. The Catholic king received the Pope with all customary marks of reverence, and gave him the desired charter concerning the restoration of the four towns. After this, several nobles escorted the Pope on his return journey, and handed over to him the keys of the surrendered towns, and the parts of the patrimony which had been conquered were also restored to him. In exchange for this, the Pope concluded an armistice with the king for 20 years, in the name of the Ducatus Romi. In this way, the king meant to eliminate one enemy in order to concentrate all his forces against the other part of the Roman dominion, after having appointed his nephew Agribrand, Duke of Spoleto. He crossed the Apennines and sent his army against Ravenna at the beginning of the following year, 743. The exarch and the Archbishop of Ravenna, in their desperation, begged for the Pope's intervention, and the latter actually came to meet the king at Pavia by way of Ravenna. The king condescended to conclude an armistice, occupying the castles of Cesena and part of the territory of Ravenna meanwhile as a pledge, until the embassy he sent to Constantinople should have concluded a definite peace. We do not know Luitprand's real motives for giving up the attack, but it seems possible that changes of foreign politics, especially with the Franks, as well as sympathy with the Romans, within the Lombard realm, nourished by the bishops, joined with personal motives to cause his compliance. Though he had not attained his aim when he died at the beginning of the year 744, he had brought the Lombard state's power to a height which it had never before attained. Luitprand's former co-regent Hildeprand followed him on the throne, but was not acknowledged everywhere. Transamund returned to Spoleto. Ratchis of Friuli was proclaimed king and Hildeprand dethroned after 8 months' monarchy. The Imperialists greeted the elevation of Ratchis with joy, and the new king actually concluded peace with Rome for 20 years. In Spoleto, he asserted his authority, and Transamund was replaced by a new duke, Lupus. We may judge by the severity of his orders concerning passports, and by his rules against riot that Ratchis was prepared to meet dangers from within and without, and so he tried to increase his party by ample distributions of land to the church, and to the Romans, the countrymen of his wife Tassia. He evidently strove to lessen the disparity between Romans and Lombards. Nevertheless, he saw himself compelled to invade the imperial Pentapolis and besiege Perugia. But when he desisted from this blockade upon the Pope's personal intervention, the Lombards gave vent to their indignation over their king's Romanizing policy. The nobles raised Aistulf, the king's brave and fierce brother, upon the buckler at Milan, June 749. Ratchis was forced to abdicate, went to St. Peter's on pilgrimage, was accepted as a monk by the Pope, and retired to Monte Cassino. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Italy under the Lombards, Part 4, by L.M. Hartmann. Aistulf immediately took up again with the greatest energy Luitprand's conquering policy. The donations which Ratchis had made before Aistulf's elevation were annulled. Intercourse with Romans was forbidden. Commerce with a foreign country keenly watched. The frontier well guarded, and military duty regulated on the basis of the new social structure. The important towns of Comacchio and Ferrara were occupied, and the Lombard king gave forth a charter as early as 7 July 751 in the palace of Ravenna, which the last exarch, Eutychus, was said to have surrendered. The north of Italy was now entirely in the hands of the Lombards, except the district of the lagoons and the towns of Istria. Aistulf turned to central Italy, where Duke Lupus had died, and took into his own hands the government of Spoleto, the key city of Rome. His next assault was, of course, directed to Rome. He stood before the walls of Rome in June 752 and received a papal embassy. It is alleged that he promised peace for 40 years, but broke the armistice after 4 months. His conditions were very hard. Tribute paid by the inhabitants of the Ductatus Romi, an acknowledgment of his sovereignty. He ordered the abbots of Monte Cassino and St. Vincenzo, who had appeared as the Pope's envoys before him, to follow his commands as Lombard subjects and return to their monasteries without entering Rome. The emperor's embassy, which was conducted to Ravenna by the Pope's brother, only so far succeeded that Aistulf sent an envoy to Constantinople with proposals that seemed unacceptable, at least to the Pope. But the two envoys returned to Italy without having effected their object, while the Lombards had taken the castle of Cacerna, which belonged to the church. Now Pope Stephen obtained a safe conduct and at the emperor's command marched himself to Aistulf's court at Pavia, autumn 753. The king sent to meet him with orders not to venture a word about restoring the conquered territory. But the Pope was not to be deterred, and fervently entreated the king to fulfill the conditions contained in a letter which an imperial envoy had brought. But it was in vain. Then the Frankish ambassadors who had accompanied the Pope intervened and required Aistulf to let the Pope go to Gaul. When the Pope, at his next audience, declared that it was actually his intention to cross the Alps, Aistulf, it is said, roared with rage like a wild beast. But after vain endeavors to change the Pope's resolution, he was obliged to dismiss him, not daring to detain him by force and expose himself to immediate conflict with the Franks. The Pope left Pavia on 5 November. The new Frankish king, Pepin, was clearly resolved upon interfering in Italy, and Aistulf saw himself face to face with the new situation immediately before reaching the aim he had longed for so fervently. But all links had not yet been broken off. Pepin sent embassies over the Alps 3 times in order to induce Aistulf to yield, but in vain. The public feeling among the Frankish nobles was by no means favorable to war, and Aistulf, wishing to profit thereby, sent to Gaul Pepin's brother and former co-regent Carloman, who was now monk in Monte Cassino. While the Frankish army was already advancing, the Pope once more sent a letter full of entreaties to Aistulf, and Pepin offered 12,000 solidi as recompense for the disputed territories. Aistulf refused with threats and brought the whole of his forces and the military material he had stored up for his enterprise against Rome to Susa at the foot of Mount Caesarus, awaiting the Franks' attack. He was too impatient, however, to hold out behind the fortified Classis and attack the Frankish vanguard by surprise, but not being able to deploy his superior forces in the narrow vale, he was thrown back and was himself very nearly killed. Then he concentrated the rest of his army in the fortified city of Pavia, when the main army of the Franks appeared after a few days. But as the Franks shrank from a long siege, and the Frankish nobles who kept up friendly relations with the Lombards, dating perhaps from the time of Charles Martel, tried to mediate, peace was made. Aistulf confirmed the treaty by oath, promising to surrender those territories of Italy he had occupied illegally, and to acknowledge formally the Frankish king's sovereignty. He sent 40 hostages and made lavish presents to the king and the nobles as recompense for the expenses of war. Autumn 754. The Pope returned to Rome, accompanied by the Frankish ambassador Fulrad, and Pepin retired over the Alps. But Aistulf did not think of keeping his oath. Of all the towns, he only surrendered Narni, and seeing that Pepin did not interfere again, he resolved to put an end to the quarrel by a master stroke. On 1 January 756, a Lombard army again encamped before Rome on the right bank of the Tiber. Aistulf rapidly approached from Spoleto and the Beneventones from the south. With terrible threats, he required the Pope surrender while his bands plundered the Campania. Pepin's envoy, the abbot Werdadvar, fought against the Lombards in full harness and then informed his prince of what he had seen. But Rome's strong walls saved her again. Aistulf gave up the siege after 5 months and returned to Pavia, 5 April, to await a new attack from Pepin when winter was over and the melting snow rendered the passage possible. The Lombards were once more dispersed by the Franks near the chaussee of Mount Cenis, and Aistulf again took refuge behind the walls of Pavia. Shut up in this fortress, he again entreated forgiveness and peace of Pepin by the noble's intervention. The latter granted the rebel life and realm which he had forfeited. Following the Frankish verdict to which he had appealed, he was obliged to pay as indemnity a third of the great royal hoard in costlier presents than 2 years before to guarantee his further submission, and engage himself to pay a yearly tribute of 10,000 solidi, as the Lombards had once done in the time of Agilulf. He actually now yielded up the towns whose surrender had been stipulated 2 years earlier, and Comacchio besides, and so the same boundaries were re-established, which had parted the two territories before Aistulf's accession to the throne. Liutprand's conquest, however, remained to the Lombard dominion, so that to the great disappointment of Pope and Emperor, The status of the peace made in 680 was not restored. Nevertheless, this was the greatest humiliation the Lombard realm had ever suffered for more than a century and a half, since that first league between the Byzantine emperor and the Franks had been broken. Aistulf's eager policy of attack was crossed by a new factor, which had not entered into his predecessor's calculations. The proud king did not long survive his fall. He died in consequence of an accident while hunting, December 756. After Aistulf's death, a grave crisis broke out in the Lombard state. The monk Ratchis left Monte Cassino and was acknowledged as ruler, servant of Christ and prince of the Lombard people, especially in the north of the Apennines. But Spoleto, as well as Benevento, detached itself from the kingdom and set up Alboin as Duke of Spoleto, who swore an oath of allegiance to the Pope and the Frankish king. The Duke Desiderius was raised upon the buckler in Tuscany, and as he engaged himself by document and by oath to surrender the towns belonging to the empire, and to live in peace and friendship with the Pope and the Frankish king. The Frankish plenipotentiary in Rome supported him with great energy, and the Pope prepared the Roman army for his defense. Ratchis then abdicated for the second time. On the Pope's demand, Desiderius actually called Faenza and Ferrara, but as soon as he felt himself sure on the throne, he entered Spoleto by force without consideration of the Pope's wishes, made Duke Oberlin prisoner as a rebel, drove away the Duke Lieutenant of Benevento, who was obliged to take refuge behind the walls of Otranto, and set up Arcurus as Duke in his place, and gave him his daughter, Adalpurga, to wife. He made a proposal of cooperation against the Pope and the Duke of Benevento to an imperial embassy which passed by. At the same time, he tried to render the Pope's connection with his former allies as difficult as possible, appeared at St. Peter's grave in Rome, pretending friendly intentions, and forced the Pope to write a letter to Pepin, interceding for the surrender of the Lombard hostages. To be sure, the Pope recalled this letter by means of the very messenger who brought it. But still, Desiderius succeeded in averting a new Frankish intervention, greatly desired by the Pope, by making certain concessions, especially in relation to the patrimonies. At his next visit to Rome, Desiderius framed a compact on the Frankish embassy's advice about 763 on the basis of mutual acknowledgement of the status quo, and Desiderius promised to come to the Pope's aid with all his forces in case of an attack from the emperor. It was only after Pope Paul's death, 767, that new difficulties with Rome arose when a party, hostile to the late government, had raised Constantine to the papal throne, and the defeated party's leader, the Primicerius Christophorus, claimed the Lombards' help. The defeated party entered Rome by force, led by Lombard troops, and the Lombard priest Waldebert. But the Lombard candidate Philip was not able to maintain himself on the papal throne in place of Constantine. Stephen III was elected, and Waldebert himself slain by his former adherents, 768. Shortly after this failure, Desiderius tried to procure the Archbishop of Ravenna for Michael, one of his confidants, 769, but Frankish commissioners dismissed him at the Pope's wish. A new combination in foreign politics seemed to change the present situation to the disadvantage of the Pope and in favor of Desiderius. Desiderius and Tassilo of Bavaria, both menaced by the Frankish preponderance, had entered into friendly relations, and Tassilo had married Ludwirga, daughter of Desiderius. Pepin's widow, Bertranda, conceived the plan of securing peace by bringing one of her sons into relationship with the Lombard royal family. Notwithstanding the Pope's amazement, she crossed the Alps and asked one of Desiderius's daughter in marriage for her son Charles. The betrothal took place under the guarantee of the Frankish nobles, and the marriage was accomplished. Meanwhile, Bertrada had endeavored to reassure the Pope about her transactions with Desiderius. The latter had evidently renewed his promise to respect the territorial status quo and restore the patrimonies which were the private property of the Roman Church. Of course, the next consequence was the fall of the anti-Lombard party prevailing in Rome. This was approved of by the Pope, who wanted to escape his minister's predominant influence. Desiderius appeared before Rome with military forces, but under pretense of praying at the apostles' grave and arranging disputed questions. The Pope came out to him and received his promise by oath, but a papal chamberlain named Paulus Aferrata, the leader of the Lombard party, raised up within the town a revolt against Christophorus, whereupon the Pope maintained that Christophorus and his party conspired against his life. The accused offered resistance within the town, but were betrayed by the Romans, abandoned by the Pope, and cruelly killed by Paulus Aferrata and his accomplices. Desiderius did not now want to hear anything more about transactions with the Pope, but the Frankish kings seemed to have taken offense at his way of acting. Carloman died in December 771, but Charles, who laid claim to the whole Frankish realm without considering Carloman's children, resolved to depart from last year's policy. He repudiated Desiderius' daughter, well knowing that he made an enemy of the Lombard king by this insult. Carloman's widow, Gerberga, with her children and followers, fled to the Lombard king, who was ready to use them as weapons against Charles. The new Pope Hadrian was naturally on the side of Charles, and so the political combination of the time before Bertrada's intervention was reestablished. Embassies between the Pope and Desiderius had no effect, because the Pope did not trust the king's promises, and for fear of losing his hold upon the Frankish king firmly refused to anoint as kings Carloman's children at the wish of Desiderius. Paulus Aferrata and his followers, the Lombard party, were removed and punished so that the Frankish influence again decided the papal policy. Meanwhile, Desiderius had again occupied Vicenza, Ferrara, Comacchio, spring 772, and threatened Ravenna on every side. Then he took Sinigaglia, Jesse, Urbina, Gubbio, commanded his troops to attack Baeda and Otriaco in order to frighten the Pope, and marched against Rome with Carloman's children after having vainly entreated the Pope to come to him. The latter made all preparations for defense and raised his forces in Rome, but sent 3 bishops to the royal camp at Viterbo with a bull, threatening with excommunication the king and all who dared to step upon Roman soil. Desiderius actually broke up his camp and retired, but the answer he made to the Frankish embassies, which appeared in Italy at the Pope's wish in order to become acquainted with the state of things, shows clearly enough that he expected to meet a decisive stroke. He had prepared himself for this moment during the whole time of his reign, trying to ensure the dynasty by the nomination of his son Adalgus as co-regent in 759, and to restrain the independence of the dukes, though still attaching them to his person. He had made costly presents to the great monasteries, and endowed them with privileges, and had strengthened his party by new donations of landed property. But nevertheless, the Lombard kingdom did not offer united resistance to the Franks. A number of emigrants had already fled to the Franks even before the beginning of the war, and many nobles now left Spoleta and went to Rome. Benevento did not take any part in the war, and after the first failure, not only the Spoletan contingents, but also a number of towns submitted to the Pope voluntarily. Charles only found resistance from the towns where the Lombard kings defended themselves. Treason played a great part in the fall of the Lombard realm, a fact which can be traced even in the sagas. After having refused Charles's last offer to pay 17,000 solidi if he fulfilled the Pope's demand, Desiderius put his trust in the strong position near the Closi of Susa, which he had fortified. Here at the Porta d'Italia, he expected Charles, who marched over Mount Cenis, while another corps took its way over the great St. Bernard. But owing to this circuit, no battle seems to have taken place. Desiderius was obliged to retire to Pavia, September 773, with the warriors who were still faithful to him, while Adalgus sought refuge with Carloman's children behind the fortified walls of Verona, but fled from here also after a time and went into exile at Constantinople. But except at Pavia and Verona, Charles found no resistance whatever in the Lombard realm. Verona, with Carloman's children, surrendered even before Christmas to a detached troop under Charles himself, whereas the siege of Pavia was prolonged to the beginning of June 774, though famine and epidemics raged within the town. After the capitulation, Charles brought Desiderius and his wife to Gaul with the royal treasure, having received homage of the Lombards who had gathered at Pavia, leaving there a Frankish garrison. This was the end of the independent Lombard realm, and Charles dated his succession in this realm from the fall of the royal town of Pavia. To be sure, the Duchy of Benevento in the south had succeeded in keeping its independence throughout all these disasters, and the Prince Arricus, Desiderius' son-in-law, considered himself the Lombard king's successor. But important as this fact is proved for Italian history, the Lombard kingdom had always been rooted in the north. The occasion for its fall was given by the renewal of that combination between the remnants of the Respublica, now represented by the Pope, and the Franks, who had developed into a consolidated power, and the Lombard state had never been equal to these combined forces. A deeper reason lay in the structure of the Lombard state, which had not been able, even in the intervals of peace, to attain any organic unity. The small number of the Lombard people in connection with their form of settlement, conditioned as it was by the state of affairs in the Roman Empire, had given too great importance from the first to the single local groups and their dukes. Kingship, which had been re-established in the distress of those times, exerted its uniting and centralizing power very slowly, and a perfect union had never been accomplished. For the kingdom was founded on its royal domain, and the latter undue conquest of land with which the king's followers had to be furnished, as was always the case in the medieval state in which agriculture was practiced. The warriors who were rewarded in this way did not permanently attach themselves to the king, and thus formed a continual danger to the kingship. The king was continually forced to new conquest and then obliged to give them up again voluntarily, so that even the mightiest rulers made little lasting impression on the state, especially when the possibilities of donations diminished as the Lombard element drew nearer to the Roman. On the other hand, the assimilation with the inhabitants of Italy in race and culture had been rapidly carried out just on account of the smallness of the conquering tribe and the necessary adaptations resulting, and it was not the cultural and racial difference, but rather a difference of organization, resulting from the land's history and settlement, which separated the three parts of Italy, the kingdom, the ecclesiastical state, and Benevento, through more than 1,000 years. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. A. Imperial Italy and Africa Administration. Part 1 by L.M. Hartmann. When in the year 534, Justinian organized the imperial administration in Africa, and after the year 540 in Italy. It was not so much his intention to create a new civil code as to restore in the main the conditions which had existed before the break in the Roman rule. In Africa, this break had been complete owing to the constitution of the Vandal kingdom. In Italy, the Roman civil administration had remained unaltered, even at the time when the rule of the Gothic king had superseded the direct imperial government, and therefore, after the expulsion of the Gothic army quartered on the land, only the military administration had to be created completely anew. Maintenance of the continuity which from an imperial point of view had legally never been broken, and equal rights with those provinces which had never bowed to the yoke of the barbarians, are therefore the natural principles upon which Justinian founded his reorganization of the West. It was, however, impossible in practice to ignore altogether the development of the last century. Africa and Italy had for so many years lived in political independence of each other that it was no longer possible to look upon them as a united whole. In consequence of this, their administration remained entirely separate, as before, whereas the dioceses of Africa had been under the rule of the Prefectus Praetoria per Italias. Until its occupation by the Vandals, it now received its own Prefectus Praetorio, who took the place of the former, henceforth superfluous Vicarius Africa, so that the Prefectus Italia was limited to Italy. Sardinia and Corsica, however, which had been in the possession of the Vandals and were now won back by Justinian together with the Vandal kingdom, remained united with Africa. It was further of decisive importance for Italy that it was no longer, as before the so-called fall of the West Roman Empire, ruled by two emperors with a local division of power, but by one only, and that he resided in the East. But the consequence was that the court offices and central offices proper, such as the Magister Officiorum, the Quaestor, the Comitus Sacrarorum Legiturinum, Rerum Praetorium, and Patrimoniae, which, as the highest administrative offices in Italy, had been maintained within the Gothic kingdom parallel with the court offices and central offices of Constantinople, now disappeared in Italy and were amalgamated with the central offices at Constantinople. The same applies to the Senate, which likewise was not a local, but an imperial governing body. There was no need to dissolve it. It disappeared from Rome in the natural course of events, for the officials of whom it was composed at that time henceforth only existed at Constantinople, the residence of the single emperor. The principle underlying the bureaucratic administration by which the empire had been governed since Diocletian, and the details of which had only been developed during the centuries following his reign, remained unchanged. All autonomy was supplanted by a body of imperial functionaries grouped hierarchically, according to their local and practical powers, subject only to the absolute will of the emperor and appointed by him, chosen from the ranks of the landowners, the only persons who had the right to migrate from their place of origin. They had at their disposal as an auxiliary force a body of officials, officium, arranged likewise hierarchically, but drawn from another class of the people, opposed, however, to the ruling class, which carried out the will of the state by means of the bureaucratic organization, stood as the working members of the state. All the rest of the population, tied hereditarily to their class and its organization, which as far as it existed had only the one object of making its members jointly responsible for the expenses of the state. The principle also of separating the civil from military power, which had first been completely carried into force by Constantine the Great, though sometimes abandoned by Justinian in the East, was intended by the emperor to come into full force in the West, as soon as an end had been put to the state of war. While the details of the Italian administration have to be gathered partly from the so-called Pragmatica Santio Propitione Vigili, and partly from the remaining sources, chiefly the letters of Pope Gregory, which unfortunately nowhere present a complete picture, the Codex Justinianus, I-27, contains the statutes of the Organization for the Civil and Military Adjustment within the African dioceses, issued by Justinian in the year 534. These statutes provided that the Prefectus Praetoria Africae, who, as a functionary of the highest class and receiving a salary of £100 gold, about £4,500, stood at the head of the civil administration, should have, besides his private cabinet, the consigliari and cancellari, the grammatici and medici, an official staff of 396 persons, divided into 10 scrinia and 9 scoli. 4 of the former, who were also the best paid, were entrusted with the financial administration and 1 with the exchequer. Beside these were the scrinium of the primuscrinius, or sub de uva, and 1 each of the commentariensis and of the ab actus, who conducted the business of the chancery and the archives, and lastly the scrinium operum for the public works and the scrinium labellarum for the jurisdiction. The cohortales, probably assistant clerks, were divided into the scoli of acceptories, singularii, mittendarii, cursories, nomenclaturies, statuaries, precornes, draconarii, and charlatarii. The sum total of the salaries paid to the staff amounted to 6,575 cols solidi, a little over 4,000 pounds, which had to be raised, like the prefect's salary, by the dioceses. Subordinate to the prefect were the 7 governors, 3 of whom had the rank of a consiliaris, and 4 that of priestus. It seems that the former, the text is not quite clear, were the governors of the old provincia Procolisarius, Sucetane, Carthage, of Byzacena, and of Tripolis, whilst the latter, who were of inferior rank, appeared to have governed Sardinia, Numidia, and the 2 Mauritanias, Cetaphensis and Caesarensis. A staff of 50 clerks was attached to each of them. For the protection of the dioceses, after peace had eventually been so completely restored that the conquering army and the movable field army of the comitacensis could be withdrawn, the frontier army was to be newly enrolled, garrisoned, and settled, and to be entrusted to the military commanders of the separate frontier provinces, limites. These were under the duchies of Tripolitano, in Leptis Magna, of Byzacena, in Capsis or Thepaleti, the command of which was afterwards shared with the 2nd dukes, at Hadrumetum, of Numidia, in Constantina, of Mauritania, in Caesarea, and of Sardinia. While these duchies were to take up a temporary residence in the capitals until the reoccupation of the old frontier should be complete, a few of the larger forts along the frontier were given into the charge of tribunes. One of these, who was subordinate to the dukes of Mauritania, was also stationed at Septim to watch the Straits of Gibraltar and to command the battleships there. Each of these duchies had, besides an assessor, a staff of 40 clerks with a number of gentlemen at arms, the latter of whom he paid out of his own sufficiently high stipend, handed over to him by the prefect. The duchies, viri spectabilis, i.e., officials of the 2nd class, were subordinate in military rank to the commanding register militum of the moment. It is true that this arrangement was quite provisional, for the limites were not to be definitely adjusted till the old frontiers had been won back by the Roman arms. In Italy, Justinian's division of provinces can hardly have differed essentially from the old Roman one, which had been accepted by the Ostrogoths. The jurisdiction of the prefect was curtailed not only by the separation of Sardinia and Corsica, and by the laws of the 2 Rhaetias on the northern frontier, but furthermore by the enactment of Justinian, which put Sicily under a special praetor of the 2nd class, from whom an appeal passed directly to the Pfister of the court at Constantinople. It is doubtful whether the intermediate court of the 2 Vicari, Italii and Urbis Romi, was maintained under the prefect. With regard to the provincial governors, the Pragmatica Sanctio ordains that they should be chosen from the inhabitants by the bishops and most distinguished men in each province, but must obtain the sanction of the prefect. a very peculiar regulation which does not agree with the general bureaucratic principles of the Byzantine administration, and which seems to prove that, as early as the middle of the 6th century, the position of the provincial governors, like that of the town councils in Italy, was brought very low and considered more of an onus than an honor. Not long afterwards, this regulation was extended to the whole empire. The special position of the municipal officials of Rome under the Praefectus Urbi, together with other privileges of the old imperial capital, was maintained, though from the outset this administration department hardly fitted any better here than elsewhere into the frame of the general administration, and had to be relieved of a number of its former duties. The defense of the frontiers, temporarily established by Belisarius in Africa, was organized in Italy by Narses, who had restored the natural frontiers of Italy in the north to nearly the dimensions which had been recognized by the Lombards in Gothic times after the cession of Noricum and Pannonia to them. It is probable that the location of the frontier troops was also influenced by the distribution of the garrisons during the Gothic rule. In the east, Forum Julii, Friuli, was the center of a chain of small fortresses on the southern slope of the Alps, which were connected with the fort of Agatum, Inigen, by the pass over the Kreuzberg. From this point, the valley of the Rhines probably became the frontier. The bishopric of Sabin, Brixen, also belonged to the empire, and further south the chain of forts from Veruca, near Trent, as far as Agagni, Nano, can be traced. Further west, the Alpine passes were secured by forts at their southern end. Thus mention is made of one situated on an island in the Lake of Como, and of another at the outlet of the pass over Mount Ticinus of Susa. It is not clear in what manner these limites, which had replaced the old Ducatus Raturium and the Tractus Italia Circum Alpus of the Novitia Dignitatum, were separated from each other. It appears, however, that some of the troops which had come to Italy under Narses were garrisoned and settled in them, and that certain generals who had served under Narses were placed at the head of these Dictatus. This would be the easiest explanation for the fact that at a very early date, the command over the garrisoned legions in Italy was not held by ordinary duces, but by men holding the higher rank of Magister Militum. Justinian's dispositions had all been made on the assumption that peace would be completely restored throughout the two new sections of the empire. During the wars of conquest, the emperor's authorized generals were, in Africa, Belisarius, who was Magister Militum per Orientum, and in Italy latterly Narses, who, as patricius and holder of high court offices, belonged to the highest rank. These had acted without restriction, both in their military and in their civil capacity, subject only to the instructions they received from the emperor. Procopius calls each alike anthrotope, tan, poiemon. Circumstances, however, allowed neither country any lasting peace. Martial law continued as a consequence of the state of war, and neither Africa nor Italy could safely be left without an active army. It became necessary to create and to uphold a supreme authority, to which the civil administration had to be subordinated for military purposes. In Africa, a passing attempt was made by Justinian to equip the Praefectus Praetoria with the power of a Magister Militum, but this was an exceptional case. In Africa, as also in Italy, when the Lombards invaded it after the recall of Narses, the rule was to appoint extraordinary military commanders who held a high rank and were superior to the Praefectus. But when the state of war proved to be chronic, the extraordinary office developed into a regular one. In the year 584, an exarch is mentioned in Italy for the first time, and here, as in Africa, the title exarch is henceforth commonly applied to the head of the military and civil administration. In this combination of military and civil functions, The exarch reminds us of certain exalted provincial governors, whom Justinian, deviating from the general principles of the Roman administration, had already installed in the East. But the exarch is far more than these, holding, as he does, the highest office in his division of the empire. He not only belongs to the highest class with the title Excellentissimus, but he owns also the full title of Patricius, a distinction not usually shared by the prefect. If the patrician holds a court office, it is usual in official language to substitute this with the title Patricius, as for instance, Cubicularius et Exarchus, or occasionally Patricius et Exarchus. In ordinary life, when speaking of the exarch in Italy and Africa, only the title Patricius was used. The power of the exarch was practically unlimited. Like the Gothic kings, he was the emperor's representative, and as such, like his predecessors, e.g. Belisarius and Narses, he held absolute command of the active troops temporarily stationed in that part of the empire, as well as over the frontier legions. At the same time, he took a hand whenever it pleased him in the civil administration, decided ecclesiastical matters, negotiated with foreign countries, and concluded armistices. His power was only limited in time, inasmuch as he might at any moment be recalled by the emperor, and an extent inasmuch as his mandate applied only to a definite part of the empire. He could therefore issue decrees, but could neither make laws nor conclude a peace valid for the whole of the empire. The command of the exarch of Italy extended beyond Italy to the rest of the old dioceses, up west Illyricum, and to Dalmatia, which also, since Odovacar's time, had been added to the Italian kingdom. The military system of Sicily, on the other hand, was allowed, at least in later years, to develop independently. It followed naturally that the exarch who resided at Ravenna had at his court, besides an officium, befitting his rank, a number of advisers and assistants for the miscellaneous branches of his activity. We will only mention here the conciliarius, the cancellarius, the mayordomus, the scholastici, versed in jurisprudence, and in Africa, a hypostratiad, with the rank of patricius, a representative of the emperor's representative. He was further, like all generals of that time, surrounded by a number of private soldiers, gentlemen at arms who held a more distinguished position than soldiers of the regular army. The court of these vice-emperors was in every aspect a copy of the imperial court, and their powerful position makes it conceivable that, when in the middle of the 7th century the center of the empire was in distress, the attempt was repeatedly made both from Africa and Italy to replace the emperor by an exarch. It was in this manner that the dynasty of Heraclius attained to the throne. The consequences of the uninterrupted state of war caused in Africa by the Berbers, and later by the Muslims, and in Italy by the Lombards, of course affected not only the head of the general administration, but also its organization and its efficacy. Tripolitania was detached from Africa, probably under the Emperor Maurice, and added to Egypt. Mauritania, Sitifensis, and the few stations of the Saracens, which the empire was able to uphold, were joined together into one province, Mauritania Prima, whilst distant Septim, with the remains of the Byzantine possessions in Spain, became the province Mauritania Secunda. Of still greater importance is the fact that Justinian's plan of restoring the frontiers of the empire, to the extent they had before the Vandal occupation, was never carried out. It even became necessary in several provinces to move back again the line of defense already reached, so that the duchies did not hold command in the borderlands of their own provinces, but were stationed with their garrisoned legions in the interior. This makes it impossible to define the sphere of local power between the dukes and the tribuni on the one hand, and the paves on the other. The provinces themselves became, as it were, limites, just as the prefect continued to exist under the exarch. So there existed, at least in the beginning of the 7th century, and perhaps even up to the definite loss of Africa, side by side with the duchies, a number of civil proceedings, not to speak of the various revenue officers who were employed for the taxation. Naturally, the duchies and the triburi, who were appointed by the exarch, proved the stronger, and continually extended their powers at the expense of the civil officials. The development which must have led to the complete suppression of the civil administration hardly reached its final stage in Africa, because it was forcibly cut short by the Mohammedan occupation. It went further in Italy. The Lombards, in their onslaught, had broken up the whole of the Italian administration in the course of about 10 years. Attempts to re-establish it failed, and when about the beginning of the 7th century the empire had accepted the inevitable, it made no further attempt to gain the remote borderlands, but saw its task in trying to secure what remained of the Roman possessions. It had been customary so far for the various army corps, of which some were recruited from the east, to fight in different parts of Italy, led by the magistri militum, under the superior command of the exarch. The primus exercitus was stationed at Ravenna at the immediate disposal of the commander-in-chief. But gradually, and especially when the repeated truces, a certain state of equilibrium had been attained, there were no more reinforcements from the east, except perhaps the regiment of guards for the exarch, and the legions in Italy were stationed at those points which seemed most important for the defense. In the interior of Italy also, ducatus sprang up in all directions, with duchies or magistris militum at their head. Everywhere forts were erected and put under command of a tribune. By the conquest of Rothari, who seized Liguria, and of Grimwald in the 7th century, as also by those of Luitfrand and Aistulf in the 8th century, the frontiers were still further displaced, but as early as the first half of the 7th century, the following ducatus can be distinguished: Istria and Venetia, both confined to the coastland and the islands; the exarchate proper, in the narrower sense; the provincia Revenatium, the borders of which lay between Bologna and Modena in the west, along the Po in the north, and from which the ducatus of Ferrara was detached in the 8th century; the Pentapolis, i.e., the remains of Picenum, with its dukes residing at Ariminum; the ducatus of Perugia, with which its numerous and strong forts covered the most important passes of the Apennines; and the Via Flaminia, the only connection between the remains of the Byzantine possessions in the north, and in particular Ravenna, with Rome; Tuscia to the north of the lower course of the Tiber; Rome and her immediate surroundings with the forts, and part of Campania to the south, as far as the valley of the Ledras; the ducatus of Naples, i.e., the coast towns from Cumas to Amalfi, with a part of Libaria; Terra di Livorno; the ducatus of Calabria, consisting of the remains of Apulia and Calabria, Lucania and Bruttium. This division supplanted the old division into provinces, and, when about the middle of the 7th century, not only the prefect of Italy, but also the provincial presides disappeared completely. The names of the old provinces continued to be used in ordinary conversation only to define certain parts of Italy. The functions of the duces and the presides were completely absorbed by the magistri militum, in the same way as those of the prefectus praetoria were absorbed by the exarch. The whole administration had been militarized, and the same status established which in the East, under similar conditions, appears as the theme system. The civil administration of the state, however, was not only threatened by the military organizations, but also by another factor, the church, which prepared to occupy the gaps left by the activity of the state and to enter upon a part of its heritage, through means of influence peculiar to herself and not accessible to the state. The Church had in Italy a very special position through her extensive landed property, as also by right of privileges which former emperors, in particular Justinian, had accorded to her. The legal privileges of the Church went so far that popes of the 6th century already claimed for the clergy the right to be judged by ecclesiastics only, and its landed property was protected by special laws. The influence of the Church in all matters could only be controlled by the actual power and authority of the state, for the claim of the Pope and of the ecclesiastical hierarchy to be the representatives of the Civitas Dei, and as such superior to worldly authorities, permitted a growth of power to an unlimited extent. The material foundation for this power was supplied by the immense wealth of the Roman Church especially, which designated its possessions by preference as patrimonium pauperum. The starting point for its activity was indeed the care of the poor, a field which had been entirely neglected by the state, but gained importance in proportion to the increasing distress of the times and the insufficiency of the public administration. The state itself, in fact, not only allowed the bishops an important voice in the election of the provincial governors, but it granted them a certain right of control over all officials, insofar as they were permitted to attend to the complaints of the oppressed population, and to convey them to the magistrates in authority or even to the emperor himself. Time after time there was intervention, mostly by the popes, and no part of the administration was free from their influence. End of section 34. Section 35 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. A. Imperial Italy and Africa, Administration, Part 2 by L.M. Hartmann. The predominance of the ecclesiastical influence over the secular and the civil administration shows itself very clearly in the Department of Municipal Government. For the curiales, the remainders of the old poies, having lost their autonomy and become mere bearers of burdens, were already doomed. In Lilybæum, for instance, the wealthy citizens manifestly, the curiales, had made an agreement with the bishop in accordance with which the bishop took over certain of their burdens, and in return a number of estates were transferred to the church. At Naples, the bishop tried to get possession of the aqueducts and the city gates. Above all, at Rome, the Pope extended the range of his power in his own interest and in the interest of the population, who could no longer depend upon the regular working of the public administration. The Pragmatica Sancio had guaranteed the maintenance by the state of the public buildings at Rome. Nevertheless, in the 7th century, the care of the aqueducts, as well as the preservation of the city's walls, passed over to the papal administration. By this time, no more mention is made of the Prefectura Urbis, and when, after almost 2 centuries, it appears again in our sources, it has become a pontifical office. The old public distribution of provisions was replaced by the beneficial institutions of the Roman Church, by her diaconates, shelters, hospitals, and her magnificent charity organization, through which money and provisions were dealt out regularly to a large part of the population. Vast granaries of the Roman Church received the corn brought from all the patrimonies, especially from Sicily, for the purpose of feeding a population whose regular sources of income were totally insufficient for their support. The recognized superiority of the papal administration is also illustrated by the fact that the state further felt induced to hand over to the granaries of the church the revenue paid in kind by Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, and set aside for the provisioning of Rome and its garrison, so that the Pope appears in many respects as the Emperor's paymaster, dispensator. But the Pope becomes also the Emperor's banker when the funds for the payment of the army are made over to him so that, for a time at least, the soldiers are paid through his offices. Thus, the organs of state administration were one by one rendered superfluous by the development of a well-organized papal central government, whilst the managers of the pontifical estates in the different provinces, the rectores patrimony, who were entrusted with the representation of the Pope in all secular matters, had an ever-increasing number of duties heaped upon them. In proportion as the reinforcements of soldiers from Byzantium failed, Italy had to depend more upon her own resources, i.e., upon the soldiers who had been settled in Italy at the time when the inner boundaries were established, evidently in imitation of the old limitancy, and upon the native population, which latter being compelled to take a share in the watch service, mororum vigiali, and obliged to provide for their own upkeep, could so no longer be distinguished from the former. For example, the castrum Squilici was erected on land belonging to the monastery of the same name, and for the allotments conceded to them, the soldiers had to pay a ground rent, soleticum, to the monastery. The castrum Calapulus had been built within the precincts of a manor owned by the Roman Church, and the colony of the Church themselves formed its garrison. All those who were obliged to do military service in a fort under the command of the tribune formed the numeris or bandus, and being a corporation had the right to acquire landed property. The inhabitants of Comacchio, for instance, taken collectively, are called milites, and only in the large cities such as Rome or Ravenna, the milites do not embrace the entire population. On the other hand, we often find the inhabitants of a fort dependent upon a landlord. But though the power of a tribune and that of a landlord were originally derived from entirely different sources, they were naturally brought nearer to each other in the course of their development. For while it became more common for the tribunes to acquire landed property, the landowners grew more military. But the tribune did not only hold the command of a fort, the power of raising part of the taxes and the jurisdiction over the population within the whole district of the fort, but in addition to this, the landed property of the state or of the corporation fell to his share. Thus, the more the armed power assumed the character of a militia, the more important it became that the tribunes, who probably continued to pay their nomination tax or suffragium to the exarch, should be chosen from the landlords of the district, like the officers holding command under them in the numerous, or occasionally mentioned, such as the domesticus, the vicarius, the loci servitor, and others. Probably in many cases the nomination by the exarch became a mere formality, and certain seigneurial families raised a claim to the tribunate. These local powers, the lords of the manor, who were qualified for the tribunate, formed the actual land-owning military aristocracy, who, by uniting in themselves all the administrative offices of the first order, virtually ruled over Italy, although under the supervision of officials appointed by the central government. Among these local powers were the various churches, the bishoprics, and above all the Roman Church, the estates of which must in many respects have been exempt from the government of the tribunes, much the same as were the fundi accepti of the preceding time, so that they existed by the side of the secular tribunes, but not in subjection to them. When in the beginning of the 8th century the militia in the town of Ravenna was reorganized, a special division was provided for the church besides the 11 other bandi. About the same time we see the rector of the patrimonium of Campania leading the soldiers of the church in a campaign. The conclusion and spread of this development of local powers formed the social change which led to the great Italian revolt in the first third of the 8th century. The state of anarchy in the center of the empire, and the dangers by which Constantinople itself was threatened through the advance of Islam, had been a powerful help to the Italian struggle for independence. Different parts of Italy had at various times witnessed risings of the local powers, till the separatist contended forces united in a great opposition movement under the leadership of the Pope. This took place when Gregory II boldly withheld the increased tax, which Leo the Isaurian, the great organizer of the Byzantine Empire, attempted to raise for the benefit of the central government, and when, in addition to this, the edict against the worship of images and the outbreak of iconoclasm incited religious passions against the imperial reformer. The first act of the rebels was to expel the exarch and the duchies, the representatives of the central government, and to replace them by confidential friends of the local powers. At Rome, the Pope, and at Venice, an elected dux, doge, took the place of the former authorities. The duccia, as it was then called, was by this revolt transferred from the emperor to the local authorities, though they remained in formal adherence to the empire. This at least was the Pope's wish, and no emperor set up by the opposition in Italy was generally recognized. The suppression of the revolt resulted in the resumption of the duccio by the emperor, and during the next generation Italy was again ruled by his deputies and appointed duchies. The fact, however, that in consequence of the Italian revolt, the local powers had for a number of years been practically independent, could not be undone. Henceforth, it was impossible to appoint officials in the place of tribunes. In the local organization, the landed proprietors had gained a complete victory over the bureaucracy, and in this, the hereditary principle had prevailed. But the bureaucratic superstructure by which the emperor exercised his duccio was entirely out of touch with the seigneurial element at its base, and from this resulted, at least as far as North and Central Italy were concerned, where the revolution had temporarily taken a firm hold, the complete and permanent dissolution of the central power of the state. Not very long after the termination of the Italian revolt, there appears at Rome as the highest imperial authority, the Patricius et Dux Stephanus. The title of Patricius and various other circumstances indicate that he was no longer subordinate, but equal to the exarch of Ravenna, and that central Italy south of the Apennines had been constituted as an independent province or theme. This division of Byzantine Italy, which had long been geographically prepared, was probably due as much to strategical reasons, e.g., the advance of the king of the Lombards, as to any political necessity. Stephanus, however, seems to have been the first and last to bear the new title. After him, there appears no other permanent representative of the emperor at Rome. The exarchate proper, comprising the Byzantine possessions north of the Apennines, from which the Ducatus of Rome had been detached, was ruled by the exarch, who resided at Ravenna until King Aistulf took possession of that town, 750 to 751, when only Venice and a part of Istria of the lands north of the Apennines remained under Byzantine rule. All that was left of the Byzantines in the two southernmost peninsulas of Italy was, at a date which cannot be exactly determined, united into a ducatus which received the name of Calabria, and retained this name even when the Byzantines had completely evacuated the southeastern peninsula, which had formerly borne this name, and were confined to their forts of the former Brutium in the southwest. This ducatus, which was not linked geographically to the rest of Byzantine Italy, was placed under the command of the Patricius of Sicily, so that it was separated from Italy in its administration. In the same way, the churches of southern Italy were, in consequence of the Italian revolt, detached from Rome and subordinated to the Greek Patriarchate at Constantinople. Thus, in the second quarter of the 8th century, there were in the western part of the Byzantine Empire 3 themes under patrician governors: the Exarchate, Rome, and Sicily, with Calabria, of which the latter was for the most part Greek in language and culture, whereas the first 2 were Latin. After the disappearance of the patrician governor from Rome, the Pope took his place and claimed the right to rule directly the city of Rome with her surroundings, and also indirectly the ducatus attached to Rome in the north and south as supreme lord of the two duchies, and to restore more or less the situation which had existed during the Italian revolt. The papal bureaucracy, which had been developed to a certain extent on the model of the Byzantine bureaucracy, took the place of the imperial administration. In other words, the Pope assumed the Titio over Rome and the district belonging to it. Here in times of war and peace he reigned like the exarch before him, negotiated and concluded truces with the Lombards, recognizing, however, the suzerainty of the emperor, whose commands he received through special embassies and reckoning his dates from the years of the emperor's reign. At the emperor's command, he went to King Aistulf of Pavia, and thence, probably also in accordance with the imperial wishes, crossed the Alps and visited the king of the Franks. The concessions of Pepin and Charles the Great were called restitutions, by which was understood that the old boundaries between the empire and the Lombard kingdom, as they had been recognized before Luitprand's reign, were restored, and the sovereignty of the emperor within these boundaries was legally undisputed. This is proved by the fact that down to the year 781, the popes reckoned their dates from the years of the emperor's reign. The dispute between the popes and the Frankish kings on the one side and the emperors on the other arose from the fact that Pepin gave the Titio of the restored domains to the pope and not to the emperor who laid claim to it, so that the pope became the real master in the new pontifical state, and no room was left for a representative of the emperor. Moreover, the pope overstepped the limits which had hitherto bounded the sphere of his power, by including in his Titio not only the former Patricia Ducatus of Rome, but also the exarchate proper. This gave rise to protracted struggles with the Archbishop of Ravenna, who, as the exarch's successor, assumed the Titio north of the Apennines. It was probably in the year 781 that the new state of affairs was officially recognized and thereby consolidated by an agreement between Charles and Pope Hadrian on the one side and the Greek ambassador on the other. According to this agreement, the emperor, or rather the empress regent Irene, abandoned all claims to the sovereignty over the pontifical state in favor of the pope. The emancipation from the Titio of the imperial government of those parts of Italy, which still remained under Byzantine rule, was carried out in a way analogous to that of the pontifical state, the only difference being that here the acquisition of the Titio was effected by the local powers themselves, and not through the interference of a foreign ruler, and that the formal suzerainty of the emperor was maintained for a longer time. In Venice, which about the end of the 7th century had been detached from Istria as a special ducatus, circumstances were particularly favorable to the development of the seigneurial local powers, as represented by the tribunes, though it is true that after the suppression of the Italian revolt, it fell back under the imperial Titio, and was again ruled by duces or magistri militum, nominated by the emperor, not by elected chiefs. In the second half of the 8th century, however, after the fall of the exarchate, the bonds of subordination relaxed here as elsewhere, and the nomination of the doge became more and more an act of mere formality. The doge was placed in power by that fraction of the tribunal aristocracy which was for the moment in the ascendancy. By them he was elected, and to them he looked for support. He succeeded in making his office lifelong, and sought to legalize his position by soliciting and receiving a court title, as a form of recognition by the emperor at Constantinople. In agreement with the emperor, some doges even tried to make the power hereditary in their families, chiefly, we may suppose, in virtue of their extensive landed property and their wealth. Nevertheless, from the time when in his final treaty of peace with Byzantium, 812, Charles the Great definitely renounced the conquest of Venice, the suzerainty of the Greek emperor was permanently recognized. This was shown by the sending of ceremonial embassies whenever a change of sovereign took place at Constantinople, by the appeal for recognition of every new doge, who probably had to buy his Byzantine title with the high suffragium, and by the fact that the Venetian fleet was obliged to lend support to the Byzantines, at least in the west. We also hear otherwise of occasional interference on the part of the Byzantine emperor, though Venice naturally grew more and more independent. In the south, the Dukes of Naples considered himself the successor of the imperial governor of Campania, and a right of control over him was in fact claimed by the patricians of Sicily. The actual holder of the Dicio, however, was the Dukes, who, while professing adherence to the Greek Empire, also acted in political matters with complete independence, making his office first lifelong and afterwards hereditary. In the first quarter of the 9th century, the Byzantine emperors succeeded temporarily in re-establishing a magister militum as the real functionary, but in the course of time here, as elsewhere, the local powers, and at times the bishop, remained victorious, so that the position of Naples resembled in every way that of Venice. It is, however, true that some other local seigneuries, in particular Amalfi and Gaeta, detached themselves from the ducados of Naples, and after a gradual secession from the supreme rule of the Dukes of Naples, exercised the Dicio independently within their sphere of interest, formerly as direct subjects of the Greek emperor, and enjoying equal rights with Naples. At the head of these minor states were hypatum, or prefecti, who in time also developed dynasties. Thus the Byzantine bureaucracy was supplanted everywhere by local powers who usurped the Dicio, and of whom some, for instance Venice and the coast towns of southern Italy, acknowledged these emperors' suzerainty, whilst others, like the pontifical state, refused to do so. The victory of the local powers signified at the same time the universal establishment of the medieval system of seigneurial rule. End of section 35.